CHAPTER XI. Of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 11. When the Senora bade Felipe good night, she did not go to bed. After closing her door, she sat down to think what should be done about Ramona. It had been a hard task she had set herself, talking all the evening with Felipe without alluding to the topic uppermost in her mind. But Felipe was still nervous and irritable. She would not spoil his night's rest, she thought, by talking of disagreeable things. Moreover, she was not clear in her own mind what she wished to have done about Alessandro. If Ramona were to be sent away to the nuns, which was the only thing the Senora could think of as yet, there would be no reason for discharging Alessandro. And with him the Senora was by no means ready to part, though in her first anger she had been ready to dismiss him on the spot. As she pursued her reflections, the whole situation cleared itself in her mind. So easily do affairs fall into line in the plottings and plannings of an arbitrary person, who makes in his formula no allowance for a human element which he cannot control. Ramona should be sent in disgrace to the Sisters' school, to be a servant there for the rest of her life. The Senora would wash her hands of her forever. Even Father Salvierderra himself could not expect her any longer to keep such a shameless creature under her roof. Her sister's written instructions had provided for the possibility of just such a contingency. Going to a secret closet in the wall, behind a life-size statue of Saint Catharine, the Senora took out an iron box, battered and rusty with age, and set it on the bed. The key turned with difficulty in the lock. It was many years since the Senora had opened this box. No one but herself knew of its existence. There had been many times in the history of the Moreno house when the price of the contents of that box would have averted loss and misfortune. But the Senora no more thought of touching the treasure than if it had been guarded by angels with fiery swords. There they lay, brilliant and shining, even in the dim light of the one candle, rubies, emeralds, pearls, and yellow diamonds. The Senora's lip curled as she looked at them. "Fine dowry, truly, for a creature like this," she said. "Well I knew in the beginning no good would come of it. Base begotten, base born, she has but carried out the instincts of her nature. I suppose I may be grateful that my own son was too pure to be her prey. To be given to my adopted daughter, Ramona Ortegna, on her wedding day," so the instructions ran, "if she weds worthily, and with your approval. Should such a misfortune occur, which I do not anticipate, as that she should prove unworthy, then these jewels, and all I have left to her of value, shall be the property of the Church. No mention as to what I am to do with the girl herself if she proves unworthy," thought the Senora, bitterly; "but the Church is the place for her. No other keeping will save her from the lowest depths of disgrace. I recollect my sister said that Angus had at first intended to give the infant to the Church. Would to God he had done so, or left it with its Indian mother!" And the Senora rose and paced the floor. The paper of her dead sister's handwriting fell at her feet. As she walked, her long skirt swept it, rustling to and fro. She stooped, picked it up, read it again with increasing bitterness. No softness at the memory of her sister's love for the little child, no relenting. Unworthy, yes, that was a mild word to apply to Ramona now. It was all settled; and when the girl was once out of the house, the Senora would breathe easier. She and Felipe would lead their lives together, and Felipe would wed some day. Was there a woman fair enough, good enough, for Felipe to wed? But he must wed, and the place would be gay with children's voices, and Ramona would be forgotten. The Senora did not know how late it was. "I will tell her to night," she said. "I will lose no time; and now she shall hear who her mother was." It was a strange freak of just impulse in the Senora's angry soul, which made her suddenly remember that Ramona had had no supper, and led her to go to the kitchen, get a jug of milk and some bread, and take them to the room. Turning the key cautiously, that Felipe might not hear, she opened the door and glided in. No voice greeted her. She held her candle high up. No Ramona in sight. The bed was empty. She glanced at the window. It was open. A terror seized the Senora, fresh anger also. "She has run off with Alessandro," she thought. "What horrible disgrace!" Standing motionless, she heard a faint, regular breathing from the other side of the bed. Hastily crossing the room, she saw a sight which had melted a heart that was only ice, but the Senora's was stone toward Ramona. There lay Ramona on the floor, her head on a pillow at the feet of the big Madonna which stood in the corner. Her left hand was under her cheek, her right arm flung tight around the base of the statue. She was sound asleep. Her face was wet with tears. Her whole attitude was full of significance. Even helpless in sleep, she was one who had taken refuge in sanctuary. This thought had been distinct in the girl's mind when she found herself, spite of all her woe and terror, growing sleepy. "She won't dare to hurt me at the Virgin's feet," she had said, "and the window is open. Felipe would hear if I called, and Alessandro will watch." And with a prayer on her lips, she fell asleep. It was Felipe's nearness more than the Madonna's which saved her from being roused to hear her doom. The Senora stood for some moments looking at her, and at the open window. With a hot rush of disgraceful suspicions, she noted what she had never before thought of, that Alessandro, through all his watching with Felipe, had had close access to Ramona's window. "Shameful creature!" she repeated to herself. "And she can sleep! It is well," she prayed, "if the Virgin will hear such." And she turned away, first setting down the jug of milk and the bread on a table. Then, with a sudden and still more curious mingling of justness in her wrath, she returned, and lifting the coverlet from the bed, spread it over Ramona, covering her carefully from head to foot. Then she went out, and again locked the door. Felipe, from his bed, heard and divined all, but made no sound. "Thank God, the poor child is asleep," he said, "and my poor dear mother feared to awake me by speaking to her. What will become of us all to morrow?" And Felipe tossed and turned, and had barely fallen into an uneasy sleep when his mother's window opened, and she sang the first line of the sunrise hymn. Instantly Ramona joined in, evidently awake and ready; and no sooner did the watching Alessandro hear the first note of her voice, than he struck in; and Margarita, who had been up for an hour, prowling, listening, peering, wondering, her soul racked between her jealousy and her fears, even Margarita delayed not to unite; and Felipe, too, sang feebly, and the volume of the song went up as rounded and melodious as if all hearts were at peace and in harmony, instead of being all full of sorrow, confusion, or hatred. But there was no one of them all who was not the better for the singing, Ramona and Alessandro most of all. "The saints be praised," said Alessandro. "There is my wood dove's voice. She can sing." And "Alessandro was near. He watched all night. I am glad he loves me," said Ramona. "To hear those two voices," said the Senora, "would one suppose they could sing like that? Perhaps it is not so bad as I think." As soon as the song was done, Alessandro ran to the sheepfold, where Felipe had said he would see him. The minutes would be like years to Alessandro till he had seen Felipe. Ramona, when she waked and found herself carefully covered, and bread and milk standing on the table, felt much reassured. Only the Senora's own hand had done this, she felt sure, for she had heard her the previous evening turn the key in the lock, then violently take it out; and Ramona knew well that the fact of her being thus a prisoner would be known to none but the Senora herself. The Senora would not set servants to gossiping. She ate her bread and milk thankfully, for she was very hungry. Then she set her room in order, said her prayers, and sat down to wait. For what? She could not imagine. In truth, she did not much try. Ramona had passed now into a country where the Senora did not rule. She felt little fear. Felipe would not see her harmed, and she was going away presently with Alessandro. It was wonderful what peace and freedom lay in the very thought. The radiance on her face of these two new-born emotions was the first thing the Senora observed as she opened the door, and slowly, very slowly, eyeing Ramona with a steady look, entered the room. This joyous composure on Ramona's face angered the Senora, as it had done before, when she was dragging her up the garden walk. It seemed to her like nothing less than brazen effrontery, and it changed the whole tone and manner of her address. Seating herself opposite Ramona, but at the farthest side of the room, she said in a tone scornful and insulting, "What have you to say for yourself?" Returning the Senora's gaze with one no less steady, Ramona spoke in the same calm tone in which she had twice the evening before attempted to stay the Senora's wrath. This time she was not interrupted. "Senora," she said slowly, "I tried to tell you last night, but you would not hear me. If you had listened, you would not have been so angry. Neither Alessandro nor I have done anything wrong, and we are not ashamed. We love each other, and are going to be married and go away. I thank you, Senora, for all you have done for me. I am sure you will be a great deal happier when I am away." And Ramona looked wistfully, with no shade of resentment, into the Senora's dark, shrunken face. "You have been very good to do so much for a girl you did not love. Thank you for the bread and milk last night. Perhaps I can go away with Alessandro to day. I do not know what he will wish. We had only just that minute spoken of being married, when you found us last night." The Senora's face was a study during the few moments that it took to say these words. She was dumb with amazement. Instantaneously, on the first sense of relief that the disgrace had not been what she supposed, followed a new wrath, if possible hotter than the first. Not so much scorn, but a bitterer anger. "Marry! Marry that Indian!" she cried, as soon as she found voice. "You marry an Indian! Never! Are you mad? I will never permit it." Ramona looked anxiously at her. "I have never disobeyed you, Senora," she said; "but this is different from all other things. You are not my mother. I have promised to marry Alessandro." The girl's gentleness deceived the Senora. "No," she said icily, "I am not your mother; but I stand in a mother's place to you. You were my sister's adopted child, and she gave you to me. You cannot marry without my permission, and I forbid you ever to speak again of marrying this Indian." The moment had come for the Senora Moreno to find out, to her surprise and cost, of what stuff this girl was made, this girl who had for 14 years lived by her side, docile, gentle, sunny, and uncomplaining in her loneliness. Springing to her feet, and walking swiftly till she stood close face to face with the Senora, who, herself startled by the girl's swift motion, had also risen to her feet, Ramona said in a louder, firmer voice, "Senora Moreno, you may forbid me as much as you please. The whole world cannot keep me from marrying Alessandro. I love him. I have promised, and I shall keep my word." And with her young lithe arms straight down at her sides, her head thrown back, Ramona flashed full in the Senora's face a look of proud defiance. It was the first free moment her soul had ever known. She felt herself buoyed up as by wings in air. Her old terror of the Senora fell from her like a garment thrown off. "Pshaw!" said the Senora, contemptuously, half amused, in spite of her wrath, by the girl's, as she thought, bootless vehemence. "You talk like a fool. Do you not know that I can shut you up in the nunnery to morrow, if I choose?" "No, you cannot," replied Ramona. "Who then is to hinder me?" said the Senora, insolently. "Alessandro," answered Ramona, proudly. "Alessandro!" the Senora sneered. "Alessandro? Ha! A beggarly Indian, on whom my servants will set the dogs if I bid them. Ha, ha!" The Senora's sneering tone but roused Ramona more. "You would never dare!" she cried. "Felipe would not permit it." A most unwise retort for Ramona. "Felipe!" cried the Senora, in a shrill voice. "How dare you pronounce his name? He will none of you from this hour. I forbid him to speak to you. Indeed, he will never desire to set eyes on you, when he hears the truth." "You are mistaken, Senora," answered Ramona, more gently. "Felipe is Alessandro's friend, and mine," she added, after a second's pause. "So, ho! The Senorita thinks she is all powerful in the house of Moreno," cried the Senora. "We will see, we will see. Follow me, Senorita Ramona;" and throwing open the door, the Senora strode out, looking back over her shoulder. "Follow me," she cried again sharply, seeing that Ramona hesitated; and Ramona went, across the passage way leading to the dining room, out into the veranda, down the entire length of it, to the Senora's room, the Senora walking with a quick, agitated step, strangely unlike her usual gait, Ramona walking far slower than was her habit, and with her eyes bent on the ground. As they passed the dining room door, Margarita, standing just inside, shot at Ramona a vengeful, malignant glance. "She would help the Senora against me in anything," thought Ramona; and she felt a thrill of fear, such as the Senora, with all her threats, had not stirred. The Senora's windows were open. She closed them both, and drew the curtains tight. Then she locked the door, Ramona watching her every movement. "Sit down in that chair," said the Senora, pointing to one near the fireplace. A sudden nervous terror seized Ramona. "I would rather stand, Senora," she said. "Do as I bid you," said the Senora, in a husky tone, and Ramona obeyed. It was a low, broad armchair, and as she sank back into it, her senses seemed leaving her. She leaned her head against the back, and closed her eyes. The room swam. She was roused by the Senora's strong smelling salts held for her to breathe, and a mocking taunt from the Senora's iciest voice. "The Senorita does not seem so overstrong as she did a few moments back." Ramona tried to reason with herself. Surely no ill could happen to her in this room, within call of the whole house. But an inexplicable terror had got possession of her, and when the Senora, with a sneer on her face, took hold of the Saint Catharine statue, and wheeling it half around, brought into view a door in the wall, with a big iron key in the keyhole, which she proceeded to turn, Ramona shook with fright. She had read of persons who had been shut up alive in cells in the wall, and starved to death. With dilating eyes she watched the Senora, who, all unaware of her terror, was prolonging it and intensifying it by her every act. First she took out the small iron box, and set it on the table. Then, kneeling, she drew out from the inner recess in the closet a large leather covered box, and pulled it, grating and scraping along the floor, till it stood in front of Ramona. All this time she spoke no word, and the cruel expression of her countenance deepened each moment. The fiends had possession of the Senora Moreno this morning, and no mistake. A braver heart than Ramona's might have indeed been fearful, at being locked up alone with a woman who looked like that. Finally she locked the door, and wheeled the statue back into its place. Ramona breathed freer. She was not, after all, to be thrust into the wall closet and left to starve. She gazed with wonder at the old battered boxes. What could it all mean? "Senorita Ramona Ortegna," began the Senora, drawing up a chair, and seating herself by the table on which stood the iron box, "I will now explain to you why you will not marry the Indian Alessandro." At these words, this name, Ramona was herself again. Not her old self, her new self, Alessandro's promised wife. The very sound of his name, even on an enemy's tongue, gave her strength. The terrors fled away. She looked up, first at the Senora, then at the nearest window. She was young and strong. At one bound, if worst came to worst, she could leap through the window and fly for her life, calling on Alessandro. "I shall marry the Indian Alessandro, Senora Moreno," she said, in a tone as defiant, and now almost as insolent, as the Senora's own. The Senora paid no heed to the words, except to say, "Do not interrupt me again. I have much to tell you;" and opening the box, she lifted out and placed on the table tray after tray of jewels. The sheet of written paper lay at the bottom of the box. "Do you see this paper, Senorita Ramona?" she asked, holding it up. Ramona bowed her head. "This was written by my sister, the Senora Ortegna, who adopted you and gave you her name. These were her final instructions to me, in regard to the disposition to be made of the property she left to you." Ramona's lips parted. She leaned forward, breathless, listening, while the Senora read sentence after sentence. All the pent up pain, wonder, fear, of her childhood and her girlhood, as to the mystery of her birth, swept over her anew now. Like one hearkening for life or death, she listened. She forgot Alessandro. She did not look at the jewels. Her eyes never left the Senora's face. At the close of the reading, the Senora said sternly, "You see now that my sister left to me the entire disposition of everything belonging to you." "But it hasn't said who was my mother," cried Ramona. "Is that all there is in the paper?" The Senora looked stupefied. Was the girl feigning? Did she care nothing that all these jewels, almost a little fortune, were to be lost to her forever? "Who was your mother?" she exclaimed scornfully. "There was no need to write that down. Your mother was an Indian. Everybody knew that." At the word Indian, Ramona gave a low cry. The Senora misunderstood it. "Ay," she said, "a low, common Indian. I told my sister, when she took you, the Indian blood in your veins would show some day; and now it has come true." Ramona's cheeks were scarlet. Her eyes flashed. "Yes, Senora Moreno," she said, springing to her feet, "the Indian blood in my veins shows to day. I understand many things I have never understood before. Was it because I was an Indian that you have always hated me?" "You are not an Indian, and I have never hated you," interrupted the Senora. Ramona heeded her not, but went on, more and more impetuously. "And if I am an Indian, why do you object to my marrying Alessandro? Oh, I am glad I am an Indian. I am of his people. He will be glad." The words poured like a torrent out of her lips. In her excitement she came closer and closer to the Senora. "You are a cruel woman," she said. "I did not know it before, but now I do. If you knew I was an Indian, you had no reason to treat me so shamefully as you did last night, when you saw me with Alessandro. You have always hated me. Is my mother alive? Where does she live? Tell me, and I will go to her to day. Tell me. She will be glad that Alessandro loves me." It was a cruel look indeed, and a crueller tone, with which the Senora answered, "I have not the least idea who your mother was, or if she is still alive. Nobody ever knew anything about her. Some low, vicious creature that your father married when he was out of his senses, as you are now when you talk of marrying Alessandro." "He married her, then?" asked Ramona, with emphasis. "How know you that, Senora Moreno?" "He told my sister so," replied the Senora, reluctantly. She grudged the girl even this much of consolation. "What was his name?" asked Ramona. "Phail, Angus Phail," the Senora replied almost mechanically. She found herself strangely constrained by Ramona's imperious earnestness, and she chafed under it. The tables were being turned on her, she hardly knew how. Ramona seemed to tower in stature, and to have the bearing of the one in authority, as she stood before her, pouring out passionate question after question. The Senora turned to the larger box and opened it. With unsteady hands she lifted out the garments which for so many years had rarely seen the light. Shawls and rebosos of damask, laces, gowns of satin, of velvet. As the Senora flung one after another on the chairs, it was a glittering pile of shining, costly stuffs. Ramona's eyes rested on them dreamily. "Did my adopted mother wear all these?" she asked, lifting in her hand a fold of lace, and holding it up to the light in evident admiration. Again the Senora misconceived her. The girl seemed not insensible to the value and beauty of this costly raiment. Perhaps she would be lured by it. "All these are yours, Ramona, you understand, on your wedding day, if you marry worthily with my permission," said the Senora, in a voice a shade less cold than had hitherto come from her lips. "Did you understand what I read you?" The girl did not answer. She had taken up in her hand a ragged, crimson silk handkerchief, which, tied in many knots, lay in one corner of the jewel box. "There are pearls in that," said the Senora, "that came with the things your father sent to my sister when he died." Ramona's eyes gleamed. She began untying the knots. The handkerchief was old, the knots tied tight, and undisturbed for years. As she reached the last knot, and felt the hard stones, she paused. "This was my father's, then?" she said. "Yes," said the Senora, scornfully. She thought she had detected a new baseness in the girl. She was going to set up a claim to all which had been her father's property. "They were your father's, and all these rubies, and these yellow diamonds;" and she pushed the tray towards her. Ramona had untied the last knot. Holding the handkerchief carefully above the tray, she shook the pearls out. A strange, spicy fragrance came from the silk. The pearls fell in among the rubies, rolling right and left, making the rubies look still redder by contrast with their snowy whiteness. "I will keep this handkerchief," she said, thrusting it as she spoke by a swift, resolute movement into her bosom. "I am very glad to have one thing that belonged to my father. The jewels, Senora, you can give to the Church, if Father Salvierderra thinks that is right. I shall marry Alessandro." And still keeping one hand in her bosom, where she had thrust the handkerchief, she walked away and seated herself again in her chair. Father Salvierderra! The name smote the Senora like a spear thrust. There could be no stronger evidence of the abnormal excitement under which she had been laboring for the last 24 hours, than the fact that she had not once, during all this time, thought to ask herself what Father Salvierderra would say, or might command, in this crisis. Her religion, and the long habit of its outward bonds, had alike gone from her in her sudden wrath against Ramona. It was with a real terror that she became conscious of this. "Father Salvierderra," she stammered. "He has nothing to do with it." But Ramona saw the change in the Senora's face at the word, and followed up her advantage. "Father Salvierderra has to do with everything," she said boldly. "He knows Alessandro. He will not forbid me to marry him; and if he did—" Ramona stopped. She also was smitten with a sudden terror at the vista opening before her of a disobedience to Father Salvierderra. "And if he did?" repeated the Senora, eyeing Ramona keenly. "Would you disobey him?" "Yes," said Ramona. "I will tell Father Salvierderra what you say," retorted the Senora, sarcastically, "that he may spare himself the humiliation of laying any commands on you, to be thus disobeyed." Ramona's lip quivered, and her eyes filled with the tears which no other of the Senora's taunts had been strong enough to bring. Dearly she loved the old monk, had loved him since her earliest recollection. His displeasure would be far more dreadful to her than the Senora's. His would give her grief, the Senora's, at utmost, only terror. Clasping her hands, she said, "O Senora, have mercy! Do not say that to the Father." "It is my duty to tell the Father everything that happens in my family," answered the Senora, chillingly. "He will agree with me that if you persist in this disobedience, you will deserve the severest punishment. I shall tell him all;" and she began putting the trays back in the box. "You will not tell him as it really is, Senora," persisted Ramona. "I will tell him myself." "You shall not see him. I will take care of that," cried the Senora, so vindictively that Ramona shuddered. "I will give you one more chance," said the Senora, pausing in the act of folding up one of the damask gowns. "Will you obey me? Will you promise to have nothing more to do with this Indian?" "Never, Senora," replied Ramona. "Never." "Then the consequences be on your own head," cried the Senora. "Go to your room. And hark, I forbid you to speak of all this to Senor Felipe. Do you hear?" Ramona bowed her head. "I hear," she said, and gliding out of the room, closed the door behind her; and instead of going to her room, sped like a hunted creature down the veranda steps, across the garden, calling in a low tone, "Felipe! Felipe! Where are you, Felipe?" CHAPter XII. Chapter 12 of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 12. The little sheepfold or corral was beyond the artichoke patch, on that southern slope whose sunshine had proved so disastrous a temptation to Margarita in the matter of drying the altar cloth. It was almost like a terrace, this long slope, and the sheepfold, being near the bottom, was wholly out of sight of the house. This was the reason Felipe had selected it as the safest spot for his talk with Alessandro. When Ramona reached the end of the trellised walk in the garden, she halted and looked to the right and left. No one was in sight. As she entered the Senora's room an hour before, she had caught a glimpse of some one, she felt almost positive it was Felipe, turning off in the path to the left, leading down to the sheepfold. She stood irresolute for a moment, gazing earnestly down this path. "If the saints would only tell me where he is!" she said aloud. She trembled as she stood there, fearing each second to hear the Senora's voice calling her. But fortune was favoring Ramona for once. Even as the words passed her lips, she saw Felipe coming slowly up the bank. She flew to meet him. "Oh, Felipe, Felipe!" she began. "Yes, dear, I know it all," interrupted Felipe. "Alessandro has told me." "She forbade me to speak to you, Felipe," said Ramona, "but I could not bear it. What are we to do? Where is Alessandro?" "My mother forbade you to speak to me!" cried Felipe, in a tone of terror. "Oh, Ramona, why did you disobey her? If she sees us talking, she will be even more displeased. Fly back to your room. Leave it all to me. I will do all that I can." "But Felipe," began Ramona, wringing her hands in distress. "I know," said Felipe; "but you must not make my mother any more angry. I don't know what she will do till I talk with her. Do go back to your room. Did she not tell you to stay there?" "Yes," sobbed Ramona, "but I cannot. Oh, Felipe, I am so afraid. Do help us. Do you think you can? You won't let her shut me up in the convent, will you, Felipe? Where is Alessandro? Why can't I go away with him this minute? Where is he? Dear Felipe, let me go now." Felipe's face was horror stricken. "Shut you up in the convent!" he gasped. "Did she say that? Ramona, dear, fly back to your room. Let me talk to her. Fly, I implore you. I can't do anything for you if she sees me talking with you now." And he turned away, and walked swiftly down the terrace. Ramona felt as if she were indeed alone in the world. How could she go back into that house? Slowly she walked up the garden path again, meditating 100 wild plans of escape. Where was Alessandro? Why did he not appear for her rescue? Her heart failed her, and when she entered her room, she sank on the floor in a paroxysm of hopeless weeping. If she had known that Alessandro was already a good half hour's journey on his way to Temecula, galloping farther and farther away from her each moment, she would have despaired indeed. This was what Felipe, after hearing the whole story, had counselled him to do. Alessandro had given him so vivid a description of the Senora's face and tone when she had ordered him out of her sight, that Felipe was alarmed. He had never seen his mother angry like that. He could not conceive why her wrath should have been so severe. The longer he talked with Alessandro, the more he felt that it would be wiser for him to be out of sight till the first force of her anger had been spent. "I will say that I sent you," said Felipe, "so she cannot feel that you have committed any offence in going. Come back in 4 days, and by that time it will all be settled what you shall do." It went hard with Alessandro to go without seeing Ramona, but it did not need Felipe's exclamation of surprise to convince him that it would be foolhardy to attempt it. His own judgment had told him that it would be out of the question. "But will you tell her all, Senor Felipe? Will you tell her that it is for her sake I go?" the poor fellow said piteously, gazing into Felipe's eyes as if he would read his inmost soul. "I will indeed, Alessandro, I will," replied Felipe; and he held his hand out to Alessandro as to a friend and equal. "You may trust me to do all I can do for Ramona and for you." "God bless you, Senor Felipe," answered Alessandro gravely, a slight trembling of his voice alone showing how deeply he was moved. "He's a noble fellow," said Felipe to himself, as he watched Alessandro leap on his horse, which had been tethered near the corral all night. "A noble fellow. There isn't a man among all my friends who would have been manlier or franker than he has been in this whole business. I don't in the least wonder that Ramona loves him. He's a noble fellow. But what is to be done? What is to be done?" Felipe was sorely perplexed. No sharp crisis of disagreement had ever arisen between him and his mother, but he felt that one was coming now. He was unaware of the extent of his influence over her. He doubted whether he could move her very far. The threat of shutting Ramona up in the convent terrified him more than he liked to admit to himself. Had she power to do that? Felipe did not know. She must believe that she had, or she would not have made the threat. Felipe's whole soul revolted at the cruel injustice of the idea. "As if it were a sin for the poor girl to love Alessandro," he said. "I'd help her to run away with him, if worst comes to worst. What can make my mother feel so?" And Felipe paced back and forth till the sun was high, and the sharp glare and heat reminded him that he must seek shelter. Then he threw himself down under the willows. He dreaded to go into the house. His instinctive shrinking from the disagreeable, his disposition to put it off till another time, held him back hour by hour. The longer he thought the situation over, the less he knew how to broach the subject to his mother, the more uncertain he felt whether it would be wise for him to broach it at all. Suddenly he heard his name called. It was Margarita, who had been sent to call him to dinner. "Good heavens, dinner already!" he cried, springing to his feet. "Yes, Senor," replied Margarita, eyeing him observantly. She had seen him talking with Alessandro, had seen Alessandro galloping away down the river road. She had also gathered much from the Senora's look and Ramona's as they passed the dining room door together soon after breakfast. Margarita could have given a tolerably connected account of all that had happened within the last 24 hours to the chief actors in this tragedy which had so suddenly begun in the Moreno household. Not supposed to know anything, she yet knew nearly all, and her every pulse was beating high with excited conjecture and wonder as to what would come next. Dinner was a silent and constrained meal. Ramona absent, the fiction of her illness still kept up; Felipe embarrassed and unlike himself; the Senora silent, full of angry perplexity. At her first glance in Felipe's face, she thought to herself, "Ramona has spoken to him. When and how did she do it?" For it had been only a few minutes after Ramona had left her presence that she herself had followed, and seeing the girl in her own room, had locked the door as before, and had spent the rest of the morning on the veranda, within hand's reach of Ramona's window. How, when, and where had she contrived to communicate with Felipe? The longer the Senora studied over this, the angrier and more baffled she felt. To be outwitted was even worse to her than to be disobeyed. Under her very eyes, as it were, something evidently had happened, not only against her will, but which she could not explain. Her anger even rippled out towards Felipe, and was fed by the recollection of Ramona's unwise retort, "Felipe would not let you." What had Felipe done or said to make the girl so sure that he would be on her side and Alessandro's? Was it come to this, that she, the Senora Moreno, was to be defied in her own house by children and servants? It was with a tone of severe displeasure that she said to Felipe, as she rose from the dinner table, "My son, I would like to have some conversation with you in my room, if you are at leisure." "Certainly, mother," said Felipe, a load rolling off his mind at her having thus taken the initiative for which he lacked courage; and walking swiftly towards her, he attempted to put his arm around her waist, as it was his affectionate habit frequently to do. She repulsed him gently, but, bethinking herself, passed her hand through his arm, and leaning on it heavily as she walked, said, "This is the most fitting way, my son. I must lean more and more heavily on you each year now. Age is telling on me fast. Do you not find me greatly changed, Felipe, in the last year?" "No, madre mia," replied Felipe, "indeed I do not. I see not that you have changed in the last 10 years." And he was honest in this. His eyes did not note the changes so clear to others, and for the best of reasons. The face he saw was one no one else ever beheld. It was kindled by emotion, transfigured by love, whenever it was turned towards him. The Senora sighed deeply as she answered, "That must be because you so love me, Felipe. I myself see the changes even day by day. Troubles tell on me as they did not when I was younger. Even within the last 24 hours, I seem to myself to have aged frightfully." And she looked keenly at Felipe as she seated herself in the armchair where poor Ramona had swooned a few hours before. Felipe remained standing before her, gazing with a tender expression upon her features, but saying nothing. "I see that Ramona has told you all," she continued, her voice hardening as she spoke. What a fortunate wording of her sentence! "No, mother, it was not Ramona. It was Alessandro who told me this morning, early," Felipe answered hastily, hurrying on to draw the conversation as far away from Ramona as possible. "He came and spoke to me last night after I was in bed; but I told him to wait till morning, and then I would hear all he had to say." "Ah!" said the Senora, relieved. Then, as Felipe remained silent, she asked, "And what did he say?" "He told me all that had happened." "All!" said the Senora, sneeringly. "Do you suppose that he told you all?" "He said that you had bidden him begone out of your sight," said Felipe, "and that he supposed he must go. So I told him to go at once. I thought you would prefer not to see him again." "Ah!" said the Senora again, startled, gratified that Felipe had so promptly seconded her action, but sorry that Alessandro had gone. "Ah, I did not know whether you would think it best to discharge him at once or not. I told him he must answer to you. I did not know but you might devise some measures by which he could be retained on the estate." Felipe stared. Could he believe his ears? This did not sound like the relentless displeasure he had expected. Could Ramona have been dreaming? In his astonishment he did not weigh his mother's words carefully. He did not carry his conjecture far enough. He did not stop to make sure that retaining Alessandro on the estate might not of necessity bode any good to Ramona. But with his usual impetuous ardor, sanguine at the first glimpse of hope that all was well, he exclaimed joyfully, "Ah, dear mother, if that could only be done! All would be well." And never noting the expression of his mother's face, nor pausing to take breath, he poured out all he thought and felt on the subject. "That is just what I have been hoping for ever since I saw that he and Ramona were growing so fond of each other. He is a splendid fellow, and the best hand we have ever had on the place. All the men like him. He would make a capital overseer, and if we put him in charge of the whole estate, there would not be any objection to his marrying Ramona. That would give them a good living here with us." "Enough!" cried the Senora, in a voice which fell on Felipe's ears like a voice from some other world, so hollow, so strange. He stopped speaking, and uttered an ejaculation of amazement. At the first words he had uttered, the Senora had fixed her eyes on the floor, a habit of hers when she wished to listen with close attention. Lifting her eyes now, fixing them full on Felipe, she regarded him with a look which not all his filial reverence could bear without resentment. It was nearly as scornful as that with which she had regarded Ramona. Felipe colored. "Why do you look at me like that, mother?" he exclaimed. "What have I done?" The Senora waved her hand imperiously. "Enough!" she reiterated. "Do not say any more. I wish to think for a few moments." And she fixed her eyes on the floor again. Felipe studied her countenance. A more nearly rebellious feeling than he had supposed himself capable of slowly arose in his heart. Now he for the first time perceived what terror his mother must inspire in a girl like Ramona. "Poor little one," he thought. "If my mother looked at her as she did at me just now, I wonder she did not die." A great storm was going on in the Senora's bosom. Wrath against Ramona was uppermost in it. In addition to all else, the girl had now been the cause, or at least the occasion, of Felipe's having, for the first time in his whole life, angered her beyond her control. "As if I had not suffered enough by reason of that creature," she thought bitterly to herself, "without her coming between me and Felipe." But nothing could long come between the Senora and Felipe. Like a fresh lava stream flowing down close on the track of its predecessor, came the rush of the mother's passionate love for her son, close on the passionate anger at his words. When she lifted her eyes, they were full of tears, which it smote Felipe to see. As she gazed at him, they rolled down her cheeks, and she said in trembling tones, "Forgive me, my child. I had not thought anything could make me thus angry with you. That shameless creature is costing us too dear. She must leave the house." Felipe's heart gave a bound. Ramona had not been mistaken, then. A bitter shame seized him at his mother's cruelty. But her tears made him tender, and it was in a gentle, even pleading voice that he replied, "I do not see, mother, why you call Ramona shameless. There is nothing wrong in her loving Alessandro." "I found her in his arms!" exclaimed the Senora. "I know," said Felipe. "Alessandro told me that he had just at that instant told her he loved her, and she had said she loved him, and would marry him, just as you came up." "Humph!" retorted the Senora. "Do you think that Indian would have dared to speak a word of love to the Senorita Ramona Ortegna, if she had not conducted herself shamelessly? I wonder that he concerned himself to speak about marriage to her at all." "Oh, mother, mother!" was all that Felipe could say to this. He was aghast. He saw now in a flash the whole picture as it lay in his mother's mind, and his heart sank within him. "Mother!" he repeated, in a tone which spoke volumes. "Ay," she continued, "that is what I say. I see no reason why he hesitated to take her, as he would take any Indian squaw, with small ceremony of marrying." "Alessandro would not take any woman that way, any quicker than I would, mother," said Felipe, courageously. "You do him an injustice." He longed to add, "and Ramona too," but he feared to make bad matters worse by pleading for her at present. "No, I do not," said the Senora. "I do Alessandro full justice. I think very few men would have behaved as well as he has under the same temptation. I do not hold him in the least responsible for all that has happened. It is all Ramona's fault." Felipe's patience gave way. He had not known till now how very closely this pure and gentle girl, whom he had loved as a sister in his boyhood, and had come near loving as a lover in his manhood, had twined herself around his heart. He could not remain silent another moment, and hear her thus wickedly accused. "Mother!" he exclaimed, in a tone which made the Senora look up at him in sudden astonishment. "Mother, I cannot help it if I make you very angry. I must speak. I can't bear to hear you say such things of Ramona. I have seen for a long time that Alessandro loved the very ground under her feet; and Ramona would not have been a woman if she had not seen it too. She has seen it, and has felt it, and has come to love him with all her soul, just as I hope some woman will love me one of these days. If I am ever loved as well as she loves Alessandro, I shall be lucky. I think they ought to be married, and I think we ought to take Alessandro on to the estate, so that they can live here. I don't see anything disgraceful in it, nor anything wrong, nor anything but what was perfectly natural. You know, mother, it isn't as if Ramona really belonged to our family. You know she is half Indian." A scornful ejaculation from his mother interrupted him here; but Felipe hurried on, partly because he was borne out of himself at last by impetuous feeling, partly that he dreaded to stop, because if he did, his mother would speak, and already he felt a terror of what her next words might be. "I have often thought about Ramona's future, mother. You know a great many men would not want to marry her, just because she is half Indian. You yourself would never have given your consent to my marrying her, if I had wanted to." Again an exclamation from the Senora, this time more of horror than of scorn. But Felipe pressed on. "No, of course you would not. I always knew that. Except for that, I might have loved her myself, for a sweeter girl never drew breath in this God's earth." Felipe was reckless now. Having entered on this war, he would wage it with every weapon that lay within his reach. If one did not tell, another might. "You have never loved her. I don't know that you have ever even liked her. I don't think you have. I know as a little boy I always used to see how much kinder you were to me than to her, and I never could understand it. And you are unjust to her now. I've been watching her all summer. I've seen her and Alessandro together continually. You know yourself, mother, he has been with us on the veranda, day after day, just as if he were one of the family. I've watched them by the hour, when I lay there so sick. I thought you must have seen it too. I don't believe Alessandro has ever looked or said or done a thing I wouldn't have done in his place; and I don't believe Ramona has ever looked, said, or done a thing I would not be willing to have my own sister do." Here Felipe paused. He had made his charge, like a young impetuous general, massing all his forces at the onset. He had no reserves. It is not the way to take Gibraltars. When he paused, literally breathless, he had spoken so fast, and even yet Felipe was not quite strong, so sadly had the fever undermined his constitution, the Senora looked at him interrogatively, and said in a now composed tone, "You do not believe that Ramona has done anything that you would not be willing to have your own sister do? Would you be willing that your own sister should marry Alessandro?" Clever Senora Moreno! During the few moments that Felipe had been speaking, she had perceived certain things which it would be beyond her power to do, certain others that it would be impolitic to try to do. Nothing could possibly compensate her for antagonizing Felipe. Nothing could so deeply wound her as to have him in a resentful mood towards her, or so weaken her real control of him as to have him feel that she arbitrarily overruled his preference or his purpose. In presence of her imperious will, even her wrath capitulated and surrendered. There would be no hot words between her and her son. He should believe that he determined the policy of the Moreno house, even in this desperate crisis. Felipe did not answer. A better thrust was never seen on any field than the Senora's question. She repeated it still more deliberately, in her wonted gentle voice. The Senora was herself again, as she had not been for a moment since she came upon Alessandro and Ramona at the brook. How just and reasonable the question sounded, as she repeated it slowly, with an expression in her eyes of poising and weighing matters. Would you be willing that your own sister should marry Alessandro?" Felipe was embarrassed. He saw whither he was being led. He could give but one answer to this question. "No, mother," he said, "I should not. But—" "Never mind buts," interrupted his mother. "We have not got to those yet;" and she smiled on Felipe, an affectionate smile, but it somehow gave him a feeling of dread. "Of course I knew you could make but one answer to my question. If you had a sister, you would rather see her dead than married to any one of these Indians." Felipe opened his lips eagerly to speak. "Not so," he said. "Wait, dear," exclaimed his mother, "one thing at a time. I see how full your loving heart is; and I was never prouder of you as my son than when listening just now to your eloquent defence of Ramona. Perhaps you may be right, and I wrong, as to her character and conduct. We will not discuss those points." It was here that the Senora had perceived some things that it would be out of her power to do. "We will not discuss those, because they do not touch the real point at issue. What it is our duty to do by Ramona, in such a matter as this, does not turn on her worthiness or unworthiness. The question is it right for you to allow her to do what you would not allow your own sister to do?" The Senora paused for a second, noted with secret satisfaction how puzzled and unhappy Felipe looked. Then, in a still gentler tone, she went on, "You surely would not think that right, my son, would you?" And now the Senora waited for an answer. "No, mother," came reluctantly from Felipe's lips, "I suppose not. But—" "I was sure my own son could make no other reply," interrupted the Senora. She did not wish Felipe at present to do more than reply to her questions. "Of course it would not be right for us to let Ramona do anything which we would not let her do if she were really of our own blood. That is the way I have always looked at my obligation to her. My sister intended to rear her as her own daughter. She had given her her own name. When my sister died, she transferred to me all her right and responsibility in and for the child. You do not suppose that if your aunt had lived, she would ever have given her consent to her adopted daughter's marrying an Indian, do you?" Again the Senora paused for a reply, and again the reluctant Felipe said in a low tone, "No, I suppose she would not." "Very well. Then that lays a double obligation on us. It is not only that we are not to permit Ramona to do a thing which we would consider disgraceful to one of our own blood; we are not to betray the trust reposed in us by the only person who had a right to control her, and who transferred that trust to us. Is not that so?" "Yes, mother," said the unhappy Felipe. He saw the meshes closing around him. He felt that there was a flaw somewhere in his mother's reasoning, but he could not point it out. In fact, he could hardly make it distinct to himself. His brain was confused. Only one thing he saw clearly, and that was, that after all had been said and done, Ramona would still marry Alessandro. But it was evident that it would never be with his mother's consent. "Nor with mine either, openly, the way she puts it. I don't see how it can be. And yet I have promised Alessandro to do all I could for him. Curse the luck! I wish he had never set foot on the place," said Felipe in his heart, growing unreasonable and tired with the perplexity. The Senora continued, "I shall always blame myself bitterly for having failed to see what was going on. As you say, Alessandro has been with us a great deal since your illness, with his music and singing, and one thing and another; but I can truly say that I never thought of Ramona's being in danger of looking upon him in the light of a possible lover, any more than of her looking thus upon Juan Canito, or Luigo, or any other of the herdsmen or laborers. I regret it more than words can express, and I do not know what we can do, now that it has happened." "That's it, mother, that's it!" broke in Felipe. You see it is too late now." The Senora went on as if Felipe had not spoken. "I suppose you would really very much regret to part with Alessandro; and your word is in a way pledged to him, as you have asked him if he would stay on the place." Of course, now that all this has happened, it would be very unpleasant for Ramona to stay here and see him continually, at least for a time, until she gets over this strange passion she seems to have conceived for him. It will not last. Such sudden passions never do. The Senora artfully interpolated: "What should you think, Felipe, of having her go back to the Sisters' school for a time? She was very happy there." The Senora had strained a point too far. Felipe's self control suddenly gave way, and as impetuously as he had spoken in the beginning, he spoke again now, nerved by the memory of Ramona's face and tone as she had cried to him in the garden, "Oh, Felipe, you won't let her shut me up in the convent, will you?" "Mother," he cried, "you would never do that. You would not shut the poor girl up in the convent." The Senora raised her eyebrows in astonishment. "Who spoke of shutting up?" she said. "Ramona has already been there at school. She might go again. She is not too old to learn. A change of scene and occupation is the best possible cure for a girl who has a thing of this sort to get over. Can you propose anything better, my son? What would you advise?" And a third time the Senora paused for an answer. These pauses and direct questions of the Senora's were like nothing in life so much as like that stage in a spider's processes, when, withdrawing a little way from a half entangled victim, which still supposes himself free, it rests from its weaving and watches the victim flutter. Subtle questions like these, assuming, taking for granted as settled, much which had never been settled at all, were among the best weapons in the Senora's armory. They rarely failed her. "Advise!" cried Felipe, excitedly. "Advise! This is what I advise, to let Ramona and Alessandro marry. I can't help all you say about our obligations. I dare say you're right, and it's a cursedly awkward complication for us, anyhow, the way you put it." "Yes, awkward for you, as the head of our house," interrupted the Senora, sighing. "I don't quite see how you would face it." "Well, I don't propose to face it," continued Felipe, testily. "I don't propose to have anything to do with it, from first to last. Let her go away with him if she wants to." "Without our consent?" said the Senora, gently. "Yes, without it, if she can't go with it; and I don't see, as you have stated it, how we could exactly take any responsibility about marrying her to Alessandro. But for heaven's sake, mother, let her go. She will go, anyway. You haven't the least idea how she loves Alessandro, or how he loves her. Let her go." "Do you really think she would run away with him, if it came to that?" asked the Senora, earnestly. "Run away and marry him, in spite of our refusing to consent to the marriage?" "I do," said Felipe. "Then it is your opinion, is it, that the only thing left for us to do is to wash our hands of it altogether, and leave her free to do what she pleases?" "That is just what I do think, mother," replied Felipe, his heart growing lighter at her words. "That is just what I do think. We can't prevent it, and it is of no use to try. Do let us tell them they can do as they like." "Of course Alessandro must leave, then," said the Senora. "They could not stay here." "I don't see why," said Felipe, anxiously. "You will, my son, if you think a moment. Could we possibly give a stronger endorsement to their marriage than by keeping them here? Don't you see that would be so?" Felipe's eyes fell. "Then I suppose they couldn't be married here either," he said. "What more could we do than that, for a marriage that we heartily approved of, my son?" "True, mother;" and Felipe clapped his hand to his forehead. "But then we force them to run away." "Oh, no," said the Senora, icily. "If they go, they will go of their own accord. We hope they will never do anything so foolish and wrong. If they do, I suppose we shall always be held in a measure responsible for not having prevented it. But if you think it is not wise, or of no use to attempt that, I do not see what there is to be done." Felipe did not speak. He felt discomfited, felt as if he had betrayed his friend Alessandro, his sister Ramona; as if a strange complication, network of circumstances, had forced him into a false position. He did not see what more he could ask, what more could be asked of his mother. He did not see, either, that much less could have been granted to Alessandro and Ramona. He was angry, wearied, perplexed. The Senora studied his face. "You do not seem satisfied, Felipe dear," she said tenderly; "as indeed how could you be, in this unfortunate state of affairs? But can you think of anything different for us to do?" "No," said Felipe, bitterly, "I can't. That's the worst of it. It is just turning Ramona out of the house, that's all." "Felipe, Felipe!" exclaimed the Senora. "How unjust you are to yourself! You know you would never do that. You know that she has always had a home here, as if she were a daughter, and always will have, as long as she wishes it. If she chooses to turn her back on it, and go away, is it our fault? Do not let your pity for this misguided girl blind you to what is just to yourself and to me. Turn Ramona out of the house! You know I promised my sister to bring her up as my own child, and I have always felt that my son would receive the trust from me when I died. Ramona has a home under the Moreno roof so long as she will accept it. It is not just, Felipe, to say that we turn her out;" and tears stood in the Senora's eyes. "Forgive me, dear mother," cried the unhappy Felipe. "Forgive me for adding one burden to all you have to bear. Truth is, this miserable business has so distraught my senses, I can't seem to see anything as it is. Dear mother, it is very hard for you. I wish it were done with." "Thanks for your precious sympathy, my Felipe," replied the Senora. "If it were not for you, I should long ago have broken down beneath my cares and burdens. But among them all have been few so grievous as this. I feel myself and our home dishonored. But we must submit. As you say, Felipe, I wish it were done with. It would be as well, perhaps, to send for Ramona at once, and tell her what we have decided. She is no doubt in great anxiety. We will see her here." Felipe would have greatly preferred to see Ramona alone; but as he knew not how to bring this about, he assented to his mother's suggestion. Opening her door, the Senora walked slowly down the passage way, unlocked Ramona's door, and said, "Ramona, be so good as to come to my room. Felipe and I have something to say to you." Ramona followed, heavy hearted. The words "Felipe and I" boded no good. "The Senora has made Felipe think just as she does herself," thought Ramona. "Oh, what will become of me?" And she stole a reproachful, imploring look at Felipe. He smiled back in a way which reassured her; but the reassurance did not last long. "Senorita Ramona Ortegna," began the Senora. Felipe shivered. He had had no conception that his mother could speak in that way. The words seemed to open a gulf between Ramona and all the rest of the world, so cold and distant they sounded, as the Senora might speak to an intruding stranger. "Senorita Ramona Ortegna," she said, "my son and I have been discussing what it is best for us to do, in the mortifying and humiliating position in which you place us by your relation with the Indian Alessandro. Of course you know, or you ought to know, that it is utterly impossible for us to give our consent to your making such a marriage. We should be false to a trust, and dishonor our own family name, if we did that." Ramona's eyes dilated, her cheeks paled, she opened her lips, but no sound came from them. She looked toward Felipe, and seeing him with downcast eyes, and an expression of angry embarrassment on his face, despair seized her. Felipe had deserted their cause. Oh, where was Alessandro? Clasping her hands, she uttered a low cry, a cry that cut Felipe to the heart. He was finding out, in thus being witness of Ramona's suffering, that she was far nearer and dearer to him than he had realized. It would have taken very little, at such moments as these, to have made Felipe her lover again. He felt now like springing to her side, folding his arms around her, and bidding his mother defiance. It took all the self control he could gather to remain silent, and trust to Ramona's understanding him later. Ramona's cry made no break in the smooth, icy flow of the Senora's sentences. She gave no sign of having heard it, but continued: "My son tells me that he thinks our forbidding it would make no difference; that you would go away with the man all the same. I suppose he is right in thinking so, as you yourself told me that even if Father Salvierderra forbade it, you would disobey him. Of course, if this is your determination, we are powerless. Even if I were to put you in the keeping of the Church, which is what I am sure my sister, who adopted you as her child, would do, if she were alive, you would devise some means of escape, and thus bring a still greater and more public scandal on the family. Felipe thinks that it is not worth while to attempt to bring you to reason in that way, and we shall therefore do nothing. I wish to impress it upon you that my son, as head of this house, and I, as my sister's representative, consider you a member of our own family. So long as we have a home for ourselves, that home is yours, as it always has been. If you choose to leave it, and to disgrace yourself and us by marrying an Indian, we cannot help ourselves." The Senora paused. Ramona did not speak. Her eyes were fixed on the Senora's face, as if she would penetrate to her inmost soul. The girl was beginning to recognize the Senora's true nature. Her instincts and her perceptions were sharpened by love. "Have you anything to say to me or to my son?" asked the Senora. "No, Senora," replied Ramona. "I do not think of anything more to say than I said this morning. Yes," she added, "there is. Perhaps I shall not speak with you again before I go away. I thank you once more for the home you have given me for so many years. And you too, Felipe," she continued, turning towards Felipe, her face changing, all her pent up affection and sorrow looking out of her tearful eyes. "You too, dear Felipe. You have always been so good to me. I shall always love you as long as I live." And she held out both her hands to him. Felipe took them in his, and was about to speak, when the Senora interrupted him. She did not intend to have any more of this sort of affectionate familiarity between her son and Ramona. "Are we to understand that you are taking your leave now?" she said. "Is it your purpose to go at once?" "I do not know, Senora," stammered Ramona. "I have not seen Alessandro. I have not heard," and she looked up in distress at Felipe, who answered compassionately, "Alessandro has gone." "Gone!" shrieked Ramona. "Gone! Not gone, Felipe!" "Only for 4 days," replied Felipe, "to Temecula. I thought it would be better for him to be away for a day or two. He is to come back immediately. Perhaps he will be back day after to morrow." "Did he want to go? What did he go for? Why didn't you let me go with him? Oh, why did he go?" cried Ramona. "He went because my son told him to go," broke in the Senora, impatient of this scene, and of the sympathy she saw struggling in Felipe's expressive features. "My son thought, and rightly, that the sight of him would be more than I could bear just now. So he ordered him to go away; and Alessandro obeyed." Like a wounded creature at bay, Ramona turned suddenly away from Felipe, and facing the Senora, her eyes resolute and dauntless spite of the streaming tears, exclaimed, lifting her right hand as she spoke, "You have been cruel. God will punish you!" And without waiting to see what effect her words had produced, without looking again at Felipe, she walked swiftly out of the room. "You see," said the Senora, "you see she defies us." "She is desperate," said Felipe. "I am sorry I sent Alessandro away." "No, my son," replied the Senora. "You were wise, as you always are. It may bring her to her senses to have a few days' reflection in solitude." "You do not mean to keep her locked up, mother, do you?" cried Felipe. The Senora turned a look of apparently undisguised amazement on him. "You would not think that best, would you? Did you not say that all we could do was simply not to interfere with her in any way, to wash our hands, so far as is possible, of all responsibility about her?" "Yes, yes," said the baffled Felipe, "that was what I said; but, mother," he stopped. He did not know what he wanted to say. The Senora looked tenderly at him, her face full of anxious inquiry. "What is it, Felipe, dear? Is there anything more you think I ought to say or do?" she asked. "What is it you are going to do, mother?" said Felipe. "I don't seem to understand what you are going to do." "Nothing, Felipe. You have entirely convinced me that all effort would be thrown away. I shall do nothing," replied the Senora. "Nothing whatever." "Then as long as Ramona is here, everything will be just as it always has been?" said Felipe. The Senora smiled sadly. "Dear Felipe, do you think that possible? A girl who has announced her determination to disobey not only you and me, but Father Salvierderra; who is going to bring disgrace both on the Moreno and the Ortegna name, we can't feel exactly the same towards her as we did before, can we?" Felipe made an impatient gesture. "No, of course not. But I mean, is everything to be just the same outwardly as it was before?" "I supposed so," said the Senora. "Was not that your idea? We must try to have it so, I think. Do not you?" "Yes," groaned Felipe, "if we can." CHAPter XIII. Chapter 13 of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 13. The Senora Moreno had never before been so discomfited as in this matter of Ramona and Alessandro. It chafed her to think over her conversation with Felipe, to recall how far the thing she finally attained was from the thing she had in view when she began, to have Ramona sent to the convent, Alessandro kept as overseer of the place, and the Ortegna jewels turned into the treasury of the Church. This was the plan she had determined on in her own mind. Instead of this, Alessandro was not to be overseer on the place. Ramona would not go to the convent; she would be married to Alessandro, and they would go away together; and the Ortegna jewels, well, that was a thing to be decided on in the future. That should be left to Father Salvierderra to decide. Bold as the Senora was, she had not quite the courage requisite to take that question wholly into her own hands. One thing was clear: Felipe must not be consulted in regard to them. He had never known of them, and need not now. Felipe was far too much in sympathy with Ramona to take a just view of the situation. He would be sure to have a quixotic idea of Ramona's right of ownership. It was not impossible that Father Salvierderra might have the same feeling. If so, she must yield; but that would go harder with her than all the rest. Almost the Senora would have been ready to keep the whole thing a secret from the Father, if he had not been at the time of the Senora Ortegna's death fully informed of all the particulars of her bequest to her adopted child. At any rate, it would be nearly a year before the Father came again, and in the mean time she would not risk writing about it. The treasure was as safe in Saint Catherine's keeping as it had been all these 14 years. It should still lie hidden there. When Ramona went away with Alessandro, she would write to Father Salvierderra, simply stating the facts in her own way, and telling him that all further questions must wait for decision until they met. And so she plotted and planned, and mapped out the future in her tireless, weaving brain, till she was somewhat soothed for the partial failure of her plans. There is nothing so skilful in its own defence as imperious pride. It has an ingenious system of its own of reprisals, a system so ingenious that the defeat must be sore indeed, after which it cannot still find some booty to bring off. And even greater than this ingenuity at reprisals is its capacity for self deception. In this regard it outdoes vanity 1,000-fold. Wounded vanity knows when it is mortally hurt, and limps off the field, piteous, all disguises thrown away. But pride carries its banner to the last, and fast as it is driven from one field, unfurls it in another, never admitting that there is a shade less honor in the second field than in the first, or in the third than in the second, and so on till death. It is impossible not to have a certain sort of admiration for this kind of pride. Cruel those who have it are to all who come in their way, but they are equally cruel to themselves, when pride demands the sacrifice. Such pride as this has led many a forlorn hope on the earth, when all other motives have died out of men's breasts, has won many a crown which has not been called by its true name. Before the afternoon was over, the Senora had her plan, her chart of the future, as it were, all reconstructed, the sting of her discomfiture soothed, the placid quiet of her manner restored, her habitual occupations also, and little ways, all resumed. She was going to do nothing in regard to Ramona. Only she herself knew how much that meant, how bitterly much. She wished she were sure that Felipe also would do nothing; but her mind still misgave her about Felipe. Unpityingly she had led him on, and entangled him in her own words, step by step, till she had brought him to the position she wished him to take. Ostensibly, his position and hers were one, their action a unit. All the same, she did not deceive herself as to his real feeling about the affair. He loved Ramona. He liked Alessandro. Barring the question of family pride, which he had hardly thought of till she suggested it, and which he would not dwell on apart from her continuing to press it, barring this, he would have liked to have Alessandro marry Ramona and remain on the place. All this would come uppermost in Felipe's mind again when he was removed from the pressure of her influence. Nevertheless, she did not intend to speak with him on the subject again, or to permit him to speak to her. Her ends would be best attained by taking and keeping the ground that, the question of their non interference having been settled once for all, the painful topic should never be renewed between them. In patient silence they must await Ramona's action, must bear whatever of disgrace and pain she chose to inflict on the family which had sheltered her from her infancy till now. The details of the nothing she proposed to do slowly arranged themselves in her mind. There should be no apparent change in Ramona's position in the house. She should come and go as freely as ever, no watch on her movements. She should eat, sleep, rise up, and sit down with them as before. There should be not a word or act that Felipe's sympathetic sensitiveness could construe into any provocation to Ramona to run away. Nevertheless, Ramona should be made to feel every moment of every hour that she was in disgrace; that she was with them, but not of them; that she had chosen an alien's position, and must abide by it. How this was to be done, the Senora did not put in words to herself, but she knew very well. If anything would bring the girl to her senses, this would. There might still be a hope, the Senora believed, so little did she know Ramona's nature, or the depth of her affection for Alessandro, that she might be in this manner brought to see the enormity of the offence she would commit if she persisted in her purpose. And if she did perceive this, confess her wrong, and give up the marriage, the Senora grew almost generous and tolerant in her thoughts as she contemplated this contingency. If she did thus humble herself and return to her rightful allegiance to the Moreno house, the Senora would forgive her, and would do more for her than she had ever hitherto done. She would take her to Los Angeles and to Monterey, would show her a little more of the world; and it was by no means unlikely that there might thus come about for her a satisfactory and honorable marriage. Felipe should see that she was not disposed to deal unfairly by Ramona in any way, if Ramona herself would behave properly. Ramona's surprise, when the Senora entered her room just before supper, and in her ordinary tone asked a question about the chili which was drying on the veranda, was so great that she could not avoid showing it, in both her voice and look. The Senora recognized this immediately, but gave no sign of having done so. Continuing what she had to say about the chili, the hot sun, the turning of the grapes, etc., precisely as she would have spoken to Ramona a week previous. At least, this was what Ramona at first thought; but before the sentences were finished, she had detected in the Senora's eye and tone the weapons which were to be employed against her. The emotion of half grateful wonder with which she had heard the first words changed quickly to heartsick misery before they were concluded, and she said to herself, "That's the way she is going to break me down, she thinks. But she can't do it. I can bear anything for 4 days, and the minute Alessandro comes, I will go away with him." This train of thought in Ramona's mind was reflected in her face. The Senora saw it, and hardened herself still more. It was to be war, then; no hope of surrender. Very well. The girl had made her choice. Margarita was now the most puzzled person in the household. She had overheard snatches of the conversation between Felipe and his mother and Ramona, having let her curiosity get so far the better of her discretion as to creep to the door and listen. In fact, she narrowly escaped being caught, having had barely time to begin her feint of sweeping the passage way, when Ramona, flinging the door wide open, came out, after her final reply to the Senora, the words of which Margarita had distinctly heard: "God will punish you." "Holy Virgin, how dare she say that to the Senora!" ejaculated Margarita under her breath; and the next second Ramona rushed by, not even seeing her. But the Senora's vigilant eyes, following Ramona, saw her, and the Senora's voice had a ring of suspicion in it as she called, "How comes it you are sweeping the passage way at this hour of the day, Margarita?" It was surely the Devil himself that put into Margarita's head the quick lie which she instantaneously told. "There was early breakfast, Senora, to be cooked for Alessandro, who was setting off in haste, and my mother was not up, so I had it to cook." As Margarita said this, Felipe fixed his eyes steadily upon her. She changed color. Felipe knew this was a lie. He had seen Margarita peering about among the willows while he was talking with Alessandro at the sheepfold. He had seen Alessandro halt for a moment and speak to her as he rode past. Only for a moment. Then, pricking his horse sharply, he had galloped off down the valley road. No breakfast had Alessandro had at Margarita's hands or any other's that morning. What could have been Margarita's motive for telling this lie? But Felipe had too many serious cares on his mind to busy himself long with any thought of Margarita or her fibs. She had said the first thing which came into her head, most likely, to shelter herself from the Senora's displeasure, which was indeed very near the truth, only there was added a spice of malice against Alessandro. A slight undercurrent of jealous antagonism towards him had begun to grow up among the servants of late, fostered, if not originated, by Margarita's sharp sayings as to his being admitted to such strange intimacy with the family. While Felipe continued ill, and was so soothed to rest by his music, there was no room for cavil. It was natural that Alessandro came and went as a physician might. But after Felipe had recovered, why should this freedom and intimacy continue? More than once there had been sullen mutterings of this kind on the north veranda, when all the laborers and servants were gathered there of an evening, Alessandro alone being absent from the group, and the sounds of his voice or his violin coming from the south veranda, where the family sat. "It would be a good thing if we too had a bit of music now and then," Juan Canito would grumble; "but the lad's chary enough of his bow on this side of the house." "Ho! We're not good enough for him to play to," Margarita would reply. "Like master, like servant, is a good proverb sometimes, but not always. But there's a deal going on the veranda yonder besides fiddling;" and Margarita's lips would purse themselves up in an expression of concentrated mystery and secret knowledge, well fitted to draw from everybody a fire of questions, none of which, however, would she answer. She knew better than to slander the Senorita Ramona, or to say a word even reflecting upon her unfavorably. Not a man or a woman there would have borne it. They all had loved Ramona ever since she came among them as a toddling baby. They petted her then, and idolized her now. Not one of them whom she had not done good offices for, nursed them, cheered them, remembered their birthdays and their saints' days. To no one but her mother had Margarita unbosomed what she knew, and what she suspected; and old Marda, frightened at the bare pronouncing of such words, had terrified Margarita into the solemnest of promises, never, under any circumstances whatever, to say such things to any other member of the family. Marda did not believe them. She could not. She believed that Margarita's jealousy had imagined all. "And the Senora, she'd send you packing off this place in an hour, and me too, long's I've lived here, if ever she was to know of you blackening the Senorita. An Indian, too! You must be mad, Margarita." When Margarita, in triumph, had flown to tell her that the Senora had just dragged the Senorita Ramona up the garden walk, and shoved her into her room and locked the door, and that it was because she had caught her with Alessandro at the washing stones, Marda first crossed herself in sheer mechanical fashion at the shock of the story, and then cuffed Margarita's ears for telling her. "I'll take the head off your neck if you say that aloud again. Whatever's come to the Senora? 40 years I've lived under this roof, and I never saw her lift a hand to a living creature yet. You're out of your senses, child," she said, all the time gazing fearfully towards the room. "You'll see whether I'm out of my senses or not," retorted Margarita, and ran back to the dining room. And after the dining room door was shut, and the unhappy pretence of supper had begun, old Marda had herself crept softly to the Senorita's door and listened, and heard Ramona sobbing as if her heart would break. Then she knew that what Margarita had said must be true, and her faithful soul was in sore straits what to think. The Senorita misdemean herself? Never! Whatever happened, it was not that. There was some horrible mistake somewhere. Kneeling at the keyhole, she had called cautiously to Ramona, "Oh, my lamb, what is it?" But Ramona had not heard her, and the danger was too great of remaining. So, scrambling up with difficulty from her rheumatic knees, the old woman had hobbled back to the kitchen, as much in the dark as before, and by a curiously illogical consequence, crosser than ever to her daughter. All the next day she watched for herself, and could not but see that all appearances bore out Margarita's statements. Alessandro's sudden departure had been a tremendous corroboration of the story. Not one of the men had had any inkling of it, Juan Canito, Luigo, both alike astonished. No word left, no message sent, only Senor Felipe had said carelessly to Juan Can after breakfast, "You'll have to look after things yourself for a few days, Juan. Alessandro has gone to Temecula." "For a few days!" exclaimed Margarita sarcastically, when this was repeated to her. "That's easy said. If Alessandro Assis is seen here again, I'll eat my head. He's played his last tune on the south veranda, I wager you." But when at supper time of this same eventful day the Senora was heard, as she passed the Senorita's door, to say in her ordinary voice, "Are you ready for supper, Ramona?" and Ramona was seen to come out and walk by the Senora's side to the dining room, silent, to be sure, but then that was no strange thing; the Senorita always was more silent in the Senora's presence. When Marda, standing in the court yard, feigning to be feeding her chickens, but keeping a close eye on the passage way, saw this, she was relieved, and thought, "It's only a dispute there has been. There will be disputes in families sometimes. It is none of our affair. All is settled now." And Margarita, standing in the dining room, when she saw them all coming in as usual, the Senora, Felipe, Ramona, No change, even to her scrutinizing eye, in anybody's face, was more surprised than she had been for many a day, and began to think again, as she had more than once since this tragedy began, that she must have dreamed much that she remembered. But surfaces are deceitful, and eyes see little. Considering its complexity, the fineness and delicacy of its mechanism, the results attainable by the human eye seem far from adequate to the expenditure put upon it. We have flattered ourselves by inventing proverbs of comparison in matters of blindness, blind as a bat, for instance. It would be safe to say that there cannot be found in the animal kingdom a bat or any other creature so blind in its own range of circumstance and connection as the greater majority of human beings are in the bosoms of their families. Tempers strain and recover, hearts break and heal, strength falters, fails, and comes near to giving way altogether, every day, without being noted by the closest lookers on. Before night of this second day since the trouble had burst like a storm cloud on the peaceful Moreno household, everything had so resumed the ordinary expression and routine, that a shrewder observer and reasoner than Margarita might well be excused for doubting if any serious disaster could have occurred to any one. Senor Felipe sauntered about in his usual fashion, smoking his cigarettes, or lay on his bed in the veranda, dozing. The Senora went her usual rounds of inspection, fed her birds, spoke to every one in her usual tone, sat in her carved chair with her hands folded, gazing out on the southern sky. Ramona busied herself with her usual duties, dusted the chapel, put fresh flowers before all the Madonnas, and then sat down at her embroidery. Ramona had been for a long time at work on a beautiful altar cloth for the chapel. It was to have been a present to the Senora. It was nearly done. As she held up the frame in which it was stretched, and looked at the delicate tracery of the pattern, she sighed. It had been with a mingled feeling of interest and hopelessness that she had for months been at work on it, often saying to herself, "She won't care much for it, beautiful as it is, just because I did it; but Father Salvierderra will be pleased when he sees it." Now, as she wove the fine threads in and out, she thought, "She will never let it be used on the altar. I wonder if I could any way get it to Father Salvierderra at Santa Barbara. I would like to give it to him. I will ask Alessandro. I am sure the Senora would never use it, and it would be a shame to leave it here. I shall take it with me." But as she thought these things, her face was unruffled. A strange composure had settled on Ramona. "Only 4 days, only 4 days. I can bear anything for 4 days." These words were coming and going in her mind, like refrains of songs which haunt one's memory and will not be still. She saw that Felipe looked anxiously at her, but she answered his inquiring looks always with a gentle smile. It was evident that the Senora did not intend that she and Felipe should have any private conversation, but that did not so much matter. After all, there was not much to be said. Felipe knew all. She could tell him nothing. Felipe had acted for the best, as he thought, in sending Alessandro away till the heat of the Senora's anger should have spent itself. After her first dismay at suddenly learning that Alessandro had gone, had passed, she had reflected that it was just as well. He would come back prepared to take her with him. How or where she did not know, but she would go with no questions. Perhaps she would not even bid the Senora good bye. She wondered how that would arrange itself, and how far Alessandro would have to take her to find a priest to marry them. It was a terrible thing to have to do, to go out of a home in such a way, no wedding clothes, no friends, to go unmarried, and journey to a priest's house to have the ceremony performed. "But it is not my fault," said Ramona to herself. "It is hers. She drives me to it. If it is wrong, the blame will be hers. Father Salvierderra would gladly come here and marry us, if she would send for him. I wish we could go to him, Alessandro and I. Perhaps we can. I would not be afraid to ride so far. We could do it in 2 days." The more Ramona thought of this, the more it appeared to her the natural thing for them to do. "He will be on our side, I know he will," she thought. "He always liked Alessandro, and he loves me." It was strange how little bitterness toward the Senora was in the girl's mind; how comparatively little she thought of her. Her heart was too full of Alessandro and of their future; and it had never been Ramona's habit to dwell on the Senora in her thoughts. As from her childhood up she had accepted the fact of the Senora's coldness toward her, so now she accepted her injustice and opposition as part of the nature of things, and not to be altered. During all these hours, during the coming and going of these crowds of fears, sorrows, memories, anticipations in Ramona's heart, all that there was to be seen to the eye was simply a calm, quiet girl sitting on the veranda, diligently working at her lace frame. Even Felipe was deceived by her calmness, and wondered what it meant, if it could be that she was undergoing the change that his mother had thought possible, and designated as coming to her senses. Even Felipe did not know the steadfast fibre of the girl's nature. Neither did he realize what a bond had grown between her and Alessandro. In fact, he sometimes wondered of what this bond had been made. He had himself seen the greater part of their intercourse with each other. Nothing could have been farther removed from anything like love making. There had been no crisis of incident, or marked moments of experience, such as in Felipe's imaginations of love were essential to the fulness of its growth. This is a common mistake on the part of those who have never felt love's true bonds. Once in those chains, one perceives that they are not of the sort full forged in a day. They are made as the great iron cables are made, on which bridges are swung across the widest water channels, not of single huge rods or bars, which would be stronger perhaps to look at, but of myriads of the finest wires, each one by itself so fine, so frail, it would barely hold a child's kite in the wind. By hundreds, hundreds of thousands of such, twisted, retwisted together, are made the mighty cables, which do not any more swerve from their place in the air, under the weight and jar of the ceaseless traffic and tread of 2 cities, than the solid earth swerves under the same ceaseless weight and jar. Such cables do not break. Even Ramona herself would have found it hard to tell why she thus loved Alessandro, how it began, or by what it grew. It had not been a sudden adoration, like his passion for her. It was, in the beginning, simply a response; but now it was as strong a love as his, as strong and as unchangeable. The Senora's harsh words had been like a forcing house air to it, and the sudden knowledge of the fact of her own Indian descent seemed to her like a revelation, pointing out the path in which destiny called her to walk. She thrilled with pleasure at the thought of the joy with which Alessandro would hear this, the joy and the surprise. She imagined to herself, in hundreds of ways, the time, place, and phrase in which she would tell him. She could not satisfy herself as to the best, as to which would give keenest pleasure to him and to her. She would tell him as soon as she saw him. It should be her first word of greeting. No, there would be too much of trouble and embarrassment then. She would wait till they were far away, till they were alone, in the wilderness, and then she would turn to him and say, "Alessandro, my people are your people." Or she would wait, and keep her secret until she had reached Temecula, and they had begun their life there, and Alessandro had been astonished to see how readily and kindly she took to all the ways of the Indian village; and then, when he expressed some such emotion, she would quietly say, "But I, too, am an Indian, Alessandro." Strange, sad bride's dreams these, but they made Ramona's heart beat with happiness as she dreamed them. CHAPter XIV. CHAPTER XIV, Part I, of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter XIV, Part I. The first day had gone. It was near night of the second, and not a word had passed between Felipe and Ramona, except in the presence of the Senora. It would have been beautiful to see, if it had not been so cruel a thing, the various and devious methods by which the Senora had brought this about. Felipe, oddly enough, was more restive under it than Ramona. She had her dreams. He had nothing but his restless consciousness that he had not done for her what he hoped, that he must seem to her to have been disloyal. This, and a continual wonder what she could be planning or expecting, which made her so placid, kept Felipe in a fever of unrest, of which his mother noted every sign, and redoubled her vigilance. Felipe thought perhaps he could speak to Ramona in the night, through her window; but the August heats were fierce now. Everybody slept with wide open windows. The Senora was always wakeful. If she should chance to hear him thus holding secret converse with Ramona, it would indeed make bad matters worse. Nevertheless, he decided to try it. At the first sound of his footsteps on the veranda floor, "My son, are you ill? Can I do anything?" came from the Senora's window. She had not been asleep at all. It would take more courage than Felipe possessed to try that plan again; and he lay on his veranda bed this afternoon, tossing about with sheer impatience at his baffled purpose. Ramona sat at the foot of the bed, taking the last stitches in the nearly completed altar cloth. The Senora sat in her usual seat, dozing, with her head thrown back. It was very hot. A sultry south wind, with dust from the desert, had been blowing all day, and every living creature was more or less prostrated by it. As the Senora's eyes closed, a sudden thought struck Felipe. Taking out a memorandum book in which he kept his accounts, he began rapidly writing. Looking up and catching Ramona's eye, he made a sign to her that it was for her. She glanced apprehensively at the Senora. She was asleep. Presently, Felipe, folding the note and concealing it in his hand, rose, and walked towards Ramona's window, Ramona terrifiedly watching him. The sound of Felipe's steps roused the Senora, who sat up instantly, and gazed about her with that indescribable expression peculiar to people who hope they have not been asleep, but know they have. "Have I been asleep?" she asked. "About 1 minute, mother," answered Felipe, who was leaning as he spoke against Ramona's open window, his arms crossed behind him. Stretching them out and back and forth a few times, yawning idly, he said, "This heat is intolerable." Then he sauntered leisurely down the veranda steps into the garden walk, and seated himself on the bench under the trellis there. The note had been thrown into Ramona's room. She was hot and cold with fear lest she might not be able to get it unobserved. What if the Senora were to go first into the room? She hardly dared look at her. But fortune is not always on the side of tyrants. The Senora was fast dozing off again, relieved that Felipe was out of speaking distance of Ramona. As soon as her eyes were again shut, Ramona rose to go. The Senora opened her eyes. Ramona was crossing the threshold of the door. She was going into the house. Good! Still farther away from Felipe. "Are you going to your room, Ramona?" said the Senora. "I was," replied Ramona, alarmed. "Did you want me here?" "No," said the Senora, and she closed her eyes again. In a second more the note was safe in Ramona's hands. "Dear Ramona," Felipe had written, "I am distracted because I cannot speak with you alone. Can you think of any way? I want to explain things to you. I am afraid you do not understand. Don't be unhappy. Alessandro will surely be back in 4 days. I want to help you all I can, but you saw I could not do much. Nobody will hinder your doing what you please; but, dear, I wish you would not go away from us." Tearing the paper into small fragments, Ramona thrust them into her bosom, to be destroyed later. Then, looking out of the window, and seeing that the Senora was now in a sound sleep, she ventured to write a reply to Felipe, though when she would find a safe opportunity to give it to him there was no telling. "Thank you, dear Felipe. Don't be anxious. I am not unhappy. I understand all about it. But I must go away as soon as Alessandro comes." Hiding this also safe in her bosom, she went back to the veranda. Felipe rose and walked toward the steps. Ramona, suddenly bold, stopped and laid her note on the second step. Again the tired eyes of the Senora opened. They had not been shut 5 minutes. Ramona was at her work. Felipe was coming up the steps from the garden. He nodded laughingly to his mother, and laid his finger on his lips. All was well. The Senora dozed again. Her nap had cost her more than she would ever know. This one secret interchange between Felipe and Ramona then, thus making, as it were, common cause with each other as against her, and in fear of her, was a step never to be recalled, a step whose significance could scarcely be overestimated. Tyrants, great and small, are apt to overlook such possibilities as this, to forget the momentousness which the most trivial incident may assume, when forced into false proportions and relations. Tyranny can make liars and cheats out of the honestest souls. It is done oftener than any except close students of human nature realize. When kings and emperors do this, the world cries out with sympathy, and holds the plotters more innocent than the tyrant who provoked the plot. It is Russia that stands branded in men's thoughts, and not Siberia. The Senora had a Siberia of her own, and it was there that Ramona was living in these days. The Senora would have been surprised to know how little the girl felt the cold. To be sure, it was not as if she had ever felt warmth in the Senora's presence; yet between the former chill and this were many degrees, and except for her new life and new love, and hope in the thought of Alessandro, Ramona could not have borne it for a day. The fourth day came. It seemed strangely longer than the others had. All day Ramona watched and listened. Felipe too; for knowing what Alessandro's impatience would be, he had, in truth, looked for him on the previous night. The horse he rode was a fleet one, and would have made the journey with ease in half the time. But Felipe reflected that there might be many things for Alessandro to arrange at Temecula. He would doubtless return prepared to take Ramona back with him, in case that proved the only alternative left them. Felipe grew wretched as his fancy dwelt on the picture of Ramona's future. He had been in the Temecula village. He knew its poverty. The thought of Ramona there was monstrous. To the indolent, ease loving Felipe, it was incredible that a girl reared as Ramona had been could for a moment contemplate leading the life of a poor laboring man's wife. He could not conceive of love's making one undertake any such life. Felipe had much to learn of love. Night came, no Alessandro. Till the darkness settled down, Ramona sat watching the willows. When she could no longer see, she listened. The Senora, noting all, also listened. She was uneasy as to the next stage of affairs, but she would not speak. Nothing should induce her to swerve from the line of conduct on which she had determined. It was the full of the moon. When the first broad beam of its light came over the hill, and flooded the garden and the white front of the little chapel, just as it had done on that first night when Alessandro watched with Felipe on the veranda, Ramona pressed her face against the window panes and gazed out into the garden. At each flickering motion of the shadows she saw the form of a man approaching. Again and again she saw it; again and again the breeze died, and the shadow ceased. It was near morning before, weary, sad, she crept to bed, but not to sleep. With wide open, anxious eyes, she still watched and listened. Never had the thought once crossed her mind that Alessandro might not come at the time Felipe had said. In her childlike simplicity she had accepted this as unquestioningly as she had accepted other facts in her life. Now that he did not come, unreasoning and unfounded terror took possession of her, and she asked herself continually, "Will he ever come? They sent him away. Perhaps he will be too proud to come back." Then faith would return, and saying to herself, "He would never, never forsake me. He knows I have no one in the whole world but him. He knows how much I love him," she would regain composure, and remind herself of the many detentions which might have prevented his coming at the time set. Spite of all, however, she was heavy at heart, and at breakfast her anxious eyes and absent look were sad to see. They hurt Felipe. Too well he knew what it meant. He also was anxious. The Senora saw it in his face, and it vexed her. The girl might well pine and be mortified if her lover did not appear, but why should Felipe disquiet himself? The Senora disliked it. It was a bad symptom. There might be trouble ahead yet. There was indeed trouble ahead, of a sort the Senora's imaginings had not pictured. Another day passed, another night, another and another. 1 week now since Alessandro, as he leaped on his horse, had grasped Felipe's hand and said, "You will tell the Senorita, you will make sure that she understands why I go, and in 4 days I will be back." 1 week, and he had not come. The three who were watching and wondering looked covertly into each other's faces, each longing to know what the others thought. Ramona was wan and haggard. She had scarcely slept. The idea had taken possession of her that Alessandro was dead. On the 6th and 7th days she had walked each afternoon far down the river road by which he would be sure to come, down the meadows, and by the crosscut out to the highway, at each step straining her tearful eyes into the distance, the cruel, blank, silent distance. She had come back after dark, whiter and more wan than she went out. As she sat at the supper table, silent, making no feint of eating, only drinking glass after glass of milk in thirsty haste, even Margarita pitied her. But the Senora did not. She thought the best thing which could happen would be that the Indian should never come back. Ramona would recover from it in a little while. The mortification would be the worst thing, but even that time would heal. She wondered that the girl had not had more pride than to let her wretchedness be so plainly seen. She herself would have died before she would go about with such a woebegone face, for a whole household to see and gossip about. On the morning of the 8th day, Ramona, desperate, waylaid Felipe as he was going down the veranda steps. The Senora was in the garden, and saw them, but Ramona did not care. "Felipe," she cried, I must speak to you. Do you think Alessandro is dead? What else could keep him from coming?" Her lips were dry, her cheeks scarlet, her voice husky. A few more days of this, and she would be in a brain fever, Felipe thought, as he looked compassionately at her. "Oh, no, no, dear, do not think that," he replied. "1,000 things might have kept him." 10,000 things would not. Nothing could," said Ramona. "I know he is dead. Can't you send a messenger, Felipe, and see?" The Senora was walking toward them. She overheard the last words. Looking toward Felipe, no more regarding Ramona than if she had not been within sight or hearing, the Senora said, "It seems to me that would not be quite consistent with dignity. How does it strike you, Felipe? If you thought best, we might spare a man as soon as the vintage is done, I suppose." Ramona walked away. The vintage would not be over for a week. There were several vineyards yet which had not been touched. Every hand on the place was hard at work picking the grapes, treading them out in tubs, emptying the juice into stretched rawhides swung from crossbeams in a long shed. In the willow copse the brandy still was in full blast. It took one man to watch it. This was Juan Can's favorite work. For reasons of his own, he liked best to do it alone; and now that he could no longer tread grapes in the tubs, he had a better chance for uninterrupted work at the still. "No ill but has its good," he thought sometimes, as he lay comfortably stretched out in the shade, smoking his pipe day after day, and breathing the fumes of the fiery brandy. As Ramona disappeared in the doorway, the Senora, coming close to Felipe, and laying her hand on his arm, said in a confidential tone, nodding her head in the direction in which Ramona had vanished: "She looks badly, Felipe. I don't know what we can do. We surely cannot send to summon back a lover we do not wish her to marry, can we? It is very perplexing, most unfortunate every way. What do you think, my son?" There was almost a diabolical art in the manner in which the Senora could, by a single phrase or question, plant in a person's mind the precise idea she wished him to think he had originated himself. "No, of course we can't send for him," replied Felipe, angrily, "unless it is to send him to marry her. I wish he had never set foot on the place. I am sure I don't know what to do. Ramona's looks frighten me. I believe she will die." "I cannot wish Alessandro had never set foot on the place," said the Senora, gently, "for I feel that I owe your life to him, my Felipe; and he is not to blame for Ramona's conduct. You need not fear her dying. She may be ill, but people do not die of love like hers for Alessandro." "Of what kind do they die, mother?" asked Felipe, impatiently. The Senora looked reproachfully at him. "Not often of any," she said; "but certainly not of a sudden passion for a person in every way beneath them, in position, in education, in all points which are essential to congeniality of tastes or association of life." The Senora spoke calmly, with no excitement, as if she were discussing an abstract case. Sometimes, when she spoke like this, Felipe for the moment felt as if she were entirely right, as if it were really a disgraceful thing in Ramona to have thus loved Alessandro. It could not be gainsaid that there was this gulf of which she spoke. Alessandro was undeniably Ramona's inferior in position, education, in all the external matters of life. But in nature, in true nobility of soul, no, Alessandro was no man's inferior in these; and in capacity to love, Felipe sometimes wondered whether he had ever known Alessandro's equal in that. This thought had occurred to him more than once, as from his sick bed he had, unobserved, studied the expression with which Alessandro gazed at Ramona. But all this made no difference in the perplexity of the present dilemma, in the embarrassment of his and his mother's position now. Send a messenger to ask why Alessandro did not return? Not even if he had been an accepted and publicly recognized lover would Felipe do that. Ramona ought to have more pride. She ought of herself to know that. And when Felipe, later in the day, saw Ramona again, he said as much to her. He said it as gently as he could, so gently that she did not at first comprehend his idea. It was so foreign, so incompatible with her faith, how could she? When she did understand, she said slowly, "You mean that it will not do to send to find out if Alessandro is dead, because it will look as if I wished him to marry me, whether he wished it or not?" And she fixed her eyes on Felipe's with an expression he could not fathom. "Yes, dear," he answered, "something like that, though you put it harshly." "Is it not true?" she persisted. "That is what you mean?" Reluctantly, Felipe admitted that it was. Ramona was silent for some moments. Then she said, speaking still more slowly, "If you feel like that, we had better never talk about Alessandro again. I suppose it is not possible that you should know, as I do, that nothing but his being dead would keep him from coming back. Thanks, dear Felipe." And after this she did not speak again of Alessandro. Days went by. A week. The vintage was over. The Senora wondered if Ramona would now ask again for a messenger to go to Temecula. Almost even, the Senora relented as she looked into the girl's white and wasted face, as she sat silent, her hands folded in her lap, her eyes fixed on the willows. The altar cloth was done, folded and laid away. It would never hang in the Moreno chapel. It was promised, in Ramona's mind, to Father Salvierderra. She had resolved to go to him. If he, a feeble old man, could walk all the way between Santa Barbara and their home, she could surely do the same. She would not lose the way; there were not many roads. She could ask. The convent, the bare thought of which had been so terrible to Ramona 14 days ago, when the Senora had threatened her with it, now seemed a heavenly refuge, the only shelter she craved. There was a school for orphans attached to the convent at San Juan Bautista, she knew. She would ask the Father to let her go there, and she would spend the rest of her life in prayer, and in teaching the orphan girls. As hour after hour she sat revolving this plan, her fancy projected itself so vividly into the future, that she lived years of her life. She felt herself middle aged, old. She saw the procession of nuns going to vespers, leading the children by the hand; herself, wrinkled and white haired, walking between two of the little ones. The picture gave her peace. As soon as she grew a little stronger, she would set off on her journey to the Father. She could not go just yet; she was too weak; her feet trembled if she did but walk to the foot of the garden. Alessandro was dead. There could be no doubt of that. He was buried in that little walled graveyard of which he had told her. Sometimes she thought she would try to go there and see his grave, perhaps see his father. If Alessandro had told him of her, the old man would be glad to see her. Perhaps, after all, her work might lie there, among Alessandro's people. But this looked hard. She had not courage for it. Shelter and rest were what she wanted, the sound of the Church's prayers and the Father's blessing every day. The convent was the best. She thought she was sure that Alessandro was dead, but she was not, for she still listened, still watched. Each day she walked out on the river road, and sat waiting till dusk. At last came a day when she could not go; her strength failed her. She lay all day on her bed. To the Senora, who asked frigidly if she were ill, she answered, "No, Senora, I do not think I am ill. I have no pain; but I cannot get up. I shall be better to morrow." "I will send you strong broth and a medicine," the Senora said, and sent her both by the hands of Margarita, whose hatred and jealousy broke down at the first sight of Ramona's face on the pillow. It looked so much thinner and sharper there than it had when she was sitting up. "Oh, Senorita, Senorita!" she cried in a tone of poignant grief, "are you going to die? Forgive me, forgive me!" "I have nothing to forgive you, Margarita," replied Ramona, raising herself on her elbow, and lifting her eyes kindly to the girl's face, as she took the broth from her hands. "I do not know why you ask me to forgive you." Margarita flung herself on her knees by the bed, in a passion of weeping. "Oh, but you do know, Senorita, you do know! Forgive me!" "No, I know nothing," replied Ramona. "But if you know anything, it is all forgiven. I am not going to die, Margarita. I am going away," she added, after a second's pause. Her inmost instinct told her that she could trust Margarita now. Alessandro being dead, Margarita would no longer be her enemy, and Margarita could perhaps help her. "I am going away, Margarita, as soon as I feel a little stronger. I am going to a convent, but the Senora does not know. You will not tell?" "No, Senorita," whispered Margarita, thinking in her heart, "Yes, she is going away, but it will be with the angels." "No, Senorita, I will not tell. I will do anything you want me to." "Thanks, Margarita mia," replied Ramona. "I thought you would." And she lay back on her pillow and closed her eyes, looking so much more like death than like life, that Margarita's tears flowed faster than before, and she ran to her mother, sobbing out, "Mother, mother, the Senorita is ill to death, I am sure she is. She is taken to her bed, and she is as white as Senor Felipe was at the worst of the fever." "Ay," said old Marda, who had seen all this for days back, "ay, she has wasted away this last week, like one in a fever, sure enough. I have seen it. It must be she is starving herself to death." "Indeed, she has not eaten for 10 days, hardly since that day;" and Margarita and her mother exchanged looks. It was not necessary to further define the day. "Juan Can says he thinks he will never be seen here again," continued Margarita. "The saints grant it, then," said Marda, hotly, "if it is he has cost the Senorita all this. I am that turned about in my head with it all, that I've no thoughts to think. But plain enough it is, he is mixed up with whatever 'tis has gone wrong." "I could tell what it is," said Margarita, her old pertness coming uppermost for a moment. "But I've got no more to say, now the Senorita's lying on her bed with the face she's got. It's enough to break your heart to look at her. I could just go down on my knees to her for all I've said; and I will, and to Saint Francis too. She's going to be with him before long. I know she is." "No," said the wiser, older Marda. "She is not so ill as you think. She is young. It's the heart's gone out of her, that's all. I've been that way myself. People are, when they're young." "I'm young," retorted Margarita. "I've never been that way." "There's many a mile to the end of the road, my girl," said Marda, significantly; "and 'it's ill boasting the first day out' was a proverb when I was your age." Marda had never been much more than half way fond of this own child of hers. Their natures were antagonistic. Traits which, in Margarita's father, had embittered many a day of Marda's early married life, were perpetually cropping out in Margarita, making between the mother and daughter a barrier which even parental love was not always strong enough to surmount. And, as was inevitable, this antagonism was constantly leading to things which seemed to Margarita, and in fact were, unjust and ill founded. "She's always flinging out at me, whatever I do," thought Margarita. "I know one thing, I'll never tell her what the Senorita's told me, never, not till after she's gone." A sudden suspicion flashed into Margarita's mind. She seated herself on the bench outside the kitchen door, to wrestle with it. What if it were not to a convent at all, but to Alessandro, that the Senorita meant to go? No, that was preposterous. If it had been that, she would have gone with him in the outset. Nobody who was plotting to run away with a lover ever wore such a look as the Senorita wore now. Margarita dismissed the thought. Yet it left its trace. She would be more observant for having had it. Her resuscitated affection for her young mistress was not yet so strong that it would resist the assaults of jealousy, if that passion were to be again aroused in her fiery soul. Though she had never been deeply in love with Alessandro herself, she had been enough so, and she remembered him vividly enough, to feel yet a sharp emotion of displeasure at the recollection of his devotion to the Senorita. Now that the Senorita seemed to be deserted, unhappy, prostrated, she had no room for anything but pity for her. But let Alessandro come on the stage again, and all would be changed. The old hostility would return. It was but a dubious sort of ally, after all, that Ramona had so unexpectedly secured in Margarita. She might prove the sharpest of broken reeds. End of Chapter 14, Part 1. Chapter 14, Part 2, of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona, by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 14, Part 2. It was sunset of the 18th day since Alessandro's departure. Ramona had lain for 4 days well nigh motionless on her bed. She herself began to think she must be going to die. Her mind seemed to be vacant of all thought. She did not even sorrow for Alessandro's death. She seemed torpid, body and soul. Such prostrations as these are nature's enforced rests. It is only by help of them that our bodies tide over crises, strains, in which, if we continued to battle, we should be slain. As Ramona lay half unconscious, neither awake nor yet asleep, on this evening, she was suddenly aware of a vivid impression produced upon her. It was not a sound, it was not a sight. She was alone. The house was still as death. The warm September twilight silence reigned outside. She sat up in her bed, intent, half alarmed, half glad, bewildered, alive. What had happened? Still there was no sound, no stir. The twilight was fast deepening, not a breath of air moving. Gradually her bewildered senses and faculties awoke from their long dormant condition. She looked around the room. Even the walls seemed revivified. She clasped her hands and leaped from the bed. "Alessandro is not dead!" she said aloud, and she laughed hysterically. "He is not dead!" she repeated. "He is not dead! He is somewhere near." With quivering hands she dressed, and stole out of the house. After the first few seconds she found herself strangely strong. She did not tremble. Her feet trod firm on the ground. "Oh, miracle!" she thought, as she hastened down the garden walk. "I am well again. Alessandro is near." So vivid was the impression, that when she reached the willows and found the spot silent, vacant as when she had last sat there, hopeless, broken hearted, she experienced a revulsion of disappointment. "Not here!" she cried. "Not here!" And a swift fear shook her. "Am I mad? Is it this way, perhaps, people lose their senses, when they are as I have been?" But the young, strong blood was running swift in her veins. No, this was no madness; rather a newly discovered power, a fulness of sense, a revelation. Alessandro was near. Swiftly she walked down the river road. The farther she went, the keener grew her expectation, her sense of Alessandro's nearness. In her present mood she would have walked on and on, even to Temecula itself, sure that she was at each step drawing nearer to Alessandro. As she approached the second willow copse, which lay perhaps a quarter of a mile west of the first, she saw the figure of a man standing, leaning against one of the trees. She halted. It could not be Alessandro. He would not have paused for a moment, so near the house where he was to find her. She was afraid to go on. It was late to meet a stranger in this lonely spot. The figure was strangely still, so still that, as she peered through the dusk, she half fancied it might be an optical illusion. She advanced a few steps, hesitatingly, then stopped. As she did so, the man advanced a few steps, then stopped. As he came out from the shadow of the trees, she saw that he was of Alessandro's height. She quickened her steps, then suddenly stopped again. What did this mean? It could not be Alessandro. Ramona wrung her hands in agony of suspense. An almost unconquerable instinct urged her forward, but terror held her back. After standing irresolute for some minutes, she turned to walk back to the house, saying, "I must not run the risk of its being a stranger. If it is Alessandro, he will come." But her feet seemed to refuse to move in the opposite direction. Slower and slower she walked for a few paces, then turned again. The man had returned to his former place, and stood as at first, leaning against the tree. "It may be a messenger from him," she said, "a messenger who has been told not to come to the house until after dark." Her mind was made up. She quickened her pace to a run. A few moments more brought her so near that she could see distinctly. It was, yes, it was Alessandro. He did not see her. His face was turned partially away, his head resting against the tree. He must be ill. Ramona flew rather than ran. In a moment more Alessandro had heard the light steps, turned, saw Ramona, and with a cry bounded forward, and they were clasped in each other's arms before they had looked in each other's faces. Ramona spoke first. Disengaging herself gently, and looking up, she began, "Alessandro," but at the first sight of his face she shrieked. Was this Alessandro, this haggard, emaciated, speechless man, who gazed at her with hollow eyes, full of misery and no joy? "O God!" cried Ramona, "you have been ill! You are ill! My God, Alessandro, what is it?" Alessandro passed his hand slowly over his forehead, as if trying to collect his thoughts before speaking, all the while keeping his eyes fixed on Ramona with the same anguished look, convulsively holding both her hands in his. "Senorita," he began, "my Senorita," then he stopped. His tongue seemed to refuse him utterance, and this voice, this strange, hard, unresonant voice, whose voice was it? Not Alessandro's. "My Senorita," he began again, "I could not go without one sight of your face; but when I was here, I had not courage to go near the house. If you had not come, I should have gone back without seeing you." Ramona heard these words in fast deepening terror. What did they mean? Her look seemed to suggest a new thought to Alessandro. "Heavens, Senorita!" he cried, "have you not heard? Do you not know what has happened?" "I know nothing, love," answered Ramona. "I have heard nothing since you went away. For 10 days I have been sure you were dead; but to night something told me that you were near, and I came to meet you." At the first words of Ramona's sentence, Alessandro threw his arms around her again. As she said "love," his whole frame shook with emotion. "My Senorita," he whispered, "my Senorita, how shall I tell you? How shall I tell you?" "What is there to tell, Alessandro?" she said. "I am afraid of nothing, now that you are here, and not dead, as I thought." But Alessandro did not speak. It seemed impossible. At last, straining her closer to his breast, he cried, "Dearest Senorita, I feel as if I should die when I tell you. I have no home. My father is dead. My people are driven out of their village. I am only a beggar now, Senorita, like those you used to feed and pity in the Los Angeles convent." As he spoke these last words, he reeled, and supporting himself against the tree, added, "I am not strong, Senorita. We have been starving." Ramona's face did not reassure him. Even in the dusk he could see its look of incredulous horror. He misread it. "I only came to look at you once more," he continued. "I will go now. May the saints bless you, my Senorita, always. I think the Virgin sent you to me to night. I should never have seen your face if you had not come." While he was speaking, Ramona had buried her face in his bosom. Lifting it now, she said, "Did you mean to leave me to think you were dead, Alessandro?" "I thought that the news about our village must have reached you," he said, "and that you would know I had no home, and could not come, to seem to remind you of what you had said. Oh, Senorita, it was little enough I had before to give you. I don't know how I dared to believe that you could come to be with me. But I loved you so much, I had thought of many things I could do, and," lowering his voice and speaking almost sullenly, "it is the saints, I believe, who have punished me thus for having resolved to leave my people, and take all I had for myself and you. Now they have left me nothing." And he groaned. "Who?" cried Ramona. "Was there a battle? Was your father killed?" She was trembling with horror. "No," answered Alessandro, "there was no battle. There would have been if I had had my way; but my father implored me not to resist. He said it would only make it worse for us in the end. The sheriff, too, he begged me to let it all go on peaceably, and help him keep the people quiet. He felt terribly to have to do it. It was Mr. Rothsaker from San Diego. We had often worked for him on his ranch. He knew all about us. Don't you recollect, Senorita, I told you about him, how fair he always was, and kind, too? He has the biggest wheat ranch in Cajon. We've harvested miles and miles of wheat for him. He said he would have rather died almost than have had to do it, but if we resisted, he would have to order his men to shoot. He had 20 men with him. They thought there would be trouble, and well they might, turning a whole village full of men and women and children out of their houses, and driving them off like foxes. If it had been any man but Mr. Rothsaker, I would have shot him dead if I had hung for it. But I knew if he thought we must go, there was no help for us." "But, Alessandro," interrupted Ramona, "I can't understand. Who was it made Mr. Rothsaker do it? Who has the land now?" "I don't know who they are," Alessandro replied, his voice full of anger and scorn. "They're Americans, 8 or 10 of them. They all got together and brought a suit, they call it, up in San Francisco, and it was decided in the court that they owned all our land. That was all Mr. Rothsaker could tell about it. It was the law, he said, and nobody could go against the law." "Oh," said Ramona, "that's the way the Americans took so much of the Senora's land away from her. It was in the court up in San Francisco, and they decided that miles and miles of her land, which the General had always had, was not hers at all. They said it belonged to the United States Government." "They are a pack of thieves and liars, every one of them," cried Alessandro. "They are going to steal all the land in this country. We might all just as well throw ourselves into the sea, and let them have it. My father had been telling me this for years. He saw it coming, but I did not believe him. I did not think men could be so wicked. But he was right. I am glad he is dead. That is the only thing I have to be thankful for now. One day I thought he was going to get well, and I prayed to the Virgin not to let him. I did not want him to live. He never knew anything clear after they took him out of his house. That was before I got there. I found him sitting on the ground outside. They said it was the sun that had turned him crazy, but it was not. It was his heart breaking in his bosom. He would not come out of his house, and the men lifted him up and carried him out by force, and threw him on the ground; and then they threw out all the furniture we had; and when he saw them doing that, he put his hands up to his head, and called out, 'Alessandro! Alessandro!' and I was not there. Senorita, they said it was a voice to make the dead hear that he called with, and nobody could stop him. All that day and all the night he kept on calling. God, Senorita, I wonder I did not die when they told me. When I got there, some one had built up a little booth of tule over his head, to keep the sun off. He did not call any more, only for water, water. That was what made them think the sun had done it. They did all they could, but it was such a dreadful time, nobody could do much. The sheriff's men were in great hurry; they gave no time. They said the people must all be off in 2 days. Everybody was running hither and thither, everything out of the houses in piles on the ground. The people took all the roofs off their houses, too. They were made of the tule reeds, so they would do again. Oh, Senorita, don't ask me to tell you any more. It is like death. I can't." Ramona was crying bitterly. She did not know what to say. What was love in face of such calamity? What had she to give a man stricken like this? "Don't weep, Senorita," said Alessandro, drearily. "Tears kill one, and do no good." "How long did your father live?" asked Ramona, clasping her arms closer around his neck. They were sitting on the ground now, and Ramona, yearning over Alessandro, as if she were the strong one, and he the one to be sheltered, had drawn his head to her bosom, caressing him as if he had been hers for years. Nothing could have so clearly shown his enfeebled and benumbed condition as the manner in which he received these caresses, which once would have made him beside himself with joy. He leaned against her breast as a child might. He died only 4 days ago. I stayed to bury him, and then I came away. I have been 3 days on the way. The horse, the poor beast, is almost weaker than I. The Americans took my horse," Alessandro said. "Took your horse!" cried Ramona, aghast. "Is that the law, too?" "So Mr. Rothsaker told me. He said the judge had said he must take enough of our cattle and horses to pay all it had cost for the suit up in San Francisco. They didn't reckon the cattle at what they were worth, I thought; but they said cattle were selling very low now. There were not enough in all the village to pay it, so we had to make it up in horses; and they took mine. I was not there the day they drove the cattle away, or I would have put a ball into Benito's head before any American should ever have had him to ride. But I was over in Pachanga with my father. He would not stir a step for anybody but me, so I led him all the way; and then after he got there, he was so ill, I never left him a minute. He did not know me any more, nor know anything that had happened. I built a little hut of tule, and he lay on the ground till he died. When I put him in his grave, I was glad." "In Temecula?" asked Ramona. "In Temecula!" exclaimed Alessandro, fiercely. "You don't seem to understand, Senorita. We have no right in Temecula, not even to our graveyard full of the dead. Mr. Rothsaker warned us all not to be hanging about there, for he said the men who were coming in were a rough set, and they would shoot any Indian at sight if they saw him trespassing on their property." "Their property!" ejaculated Ramona. "Yes, it is theirs," said Alessandro, doggedly. "That is the law. They've got all the papers to show it. That is what my father always said. If the Senor Valdez had only given him a paper! But they never did in those days. Nobody had papers. The American law is different." "It is a law of thieves!" cried Ramona. "Yes, and of murderers, too," said Alessandro. "Don't you call my father murdered just as much as if they had shot him? I do. And oh, Senorita, my Senorita, there was Jose. You recollect Jose, who went for my violin? But, my beloved one, I am killing you with these terrible things. I will speak no more." "No, no, Alessandro, tell me all, all. You must have no grief I do not share. Tell me about Jose," cried Ramona, breathlessly. "Senorita, it will break your heart to hear. Jose was married a year ago. He had the best house in Temecula, next to my father's. It was the only other one that had a shingled roof. And he had a barn, too, and that splendid horse he rode, and oxen, and a flock of sheep. He was at home when the sheriff came. A great many of the men were away, grape picking. That made it worse. But Jose was at home, for his wife had a little baby only a few weeks old, and the child seemed sickly and not like to live, and Jose would not leave it. Jose was the first one that saw the sheriff riding into the village, and the band of armed men behind him, and Jose knew what it meant. He had often talked it over with me and my father, and now he saw that it had come; and he went crazy in 1 minute, and fell on the ground, all froth at his mouth. He had had a fit like that once before, and the doctor said if he had another he would die. But he did not. They picked him up, and presently he was better; and Mr. Rothsaker said nobody worked so well in the moving the first day as Jose did. Most of the men would not lift a hand. They sat on the ground with the women, and covered up their faces, and would not see. But Jose worked; and, Senorita, one of the first things he did was to run with my father's violin to the store, to Mrs. Hartsell, and ask her to hide it for us. Jose knew it was worth money. But before noon the second day he had another fit, and died in it, died right in his own door, carrying out some of the things; and after Carmena, that's his wife's name, saw he was dead, she never spoke, but sat rocking back and forth on the ground with the baby in her arms. She went over to Pachanga at the same time I did with my father. It was a long procession of us." "Where is Pachanga?" asked Ramona. "About 3 miles from Temecula, a little sort of canon. I told the people they'd better move over there. The land did not belong to anybody, and perhaps they could make a living there. There isn't any water, that's the worst of it." "No water!" cried Ramona. "No running water. There's one little spring, and they dug a well by it as soon as they got there, so there was water to drink, but that is all." I saw Carmena could hardly keep up, and I carried the baby for her on one arm, while I led my father with the other hand; but the baby cried, so she took it back. I thought then it wouldn't live the day out; but it did live till the morning of the day my father died. Just a few hours before he died, Carmena came along with the baby rolled up in her shawl, and sat down by me on the ground, and did not speak. When I said, 'How is the little one?' she opened her shawl and showed it to me, dead. 'Good, Carmena,' said I. 'It is good. My father is dying, too. We will bury them together.' So she sat by me all that morning, and at night she helped me dig the graves. I wanted to put the baby on my father's breast, but she said no, it must have a little grave. So she dug it herself, and we put them in. And she never spoke except that once. She was sitting there by the grave when I came away. I made a cross of 2 little trees with the boughs chopped off, and set it up by the graves. So that is the way our new graveyard was begun. My father and the little baby. It is the very young and the very old that have the blessed fortune to die. I cannot die, it seems." "Where did they bury Jose?" gasped Ramona. "In Temecula," said Alessandro. "Mr. Rothsaker made 2 of his men dig a grave in our old graveyard for Jose. But I think Carmena will go at night and bring his body away. I would. But, my Senorita, it is very dark. I can hardly see your beloved eyes. I think you must not stay any longer. Can I go as far as the brook with you safely, without being seen? The saints bless you, beloved, for coming. I could not have lived, I think, without one more sight of your face." And springing to his feet, Alessandro stood waiting for Ramona to move. She remained still. She was in a sore strait. Her heart held but one impulse, one desire, to go with Alessandro. Nothing was apparently farther from his thoughts than this. Could she offer to go? Should she risk laying a burden on him greater than he could bear? If he were indeed a beggar, as he said, would his life be hindered or helped by her? She felt herself strong and able. Work had no terrors for her. Privations she knew nothing of, but she felt no fear of them. "Alessandro," she said, in a tone which startled him. "My Senorita," he said tenderly. "You have never once called me Ramona." "I cannot, Senorita," he replied. "Why not?" "I do not know. I sometimes think Ramona," he added faintly, "but not often. If I think of you by any other name than as my Senorita, it is usually by a name you never heard." "What is it?" exclaimed Ramona, wonderingly. "An Indian word, my dearest one, the name of the bird you are like, the wood dove. In the Luiseno tongue, that is Majel. That is what I thought my people would have called you, if you had come to dwell among us. It is a beautiful name, Senorita, and it is like you." Alessandro was still standing. Ramona rose. Coming close to him, she laid both her hands on his breast, and her head on her hands, and said, "Alessandro, I have something to tell you. I am an Indian. I belong to your people." Alessandro's silence astonished her. "You are surprised," she said. "I thought you would be glad." "The gladness of it came to me long ago, my Senorita," he said. "I knew it." "How?" cried Ramona. "And you never told me, Alessandro." "How could I?" he replied. "I dared not. Juan Canito, it was, told me." "Juan Canito!" said Ramona, musingly. "How could he have known?" Then, in a few rapid words, she told Alessandro all that the Senora had told her. "Is that what Juan Can said?" she asked. "All except the father's name," stammered Alessandro. "Who did he say was my father?" she asked. Alessandro was silent. "It matters not," said Ramona. "He was wrong. The Senora, of course, knew. He was a friend of hers, and of the Senora Ortegna, to whom he gave me. But I think, Alessandro, I have more of my mother than of my father." "Yes, you have, my Senorita," replied Alessandro, tenderly. "After I knew it, I then saw what it was in your face had always seemed to me like the faces of my own people. Are you not glad, Alessandro?" "Yes, my Senorita." What more should Ramona say? Suddenly her heart gave way, and without premeditation, without resolve, almost without consciousness of what she was doing, she flung herself on Alessandro's breast, and cried, "Oh, Alessandro, take me with you! Take me with you! I would rather die than have you leave me again." CHAPTER XV. Of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona, by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 15. Alessandro's first answer to this cry of Ramona's was a tightening of his arms around her. Closer and closer he held her, till it was almost pain. She could hear the throbs of his heart, but he did not speak. Then, letting his arms fall, taking her hand in his, he laid it on his forehead reverently, and said, in a voice which was so husky and trembling she could barely understand his words, "My Senorita knows that my life is hers. She can ask me to go into the fire or into the sea, and neither the fire nor the sea would frighten me. They would but make me glad, for her sake. But I cannot take my Senorita's life to throw it away. She is tender. She would die. She cannot lie on the earth for a bed, and have no food to eat. My Senorita does not know what she says." His solemn tone, this third person designation, as if he were speaking of her, not with her, almost as if he were thinking aloud to God rather than speaking to her, merely calmed and strengthened, did not deter Ramona. "I am strong. I can work too, Alessandro. You do not know. We can both work. I am not afraid to lie on the earth, and God will give us food," she said. "That was what I thought, my Senorita, until now. When I rode away that morning, I had it in my thoughts, as you say, that if you were not afraid, I would not be, and that there would at least always be food, and I could make it that you should never suffer. But, Senorita, the saints are displeased. They do not pray for us any more. It is as my father said, they have forsaken us. These Americans will destroy us all. I do not know but they will presently begin to shoot us and poison us, to get us all out of the country, as they do the rabbits and the gophers. It would not be any worse than what they have done. Would you not rather be dead, Senorita, than be as I am to day?" Each word he spoke but intensified Ramona's determination to share his lot. "Alessandro," she interrupted, "there are many men among your people who have wives, are there not?" "Yes, Senorita," replied Alessandro, wonderingly. "Have their wives left them and gone away, now that this trouble has come?" "No, Senorita," still more wonderingly. "How could they?" "They are going to stay with them, help them to earn money, try to make them happier, are they not?" "Yes, Senorita." Alessandro began to see whither these questions tended. It was not unlike the Senora's tactics, the way in which Ramona narrowed in her lines of interrogation. "Do the women of your people love their husbands very much?" "Very much, Senorita." A pause. It was very dark now. Alessandro could not see the hot currents running swift and red over Ramona's face. Even her neck changed color as she asked her last question. "Do you think any one of them loves her husband more than I love you, Alessandro?" Alessandro's arms were again around her before the words were done. Were not such words enough to make a dead man live? Almost; but not enough to make such a love as Alessandro's selfish. Alessandro was silent. "You know there is not one," said Ramona, impetuously. "Oh, it is too much!" cried Alessandro, throwing his arms up wildly. Then, drawing her to him again, he said, the words pouring out breathless, "My Senorita, you take me to the door of heaven, but I dare not go in. I know it would kill you, Senorita, to live the life we must live. Let me go, dearest Senorita, let me go. It had been better if you had never seen me." "Do you know what I was going to do, Alessandro, if you had not come?" said Ramona. "I was going to run away from the Senora's house all alone, and walk all the way to Santa Barbara, to Father Salvierderra, and ask him to put me in the convent at San Juan Bautista. And that is what I will do now, if you leave me." "Oh, no, no, Senorita, my Senorita! You will not do that! My beautiful Senorita in the convent! No, no!" cried Alessandro, greatly agitated. "Yes, if you do not let me come with you, I shall do it. I shall set out to morrow." Her words carried conviction to Alessandro's soul. He knew she would do as she said. "Even that would not be so dreadful as to be hunted like a wild beast, Senorita, as you may be if you come with me. When I thought you were dead, Alessandro, I did not think the convent would be dreadful at all. I thought it would be peace, and I could do good, teaching the children. But if I knew you were alive, I could never have peace, not for 1 minute have peace, Alessandro. I would rather die than not be where you are. Oh, Alessandro, take me with you." Alessandro was conquered. "I will take you, my most beloved Senorita," he said gravely, no lover's gladness in his tone, and his voice was hollow. "I will take you. Perhaps the saints will have mercy on you, even if they have forsaken me and my people." "Your people are my people, dearest, and the saints never forsake any one who does not forsake them. You will be glad all our lives long, Alessandro," cried Ramona; and she laid her head on his breast in solemn silence for a moment, as if registering a vow. Well might Felipe have said that he would hold himself fortunate if any woman ever loved him as Ramona loved Alessandro. When she lifted her head, she said timidly, now that she was sure, "Then you will take your Ramona with you, Alessandro?" "I will take you with me till I die, and may the Madonna guard you, my Ramona," replied Alessandro, clasping her to his breast, and bowing his head upon hers. But there were tears in his eyes, and they were not tears of joy; and in his heart he said, as in his rapturous delight when he first saw Ramona bending over the brook under the willows, he had said aloud, "My God, what shall I do?" It was not easy to decide on the best plan of procedure now. Alessandro wished to go boldly to the house, see Senor Felipe, and, if need be, the Senora. Ramona quivered with terror at the bare mention of it. "You do not know the Senora, Alessandro," she cried, "or you would never think of it. She has been terrible all this time. She hates me so that she would kill me if she dared. She pretends that she will do nothing to prevent my going away; but I believe at the last minute she would throw me in the well in the courtyard, rather than have me go with you." "I would never let her harm you," said Alessandro. "Neither would Senor Felipe." "She turns Felipe round her finger as if he were soft wax," answered Ramona. "She makes him of 100 minds in a minute, and he can't help himself. Oh, I think she is in league with the fiends, Alessandro. Don't dare to come near the house. I will come here as soon as every one is asleep. We must go at once." Ramona's terrors overruled Alessandro's judgment, and he consented to wait for her at the spot where they now stood. She turned back twice to embrace him again. "Oh, my Alessandro, promise me that you will not stir from this place till I come," she said. "I will be here when you come," he said. "It will not be more than 2 hours," she said, "or 3 at the utmost. It must be 9 o'clock now." She did not observe that Alessandro had evaded the promise not to leave the spot. That promise Alessandro would not have given. He had something to do in preparation for this unexpected flight of Ramona. In her innocence, her absorption in her thoughts of Alessandro and of love, she had never seemed to consider how she would make this long journey. As Alessandro had ridden towards Temecula 18 days ago, he had pictured himself riding back on his fleet, strong Benito, and bringing Antonio's matchless little dun mare for Ramona to ride. Only 18 short days ago, and as he was dreaming that very dream, he had looked up and seen Antonio on the little dun mare, galloping towards him like the wind, the overridden creature's breath coming from her like pants of a steam engine, and her sides dripping blood where Antonio, who loved her, had not spared the cruel spurs. And Antonio, seeing him, had uttered a cry, and flinging himself off, came with a bound to his side, and with gasps between his words told him. Alessandro could not remember the words, only that after them he set his teeth, and dropping the bridle, laid his head down between Benito's ears, and whispered to him; and Benito never stopped, but galloped on all that day, till he came into Temecula. And there Alessandro saw the roofless houses, and the wagons being loaded, and the people running about, the women and children wailing. And then they showed him the place where his father lay on the ground under the tule, and jumping off Benito, he let him go, and that was the last he ever saw of him. Only 18 days ago, and now here he was under the willows, the same copse where he first halted, at his first sight of Ramona. And it was night, dark night, and Ramona had been there in his arms. She was his, and she was going back, presently to go away with him. Where? He had no home in the wide world to which to take her. And this poor beast he had ridden from Temecula, had it strength enough left to carry her? Alessandro doubted. He had himself walked more than half the distance to spare the creature, and yet there had been good pasture all the way. But the animal had been too long starved to recover quickly. In the Pachanga canon, where they had found refuge, the grass was burned up by the sun, and the few horses taken over there had suffered wretchedly; some had died. But Alessandro, even while his arms were around Ramona, had revolved in his mind a project he would not have dared to confide to her. If Baba, Ramona's own horse, was still in the corral, Alessandro could without difficulty lure him out. He thought it would be no sin. At any rate, if it were, it could not be avoided. The Senorita must have a horse, and Baba had always been her own, had followed her about like a dog ever since he could run. In fact, the only taming he had ever had been done by Ramona, with bread and honey. He was intractable to others, but Ramona could guide him by a wisp of his silky mane. Alessandro also had nearly as complete control over him, for it had been one of his greatest pleasures, during the summer, when he could not see Ramona, to caress and fondle her horse, till Baba knew and loved him next to his young mistress. If only Baba were in the corral, all would be well. As soon as the sound of Ramona's footsteps had died away, Alessandro followed with quick but stealthy steps. Keeping well down in the bottom, below the willows, he skirted the terrace where the artichoke patch and the sheepfolds lay, and then turned up to approach the corral from the farther side. There was no light in any of the herdsmen's huts. They were all asleep. That was good. Well Alessandro knew how sound they slept. Many a night while he slept there with them, he had walked twice over their bodies as they lay stretched on skins on the floor, out and in without rousing them. If only Baba would not give a loud whinny! Leaning on the corral fence, Alessandro gave a low, hardly audible whistle. The horses were all in a group together at the farther end of the corral. At the sound there was a slight movement in the group, and one of them turned and came a pace or two toward Alessandro. "I believe that is Baba himself," thought Alessandro, and he made another low sound. The horse quickened his steps, then halted, as if he suspected some mischief. "Baba!" whispered Alessandro. The horse knew his name as well as any dog, knew Alessandro's voice too. But the sagacious creature seemed instinctively to know that here was an occasion for secrecy and caution. If Alessandro whispered, He, Baba, would whisper back, and it was little more than a whispered whinny which he gave, as he trotted quickly to the fence and put his nose to Alessandro's face, rubbing and kissing and giving soft whinnying sighs. "Hush, Baba, hush!" whispered Alessandro, as if he were speaking to a human being. "Hush!" and he proceeded cautiously to lift off the upper rails and bushes of the fence. The horse understood instantly, and as soon as the fence was a little lowered, leaped over it and stood still by Alessandro's side, while he replaced the rails, smiling to himself, spite of his grave anxiety, to think of Juan Can's wonder in the morning as to how Baba had managed to get out of the corral. This had taken only a few moments. It was better luck than Alessandro had hoped for. Emboldened by it, he began to wonder if he could not get the saddle too. The saddles, harnesses, bridles, and all such things, hung on pegs in an open barn, such as is constantly to be seen in Southern California, as significant a testimony in matter of climate as any signal service report could be. A floor and a roof, no walls, only corner posts to hold the roof. Nothing but summer houses on a large scale are the South California barns. Alessandro stood musing. The longer he thought, the greater grew his desire for that saddle. "Baba, if only you knew what I wanted of you, you'd lie down on the ground here, and wait while I got the saddle. But I dare not risk leaving you. Come, Baba;" and he struck down the hill again, the horse following him softly. When he got down below the terrace, he broke into a run, with his hand in Baba's mane, as if it were a frolic; and in a few moments they were safe in the willow copse, where Alessandro's poor pony was tethered. Fastening Baba with the same lariat, Alessandro patted him on the neck, pressed his face to his nose, and said aloud, "Good Baba, stay here till the Senorita comes." Baba whinnied. "Why shouldn't he know the Senorita's name? I believe he does," thought Alessandro, as he turned and again ran swiftly back to the corral. He felt strong now, felt like a new man. Spite of all the terror, joy thrilled him. When he reached the corral, all was yet still. The horses had not moved from their former position. Throwing himself flat on the ground, Alessandro crept on his breast from the corral to the barn, several rods' distance. This was the most hazardous part of his adventure. Every other moment he paused, lay motionless for some seconds, then crept a few paces more. As he neared the corner where Ramona's saddle always hung, his heart beat. Sometimes, of a warm night, Luigo slept on the barn floor. If he were there to night, all was lost. Groping in the darkness, Alessandro pulled himself up on the post, felt for the saddle, found it, lifted it, and in a trice was flat on the ground again, drawing the saddle along after him. Not a sound had he made, that the most watchful of sheep dogs could hear. "Ha, old Capitan, caught you napping this time," said Alessandro to himself, as at last he got safe to the bottom of the terrace, and springing to his feet, bounded away with the saddle on his shoulders. It was a weight for a starving man to carry, but he felt it not, for the rejoicing he had in its possession. Now his Senorita would go in comfort. To ride Baba was to be rocked in a cradle. If need be, Baba would carry them both, and never know it. And it might come to that, Alessandro thought, as he knelt by the side of his poor beast, which was stretched out on the ground, exhausted. Baba, standing by, looked down in scornful wonder at this strange new associate. "The saints be praised," thought Alessandro, as he seated himself to wait. "This looks as if they would not desert my Senorita." Thoughts whirled in his brain. Where should they go first? What would be best? Would they be pursued? Where could they hide? Where should he seek a new home? It was bootless thinking, until Ramona was by his side. He must lay each plan before her. She must decide. The first thing was to get to San Diego, to the priest, to be married. That would be 3 days' hard ride, 5 for the exhausted Indian pony. What should they eat on the way? Ah! Alessandro bethought him of the violin at Hartsel's. Mr. Hartsel would give him money on that, perhaps buy it. Then Alessandro remembered his own violin. He had not once thought of it before. It lay in its case on a table in Senor Felipe's room when he came away. Was it possible? No, of course it could not be possible that the Senorita would think to bring it. What would she bring? She would be wise, Alessandro was sure. How long the hours seemed, as he sat thus plotting and conjecturing, more and more thankful as each hour went by to see the sky still clouded, the darkness dense. "It must have been the saints, too, that brought me on a night when there was no moon," he thought; and then he said again, devout and simple minded man that he was, "They mean to protect my Senorita. They will let me take care of her." Ramona was threading a perilous way, through great difficulties. She had reached her room unobserved, so far as she could judge. Luckily for her, Margarita was in bed with a terrible toothache, for which her mother had given her a strong sleeping draught. Margarita was disposed of. If she had not been, Ramona would never have got away, for Margarita would have known that she had been out of the house for 2 hours, and would have watched to see what it meant. Ramona came in through the court yard. She dared not go by the veranda, sure that Felipe and his mother were sitting there still, for it was not late. As she entered her room, she heard them talking. She closed one of her windows, to let them know she was there. Then she knelt at the Madonna's feet, and in an inaudible whisper told her all she was going to do, and prayed that she would watch over her and Alessandro, and show them where to go. "I know she will. I am sure she will," whispered Ramona to herself, as she rose from her knees. Then she threw herself on her bed, to wait till the Senora and Felipe should be asleep. Her brain was alert, clear. She knew exactly what she wished to do. She had thought that all out, more than 2 weeks ago, when she was looking for Alessandro hour by hour. Early in the summer, Alessandro had given to her, as curiosities, 2 of the large nets which the Indian women use for carrying all sorts of burdens. They are woven out of the fibres of a flax like plant, and are strong as iron. The meshes being large, they are very light, are gathered at each end, and fastened to a band which goes around the forehead. In these can be carried on the back with comparative ease heavier loads than could be lifted in any other way. Until Ramona recollected these, she had been perplexed to know how she should carry the things which she had made up her mind it would be right for her to take, only a few simple necessaries, 1 stuff gown and her shawls, the new altar cloth, and 2 changes of clothes. That would not be a great deal. She had a right to so much, she thought, now that she had seen the jewels in the Senora's keeping. "I will tell Father Salvierderra exactly what I took," she thought, "and ask him if it was too much." She did not like to think that all these clothes she must take had been paid for with the Senora Moreno's money. And Alessandro's violin. Whatever else she left, that must go. What would life be to Alessandro without a violin? And if they went to Los Angeles, he might earn money by playing at dances. Already Ramona had devised several ways by which they could both earn money. There must also be food for the journey, and it must be good food, too, wine for Alessandro. Anguish filled her heart as she recalled how gaunt he looked. Starving, he said they had been. Good God, starving! And she had sat down each day at loaded tables, and seen each day good food thrown to the dogs to eat. It was long before the Senora went to her room, and long after that before Felipe's breathing became so deep and regular that Ramona dared feel sure that he was asleep. At last she ventured out. All was dark. It was past midnight. "The violin first," she said. and creeping into the dining room and through the inner door to Felipe's room, she brought it out, rolled it in shawl after shawl, and put it in the net with her clothes. Then she stole out, with this net on her back, "like a true Indian woman, as I am," she said, almost gayly, to herself, through the courtyard, around the southeast corner of the house, past the garden, down to the willows, where she laid down her load, and went back for the second. This was harder. Wine she was resolved to have, and bread and cold meat. She did not know so well where to put her hand on old Marda's possessions as on her own, and she dared not strike a light. She made several journeys to the kitchen and pantry before she had completed her store. Wine, luckily, she found in the dining room, 2 full bottles; also milk, which she poured into a leathern flask which hung on the wall in the veranda. Now all was ready. She leaned from her window, and listened to Felipe's breathing. "How can I go without bidding him good by?" she said. "How can I?" And she stood irresolute. "Dear Felipe, dear Felipe! He has always been so good to me. He has done all he could for me. I wish I dared kiss him. I will leave a note for him." Taking a pencil and paper, and a tiny wax taper, whose light would hardly be seen across a room, she slipped once more into the dining room, knelt on the floor behind the door, lighted her taper, and wrote: "Dear Felipe, Alessandro has come, and I am going away with him to night. Don't let anything be done to us if you can help it. I don't know where we are going. I hope to Father Salvierderra. I shall love you always. Thank you, dear Felipe, for all your kindness. Ramona." It had not taken a moment. She blew out her taper, and crept back into her room. Felipe's bed was now moved close to the wall of the house. From her window she could reach its foot. Slowly, cautiously, she stretched out her arm, and dropped the little paper on the coverlet, just over Felipe's feet. There was a risk that the Senora would come out in the morning before Felipe awaked, and see the note first; but that risk she would take. "Farewell, dear Felipe," she whispered under her breath, as she turned from the window. The delay had cost her dear. The watchful Capitan, from his bed at the upper end of the court, had half heard, half scented, something strange going on. As Ramona stepped out, he gave one short, quick bark, and came bounding down. "Holy Virgin, I am lost!" thought Ramona; but crouching on the ground, she quickly opened her net, and as Capitan came towards her, gave him a piece of meat, fondling and caressing him. While he ate it, wagging his tail, and making great demonstrations of joy, she picked up her load again, and still fondling him, said, "Come, Capitan." It was her last chance. If he barked again, somebody would be waked. If he went by her side quietly, she might escape. A cold sweat of terror burst on her forehead as she took her first step cautiously. The dog followed. She quickened her pace. He trotted along, still smelling the meat in the net. When she reached the willows, she halted, debating whether she should give him a large piece of meat and try to run away while he was eating it, or whether she should let him go quietly along. She decided on the latter course, and picking up her other net, walked on. She was safe now. She turned and looked back towards the house. All was dark and still. She could hardly see its outline. A great wave of emotion swept over her. It was the only home she had ever known. All she had experienced of happiness, as well as of bitter pain, had been there. Felipe, Father Salvierderra, the servants, the birds, the garden, the dear chapel. Ah, if she could have once more prayed in the chapel! Who would put fresh flowers and ferns in the chapel now? How Felipe would miss her when he knelt before the altar! For 14 years she had knelt by his side; and the Senora, The hard, cold Senora. She would alone be glad. Everybody else would be sorry. They will all be sorry I have gone, all but the Senora. I wish it had been so that I could have bidden them all good bye, and had them all bid me good bye, and wish us good fortune," thought the gentle, loving girl, as she drew a long sigh, and turning her back on her home, went forward in the path she had chosen. She stooped and patted Capitan on the head. "Will you come with me, Capitan?" she said; and Capitan leaped up joyfully, giving 2 or 3 short, sharp notes of delight. "Good Capitan! Come! They will not miss him out of so many," she thought; "and it will always seem like something from home as long as I have Capitan." When Alessandro first saw Ramona's figure dimly in the gloom, drawing slowly nearer, he did not recognize it, and he was full of apprehension at the sight. What stranger could it be abroad in these lonely meadows at this hour of the night? Hastily he led the horses farther back into the copse, and hid himself behind a tree to watch. In a few moments more he thought he recognized Capitan bounding by the side of this bent and slow moving figure. Yet this was surely an Indian woman, toiling along under a heavy load. But what Indian woman would have so superb a collie as Capitan? Alessandro strained his eyes through the darkness. Presently he saw the figure halt, drop part of its burden. "Alessandro!" came in a low, sweet call. He bounded like a deer, crying, "My Senorita! My Senorita! Can that be you? To think that you have brought these heavy loads!" Ramona laughed. "Do you remember the day you showed me how the Indian women carried so much on their backs in these nets? I did not think then I would use it so soon. But it hurts my forehead, Alessandro. It isn't the weight, but the strings cut. I couldn't have carried them much farther." "Ah, you had no basket to cover the head," replied Alessandro, as he threw up the 2 nets on his shoulders as if they had been feathers. In doing so, he felt the violin case. "Is it the violin?" he cried. "My blessed one, where did you get it?" "Off the table in Felipe's room," she answered. "I knew you would rather have it than anything else. I brought very little, Alessandro. It seemed nothing while I was getting it, but it is very heavy to carry. Will it be too much for the poor tired horse? You and I can walk. And see, Alessandro, here is Capitan. He waked up, and I had to bring him to keep him still. Can't he go with us?" Capitan was leaping up, putting his paws on Alessandro's breast, licking his face, yelping, doing all a dog could do to show welcome and affection. Alessandro laughed aloud. Ramona had not more than 2 or 3 times heard him do this. It frightened her. "Why do you laugh, Alessandro?" she said. "To think what I have to show you, my Senorita," he said. "Look here;" and turning towards the willows, he gave 2 or 3 low whistles, at the first note of which Baba came trotting out of the copse at the end of his lariat, and began to snort and whinny with delight as soon as he perceived Ramona. Ramona burst into tears. The surprise was too great. "Are you not glad, Senorita?" cried Alessandro, aghast. "Is it not your own horse? If you do not wish to take him, I will lead him back. My pony can carry you, if we journey very slowly. But I thought it would be a joy for you to have Baba." "Oh, it is, it is!" sobbed Ramona, with her head on Baba's neck. "It is a miracle, a miracle! How did he come here? And the saddle, too!" she cried, for the first time observing that. "Alessandro," in an awestruck whisper, "did the saints send him? Did you find him here?" It would have seemed to Ramona's faith no strange thing, had this been so. "I think the saints helped me to bring him," answered Alessandro, seriously, "or else I had not done it so easily. I did but call near the corral fence, and he came to my hand, and leaped over the rails at my word, as quickly as Capitan might have done. He is yours, Senorita. It is no harm to take him?" "Oh, no," answered Ramona. "He is more mine than anything else I had, for it was Felipe gave him to me when he could but just stand on his legs. He was only 2 days old, and I have fed him out of my hand every day till now, and now he is 5. Dear Baba, we will never be parted, never;" and she took his head in both her hands, and laid her cheek against it lovingly. Alessandro was busy fastening the 2 nets on either side of the saddle. "Baba will never know he has any load at all. They are not so heavy as my Senorita thought," he said. "It was the weight on the forehead, with nothing to keep the strings from the skin, which gave her pain." Alessandro was making all haste. His hands trembled. "We must make all the speed we can, dearest Senorita," he said, "for a few hours. Then we will rest. Before light, we will be in a spot where we can hide safely all day. We will journey only by night, lest they pursue us." "They will not," said Ramona. "There is no danger. The Senora said she should do nothing." "Nothing," she repeated in a bitter tone. "That is what she made Felipe say, too. Felipe wanted to help us. He would have liked to have you stay with us; but all he could get was, that she would do nothing. But they will not follow us. They will wish never to hear of me again. I mean the Senora will wish never to hear of me. Felipe will be sorry. Felipe is very good, Alessandro." They were all ready now, Ramona on Baba, the 2 packed nets swinging from her saddle, one on either side. Alessandro, walking, led his tired pony. It was a sad sort of procession for one going to be wed, but Ramona's heart was full of joy. "I don't know why it is, Alessandro," she said. "I should think I would be afraid, but I have not the least fear, not the least, not of anything that can come, Alessandro," she reiterated with emphasis. "Is it not strange?" "Yes, Senorita," he replied solemnly, laying his hand on hers as he walked close at her side. "It is strange. I am afraid, afraid for you, my Senorita. But it is done, and we will not go back; and perhaps the saints will help you, and let me take care of you. They must love you, Senorita, but they do not love me, nor my people." "Are you never going to call me by my name?" asked Ramona. "I hate your calling me Senorita. That was what the Senora always called me when she was displeased." "I will never speak the word again," cried Alessandro. "The saints forbid I should speak to you in the words of that woman." "Can't you say Ramona?" she asked. Alessandro hesitated. He could not have told why it seemed to him difficult to say Ramona. "What was that other name you said you always thought of me by?" she continued. "The Indian name, the name of the dove." "Majel," he said. "It is by that name I have oftenest thought of you since the night I watched all night for you, after you had kissed me, and the 2 wood doves were calling and answering each other in the dark. And I said to myself, that is what my love is like, the wood dove. The wood dove's voice is low like hers, and sweeter than any other sound in the earth. And the wood dove is true to one mate always." He stopped. "As I to you, Alessandro," said Ramona, leaning from her horse, and resting her hand on Alessandro's shoulder. Baba stopped. He was used to knowing by the most trivial signs what his mistress wanted. He did not understand this new situation. No one had ever before, when Ramona was riding him, walked by his side so close that he touched his shoulders, and rested his hand in his mane. If it had been anybody else than Alessandro, Baba would not have permitted it even now; but it must be all right, since Ramona was quiet, and now she had stretched out her hand and rested it on Alessandro's shoulder. Did that mean halt for a moment? Baba thought it might, and acted accordingly, turning his head round to the right, and looking back to see what came of it. Alessandro's arms around Ramona, her head bent down to his, their lips together. What could Baba think? As mischievously as if he had been a human being or an elf, Baba bounded to one side, and tore the lovers apart. They both laughed, and cantered on, Alessandro running, the poor Indian pony feeling the contagion, and loping as it had not done for many a day. "Majel is my name, then," said Ramona, "is it? It is a sweet sound, but I would like it better Majella. Call me Majella." "That will be good," replied Alessandro, "for the reason that never before had any one the same name. It will not be hard for me to say Majella. I know not why your name of Ramona has always been hard to my tongue." "Because it was to be that you should call me Majella," said Ramona. "Remember, I am Ramona no longer. That also was the name the Senora called me by; and dear Felipe, too," she added thoughtfully. "He would not know me by my new name. I would like to have him always call me Ramona. But for all the rest of the world, I am Majella now, Alessandro's Majel." End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona, by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 16. After they reached the highway, and had trotted briskly on for a mile, Alessandro suddenly put out his hand, and taking Baba by the rein, began turning him round and round in the road. "We will not go any farther in the road," he said, "but I must conceal our tracks here. We will go backwards for a few paces." The obedient Baba backed slowly, half dancing, as if he understood the trick. The Indian pony, too, curvetted awkwardly, then, by a sudden bound under Alessandro's skilful guidance, leaped over a rock to the right, and stood waiting further orders. Baba followed, and Capitan, and there was no trail to show where they had left the road. After trotting the pony round and round again in ever widening circles, cantering off in one direction after another, then backing over the tracks for a few moments, Ramona docilely following, though much bewildered as to what it all meant, Alessandro said, "I think now they will never discover where we left the road. They will ride along, seeing our tracks plain, and then they will be so sure that we would have kept straight on, that they will not notice for a time, and when they do, they will never be able to see where the trail ended. And now my Majella has a very hard ride before her. Will she be afraid?" "Afraid!" laughed Ramona. "Afraid! On Baba, and with you?" But it was indeed a hard ride. Alessandro had decided to hide for the day in a canon he knew, from which a narrow trail led direct to Temecula, a trail which was known to none but Indians. Once in this canon, they would be safe from all possible pursuit. Alessandro did not in the least share Ramona's confidence that no effort would be made to overtake them. To his mind, it appeared certain that the Senora would never accept the situation without making an attempt to recover at least the horse and the dog. "She can say, if she chooses, that I have stolen one of her horses," he thought to himself bitterly, "and everybody would believe her. Nobody would believe us, if we said it was the Senorita's own horse." The head of the canon was only a couple of miles from the road, but it was in a nearly impenetrable thicket of chaparral, where young oaks had grown up so high that their tops made, as it were, a second stratum of thicket. Alessandro had never ridden through it. He had come up on foot once from the other side, and forcing his way through the tangle, had found, to his surprise, that he was near the highway. It was from this canon that he had brought the ferns which it had so delighted Ramona to arrange for the decoration of the chapel. The place was filled with them, growing almost in tropical luxuriance; but this was a mile or so further down, and to reach that spot from above, Alessandro had had to let himself down a sheer wall of stone. The canon at its head was little more than a rift in the rocks, and the stream which had its rise in it was only a trickling spring at the beginning. It was this precious water, as well as the inaccessibility of the spot, which had decided Alessandro to gain the place at all hazards and costs. But a wall of granite would not have seemed a much more insuperable obstacle than did this wall of chaparral along which they rode, vainly searching for a break in it. It appeared to Alessandro to have thickened and knit even since the last spring. At last they made their way down a small side canon, a sort of wing to the main canon. A very few rods down this, and they were as hidden from view from above as if the earth had swallowed them. The first red tints of the dawn were coming. From the eastern horizon to the zenith, the whole sky was like a dappled crimson fleece. "Oh, what a lovely place!" exclaimed Ramona. "I am sure this was not a hard ride at all, Alessandro. Is this where we are to stay?" Alessandro turned a compassionate look upon her. "How little does the wood dove know of rough places!" he said. "This is only the beginning. Hardly is it even the beginning." Fastening his pony to a bush, he reconnoitred the place, disappearing from sight the moment he entered the chaparral in any direction. Returning at last with a grave face, he said, "Will Majella let me leave her here for a little time? There is a way, but I can find it only on foot. I will not be gone long. I know it is near." Tears came into Ramona's eyes. The only thing she dreaded was the losing sight of Alessandro. He gazed at her anxiously. "I must go, Majella," he said with emphasis. "We are in danger here." "Go, go, Alessandro," she cried; "but oh, do not be long." As he disappeared in the thicket, the tough boughs crackling and snapping before him, it seemed to Ramona that she was again alone in the world. Capitan, too, bounded after Alessandro, and did not return at her call. All was still. Ramona laid her head on Baba's neck. The moments seemed hours. At last, just as the yellow light streamed across the sky, and the crimson fleeces turned in 1 second to gold, she heard Alessandro's steps. The next moment she saw his face. It was aglow with joy. "I have found the trail!" he exclaimed. "But we must climb up again out of this, and it is too light. I like it not." With fear and trembling they urged their horses up and out into the open again, and galloped a half mile farther west, still keeping as close to the chaparral thicket as possible. Here Alessandro, who led the way, suddenly turned into the very thicket itself. No apparent opening, but the boughs parted and closed, and his head appeared above them. Still the little pony was trotting bravely along. Baba snorted with displeasure as he plunged into the same bristling pathway. The thick-set, thorny branches smote Ramona's cheeks. What was worse, they caught the nets swung on Baba's sides. Presently these were held fast, and Baba began to rear and kick. Here was a real difficulty. Alessandro dismounted, cut the strings, and put both the packages securely on the back of his own pony. "I will walk," he said. "It is only a little way longer I would have ridden. I shall lead Baba where it is narrow." Narrow, indeed. It was from sheer terror, soon, that Ramona shut her eyes. A path, it seemed to her only a hand's breadth wide, a stony, crumbling path on the side of a precipice, down which the stones rolled and rolled and rolled, echoing far out of sight as they passed. At each step the beasts took, the stones rolled and fell. Only the yucca plants, with their sharp bayonet leaves, had made shift to keep foothold on this precipice. Of these there were thousands, and their tall flower stalks, 15, 20 feet high, set thick with the shining, smooth seed cups, glistened like satin chalices in the sun. Below, hundreds of feet below, lay the canon bottom, a solid bed of chaparral, looking soft and even as a bed of moss. Giant sycamore trees lifted their heads at intervals above this, and far out in the plain glistened the loops of the river, whose sources, unknown to the world, seen of but few human eyes, were to be waters of comfort to these fugitives this day. Alessandro was cheered. The trail was child's play to him. At the first tread of Baba's dainty steps on the rolling stones, he saw that the horse was as sure footed as an Indian pony. In a few short hours now they would be all at rest. He knew where, under a sycamore clump, there was running water, clear as crystal, and cold, almost colder than one could drink; and green grass, too, plenty for 2 days' feed for the horses, or even 3; and all California might be searched over in vain for them, once they were down this trail. His heart full of joy at these thoughts, he turned to see Ramona pallid, her lips parted, her eyes full of terror. He had forgotten that her riding had hitherto been only on the smooth ways of the valley and the plain. There she was so fearless that he had had no misgiving about her nerves here. But she had dropped the reins, was clutching Baba's mane with both hands, and sitting unsteadily in her saddle. She had been too proud to cry out, but she was nearly beside herself with fright. Alessandro halted so suddenly that Baba, whose nose was nearly on his shoulder, came to so sharp a stop that Ramona uttered a cry. She thought he had lost his footing. Alessandro looked at her in dismay. To dismount on that perilous trail was impossible; moreover, to walk there would take more nerve than to ride. Yet she looked as if she could not much longer keep her seat. "Carita," he cried, "I was stupid not to have told you how narrow the way is. But it is safe. I can run in it. I ran all this way with the ferns on my back I brought for you." "Oh, did you?" gasped Ramona, diverted for the moment from her contemplation of the abyss, and more reassured by that change of her thoughts than she could have been by anything else. "Did you? It is frightful, Alessandro. I never heard of such a trail. I feel as if I were on a rope in the air. If I could get down and go on my hands and knees, I think I would like it better. Could I?" "I would not dare to have you get off just here, Majella," answered Alessandro, sorrowfully. "It is dreadful to me to see you suffer so. I will go very slowly. Indeed, it is safe. We all came up here, the whole band, for the sheep shearing, old Fernando on his horse all the way." "Really," said Ramona, taking comfort at each word, "I will try not to be so silly. Is it far, dearest Alessandro?" "Not much more as steep as this, dear, nor so narrow; but it will be an hour yet before we stop." But the worst was over for Ramona now; and long before they reached the bottom of the precipice she was ready to laugh at her fears. Only, as she looked back at the zigzag lines of the path over which she had come, little more than a brown thread they seemed, flung along the rock, she shuddered. Down in the bottom of the canon it was still the dusky gloaming when they arrived. Day came late to this fairy spot. Only at high noon did the sun fairly shine in. As Ramona looked around her, she uttered an exclamation of delight, which satisfied Alessandro. "Yes," he said, "when I came here for the ferns, I wished to myself many times that you could see it. There is not in all this country so beautiful a place. This is our first home, my Majella," he added, in a tone almost solemn; and throwing his arms around her, he drew her to his breast with the first feeling of joy he had experienced. "I wish we could live here always," cried Ramona. "Would Majella be content?" said Alessandro. "Very," she answered. He sighed. "There would not be land enough to live here," he said. "If there were, I too would like to stay here till I died, Majella, and never see the face of a white man again." Already the instinct of the hunted and wounded animal to seek hiding was striving in Alessandro's blood. "But there would be no food. We could not live here." Ramona's exclamation had set Alessandro to thinking, however. "Would Majella be content to stay here 3 days now?" he asked. "There is grass enough for the horses for that time. We should be very safe here, and I fear very much we would not be safe on any road. I think, Majella, the Senora will send men after Baba." "Baba!" cried Ramona, aghast at the idea. "My own horse! She would not dare to call it stealing a horse, to take my own Baba." But even as she spoke, her heart misgave her. The Senora would dare anything, would misrepresent anything. Only too well Ramona knew what the very mention of the phrase "horse stealing" meant, all through the country. She looked piteously at Alessandro. He read her thoughts. "Yes, that is it, Majella," he said. "If she sent men after Baba, there is no knowing what they might do. It would not do any good for you to say he was yours. They would not believe you; and they might take me, too, if the Senora had told them to, and put me into Ventura jail." "She's just wicked enough to do it," cried Ramona. "Let us not stir out of this spot, Alessandro, not for a week. Couldn't we stay a week? By that time she would have given over looking for us." "I am afraid not a week. There is not feed for the horses, and I do not know what we could eat. I have my gun, but there is not much now to kill." "But I have brought meat and bread, Alessandro," said Ramona, earnestly; "and we could eat very little each day, and make it last." She was like a child in her simplicity and eagerness. Every other thought was for the time being driven out of her mind by the terror of being pursued. Pursuit of her, she knew, would not be in the Senora's plan; but the reclaiming of Baba and Capitan, that was another thing. The more Ramona thought of it, the more it seemed to her a form of vengeance, which would be likely to commend itself to the Senora's mind. Felipe might possibly prevent it. It was he who had given Baba to her. He would feel that it would be shameful to recall or deny the gift. Only in Felipe lay Ramona's hope. If she had thought to tell Alessandro that in her farewell note to Felipe she had said that she supposed they were going to Father Salvierderra, it would have saved both her and Alessandro much disquietude. Alessandro would have known that men pursuing them on that supposition would have gone straight down the river road to the sea, and struck northward along the coast. But it did not occur to Ramona to mention this. In fact, she hardly recollected it after the first day. Alessandro had explained to her his plan, which was to go by way of Temecula to San Diego, to be married there by Father Gaspara, the priest of that parish, and then go to the village or pueblo of San Pasquale, about 15 miles northwest of San Diego. A cousin of Alessandro's was the head man of this village, and had many times begged him to come there to live. But Alessandro had steadily refused, believing it to be his duty to remain at Temecula with his father. San Pasquale was a regularly established pueblo, founded by a number of the Indian neophytes of the San Luis Rey Mission, at the time of the breaking up of that mission. It was established by a decree of the Governor of California, and the lands of the San Pasquale Valley given to it. A paper recording this establishment and gift, signed by the Governor's own hand, was given to the Indian who was the first Alcalde of the pueblo. He was Chief Pablo's brother. At his death the authority passed into the hands of his son, Ysidro, the cousin of whom Alessandro had spoken. "Ysidro has that paper still," Alessandro said, "and he thinks it will keep them their village. Perhaps it will; but the Americans are beginning to come in at the head of the valley, and I do not believe, Majella, there is any safety anywhere. Still, for a few years we can perhaps stay there. There are nearly 200 Indians in the valley. It is much better than Temecula, and Ysidro's people are much better off than ours were. They have splendid herds of cattle and horses, and large wheat fields. Ysidro's house stands under a great fig tree. They say it is the largest fig tree in the country." "But, Alessandro," cried Ramona, "why do you think it is not safe there, if Ysidro has the paper? I thought a paper made it all right." "I don't know," replied Alessandro. "Perhaps it may be; but I have got the feeling now that nothing will be of any use against the Americans. I don't believe they will mind the paper." They didn't mind the papers the Senora had for all that land of hers they took away," said Ramona, thoughtfully. "But Felipe said that was because Pio Pico was a bad man, and gave away lands he had no right to give away." "That's just it," said Alessandro. "Can't they say the same thing about any governor, especially if he has given lands to us? If the Senora couldn't keep hers, with Senor Felipe to help her, and he knows all about the law, and can speak the American language, what chance is there for us? We can't take care of ourselves any better than the wild beasts can, my Majella. Oh, why did you come with me? Why did I let you?" After such words as these, Alessandro would throw himself on the ground, and for a few moments not even Ramona's voice would make him look up. It was strange that the gentle girl, unused to hardship or to the thought of danger, did not find herself terrified by these fierce glooms and apprehensions of her lover. But she was appalled by nothing. Saved from the only thing in life she had dreaded, sure that Alessandro lived, and that he would not leave her, she had no fears. This was partly from her inexperience, from her utter inability to conceive of the things Alessandro's imagination painted in colors only too true; but it was also largely due to the inalienable loyalty and quenchless courage of her soul, qualities in her nature never yet tested, qualities of which she hardly knew so much as the name, but which were to bear her steadfast and buoyant through many sorrowful years. Before nightfall of this, their first day in the wilderness, Alessandro had prepared for Ramona a bed of finely broken twigs of the manzanita and ceanothus, both of which grew in abundance all through the canon. Above these he spread layers of glossy ferns, 5 and 6 feet long. When it was done, it was a couch no queen need have scorned. As Ramona seated herself on it, she exclaimed, "Now I shall see how it feels to lie and look up at the stars at night. Do you recollect, Alessandro, the night you put Felipe's bed on the veranda, when you told me how beautiful it was to lie at night out of doors and look up at the stars?" Indeed, did Alessandro remember that night, the first moment he had ever dared to dream of the Senorita Ramona as his own. "Yes, I remember it, my Majella," he answered slowly, and in a moment more added, "That was the day Juan Can had told me that your mother was of my people; and that was the night I first dared in my thoughts to say that perhaps you might some day love me." "But where are you going to sleep, Alessandro?" said Ramona, seeing that he spread no more boughs. "You have made yourself no bed." Alessandro laughed. "I need no bed," he said. "We think it is on our mother's lap we lie, when we lie on the ground. It is not hard, Majella; it is soft, and rests one better than beds. But to night I shall not sleep. I will sit by this tree and watch." "Why? What are you afraid of?" asked Ramona. "It may grow so cold that I must make a fire for Majella," he answered. "It sometimes gets very cold before morning in these canons; so I shall feel safer to watch to night." This he said, not to alarm Ramona. His real reason for watching was, that he had seen on the edge of the stream tracks which gave him uneasiness. They were faint and evidently old, but they looked like the tracks of a mountain lion. As soon as it was dark enough to prevent the curl of smoke from being seen from below, he would light a fire, and keep it blazing all night, and watch, gun in hand, lest the beast return. "But you will be dead, Alessandro, if you do not sleep. You are not strong," said Ramona, anxiously. "I am strong now, Majella," answered Alessandro; and indeed he did already look like a renewed man, spite of all his fatigue and anxiety. "I am no longer weak; and to morrow I will sleep, and you shall watch." "Will you lie on the fern bed, then?" asked Ramona, gleefully. "I would like the ground better," said honest Alessandro. Ramona looked disappointed. "That is very strange," she said. "It is not so soft, this bed of boughs, that one need fear to be made tender by lying on it," she continued, throwing herself down. "But oh, how sweet it smells! "Yes, there is spicewood in it," he answered. "I put it in at the head, for Majella's pillow." Ramona was very tired, and she was happy. All night long she slept like a child. She did not hear Alessandro's steps. She did not hear the crackling of the fire he lighted. She did not hear the barking of Capitan, who more than once, spite of all Alessandro could do to quiet him, made the canon echo with sharp, quick notes of warning, as he heard the stealthy steps of wild creatures in the chaparral. Hour after hour she slept on, and hour after hour Alessandro sat leaning against a huge sycamore trunk, and watched her. As the fitful firelight played over her face, he thought he had never seen it so beautiful. Its expression of calm repose insensibly soothed and strengthened him. She looked like a saint, he thought. Perhaps it was as a saint of help and guidance the Virgin was sending her to him and his people. The darkness deepened, became blackness. Only the red gleams of the fire broke it in swaying rifts, as the wind makes rifts in black storm clouds in the heavens. With the darkness, the stillness also deepened. Nothing broke that, except an occasional motion of Baba or the pony, or an alert signal from Capitan. Then all seemed stiller than ever. Alessandro felt as if God himself were in the canon. Countless times in his life before, he had lain in lonely places under the sky, and watched the night through; but he never felt like this. It was ecstasy, and yet it was pain. What was to come on the morrow, and the next morrow, and the next, and the next, all through the coming years? What was to come to this beloved and loving woman, who lay there sleeping, so confident, so trustful, guarded only by him, Alessandro, the exile, fugitive, homeless man? Before the dawn, wood doves began their calling. The canon was full of them, no two notes alike, it seemed to Alessandro's sharpened sense. Pair after pair he fancied that he recognized, speaking and replying, as did the pair whose voices had so comforted him the night he watched under the geranium hedge by the Moreno chapel. Love? Here. Love? Here. They comforted him still more now. They too have only each other, he thought, as he bent his eyes lovingly on Ramona's face. It was dawn and past dawn on the plains, before it was yet morning twilight in the canon. But the birds in the upper boughs of the sycamores caught the tokens of the coming day, and began to twitter in the dusk. Their notes fell on Ramona's sleeping ear, like the familiar sound of the linnets in the veranda thatch at home, and waked her instantly. Sitting up bewildered, and looking about her, she exclaimed, "Oh, is it morning already, and so dark? The birds can see more sky than we. Sing, Alessandro," and she began the hymn. "Singers at dawn from the heavens above, people all regions, gladly we too sing. Never went up truer invocation from sweeter spot." "Sing not so loud, my Majel," whispered Alessandro, as her voice went carolling like a lark's in the pure ether. "There might be hunters near who would hear." And he joined in with low and muffled tones. As she dropped her voice at this caution, it seemed even sweeter than before. "Come, O sinners, come, and we will sing tender hymns to our refuge." "Ah, Majella, there is no sinner here except me," said Alessandro. "My Majella is like one of the Virgin's own saints." And indeed he might have been forgiven the thought, as he gazed at Ramona, sitting there in the shimmering light, her face thrown out into relief by the gray wall of fern draped rock behind her, her splendid hair, unbound, falling in tangled masses to her waist, her cheeks flushed, her face radiant with devout and fervent supplication, her eyes uplifted to the narrow belt of sky overhead, where filmy vapors were turning to gold, touched by a sun she could not see. "Hush, my love," she breathed rather than said. "That would be a sin, if you really thought it." "O beautiful queen, princess of heaven," she continued, repeating the first lines of the song; and then, sinking to her knees, reached out one hand for Alessandro's, and glided, almost without a break in the melodious sound, into a low recitative of the morning prayers. Her rosary was of fine chased gold beads, with an ivory crucifix, a rare and precious relic of the Mission's olden times. It had belonged to Father Peyri himself, was given by him to Father Salvierderra, and by Father Salvierderra to the blessed child Ramona at her confirmation. A warmer token of his love and trust he could not have bestowed upon her, and to Ramona's religious and affectionate heart it had always seemed a bond and an assurance, not only of Father Salvierderra's love, but of the love and protection of the now sainted Peyri. As she pronounced the last words of her trusting prayer, and slipped the last of the golden beads along on its string, a thread of sunlight shot into the canon through a deep, narrow gap in its rocky eastern crest, shot in for a second, no more, fell aslant the rosary, lighted it by a flash as if of fire, across the fine cut facets of the beads, on Ramona's hands, and on the white face of the ivory Christ. Only a flash, and it was gone. To both Ramona and Alessandro it came like an omen, like a message straight from the Virgin. Could she choose better messenger, she, the compassionate one, the loving woman in heaven, mother of the Christ to whom they prayed, through her, mother for whose sake he would regard their least cry, could she choose better messenger, or swifter, than the sunbeam, to say that she heard and would help them in these sore straits? Perhaps there were not, in the whole great world at that moment, to be found two souls who were experiencing so vivid a happiness as thrilled the veins of these two friendless ones, on their knees, alone in the wilderness, gazing half awe stricken at the shining rosary. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 17. Before the end of their second day in the canon, the place had become to Ramona so like a friendly home that she dreaded to leave its shelter. Nothing is stronger proof of the original intent of nature to do more for man than the civilization in its arrogance will long permit her to do, than the quick and sure way in which she reclaims his affection, when by weariness, idle chance, or disaster, he is returned for an interval to her arms. How soon he rejects the miserable subterfuges of what he had called habits, sheds the still more miserable pretences of superiority, makeshifts of adornment, and chains of custom. Whom the gods love die young has been too long carelessly said. It is not true, in the sense in which men use the words. Whom the gods love dwell with nature. If they are ever lured away, return to her before they are old. Then, however long they live before they die young. Whom the gods love, live young, forever. With the insight of a lover added to the instinct of the Indian, Alessandro saw how, hour by hour, there grew in Ramona's eyes the wonted look of one at home; how she watched the shadows and knew what they meant. "If we lived here, the walls would be sundials for us, would they not?" she said, in a tone of pleasure. "I see that yon tall yucca has gone in shadow sooner than it did yesterday. And what millions of things grow here, Alessandro! I did not know there were so many. Have they all names? The nuns taught us some names, but they were hard, and I forgot them. We might name them for ourselves, if we lived here. They would be our relations. And for 1 year I should lie and look up at the sky, my Alessandro, and do nothing else. It hardly seems as if it would be a sin to do nothing for a year, if one gazed steadily at the sky all the while. And now I know what it is I have always seen in your face, Alessandro. It is the look from the sky. One must be always serious and not unhappy, but never too glad, I think, when he lives with nothing between him and the sky, and the saints can see him every minute. And I cannot believe that it is but 2 days I have lived in the air, Alessandro. This seems to me the first home I have ever had. Is it because I am an Indian, Alessandro, that it gives me such joy?" It was strange how many more words Ramona spoke than Alessandro, yet how full she felt their intercourse to be. His silence was more than silent, it was taciturn, yet she always felt herself answered. A monosyllable of Alessandro's, nay, a look, told what other men took long sentences to say, and said less eloquently. After long thinking over this, she exclaimed, "You speak as the trees speak, and like the rock yonder, and the flowers, without saying anything." This delighted Alessandro's very heart. "And you, Majella," he exclaimed, "when you say that, you speak in the language of our people. You are as we are." And Ramona in her turn was made happy by his words, happier than she would have been made by any other praise or fondness. Alessandro found himself regaining all his strength as if by a miracle. The gaunt look had left his face. Almost it seemed that its contour was already fuller. There is a beautiful old Gaelic legend of a fairy who wooed a prince, came again and again to him, and herself invisible to all but the prince, hovered in the air, sang loving songs to draw him away from the crowd of his indignant nobles, who heard her voice, and summoned magicians to rout her by all spells and enchantments at their command. Finally they succeeded in silencing her and driving her off. But as she vanished from the prince's sight, she threw him an apple, a magic golden apple. Once having tasted of this, he refused all other food. Day after day, night after night, he ate only this golden apple; and yet morning after morning, evening after evening, there lay the golden fruit, still whole and shining, as if he had not fed upon it; and when the fairy came the next time, the prince leaped into her magic boat, sailed away with her, and never was seen in his kingdom again. It was only an allegory, this legend, a beautiful allegory, and true, of love and lovers. The food on which Alessandro was, hour by hour, now growing strong, was as magic and invisible as Prince Conla's apple, and just as strength giving. "My Alessandro, how is it you look so well so soon?" said Ramona, studying his countenance with loving care. "I thought that night you would die. Now you look nearly strong as ever. Your eyes shine, and your hand is not hot. It is the blessed air. It has cured you, as it cured Felipe of the fever." "If the air could keep me well, I had not been ill, Majella," replied Alessandro. "I had been under no roof except the tool shed, till I saw you. It is not the air;" and he looked at her with a gaze that said the rest. At twilight of the third day, when Ramona saw Alessandro leading up Baba, saddled, ready for the journey, the tears filled her eyes. At noon Alessandro had said to her, "To night, Majella, we must go. There is not grass enough for another day. We must go while the horses are strong. I dare not lead them any further down the canon to graze, for there is a ranch only a few miles lower. To day I found one of the man's cows feeding near Baba." Ramona made no remonstrance. The necessity was too evident. But the look on her face gave Alessandro a new pang. He too felt as if exiled afresh in leaving the spot; And now, as he led the horses slowly up, and saw Ramona sitting in a dejected attitude beside the nets in which were again carefully packed their small stores, his heart ached anew. Again the sense of his homeless and destitute condition settled like an unbearable burden on his soul. Whither and to what was he leading his Majella? But once in the saddle, Ramona recovered cheerfulness. Baba was in such gay heart, she could not be wholly sad. The horse seemed fairly rollicking with satisfaction at being once more on the move. Capitan, too, was gay. He had found the canon dull, spite of its refreshing shade and cool water. He longed for sheep. He did not understand this inactivity. The puzzled look on his face had made Ramona laugh more than once, as he would come and stand before her, wagging his tail and fixing his eyes intently on her face, as if he said in so many words, "What in the world are you about in this canon, and do not you ever intend to return home? Or if you will stay here, why not keep sheep? Do you not see that I have nothing to do?" "We must ride all night, Majella," said Alessandro, "and lose no time. It is a long way to the place where we shall stay to morrow." "Is it a canon?" asked Ramona, hopefully. "No," he replied, "not a canon; but there are beautiful oak trees. It is where we get our acorns for the winter. It is on the top of a high hill." "Will it be safe there?" she asked. "I think so," he replied, "though not so safe as here. There is no such place as this in all the country." "And then where shall we go next?" she asked. "That is very near Temecula," he said. "We must go into Temecula, dear Majella. I must go to Mr. Hartsel's. He is friendly. He will give me money for my father's violin. If it were not for that, I would never go near the place again." "I would like to see it, Alessandro," she said gently. "Oh, no, no, Majella," he cried, "you would not. It is terrible, the houses all unroofed, all but my father's and Jose's. They were shingled roofs. They will be just the same. All the rest are only walls. Antonio's mother threw hers down. I don't know how the old woman ever had the strength. They said she was like a fury. She said nobody should ever live in those walls again; and she took a pole and made a great hole in one side, and then she ran Antonio's wagon against it with all her might, till it fell in. No, Majella, it will be dreadful." "Wouldn't you like to go into the graveyard again, Alessandro?" she said timidly. "The saints forbid," he said solemnly. "I think it would make me a murderer to stand in that graveyard. If I had not you, my Majel, I should kill some white man when I came out. Oh, do not speak of it," he added, after a moment's silence. "It takes the strength all out of my blood again, Majella. It feels as if I should die." And the word Temecula was not mentioned between them again until dusk the next day, when, as they were riding slowly along between low wooded hills, they suddenly came to an opening, a green marshy place, with a little thread of trickling water, at which their horses stopped and drank thirstily; and Ramona, looking ahead, saw lights twinkling in the distance. "Lights, Alessandro, lights!" she exclaimed, pointing to them. "Yes, Majella," he replied, "it is Temecula;" and springing off his pony, he came to her side, and putting both his hands on hers, said, "I have been thinking for a long way back, Carita, what is to be done here. I do not know. What does Majella think will be wise? If men have been sent out to pursue us, they may be at Hartsel's. His store is the place where everybody stops, everybody goes. I dare not have you go there, Majella, yet I must go. The only way I can get money is from Mr. Hartsel." "I must wait somewhere while you go," said Ramona, her heart beating as she gazed ahead into the blackness of the great plain. It looked vast as the sea. "That is the only safe thing, Alessandro." "I think so too," he said; "but oh, I am afraid for you; and will not you be afraid?" "Yes," she replied, "I am afraid; but it is not so dangerous as the other." If anything were to happen to me, and I could not come back to you, Majella, if you give Baba his reins, he will take you safe home, he and Capitan." Ramona shrieked aloud. She had not thought of this possibility. Alessandro had thought of everything. "What could happen?" she cried. "I mean, if the men were there, and if they took me for stealing the horse," he said. "But you would not have the horse with you," she said. "How could they take you?" "That mightn't make any difference," replied Alessandro. "They might take me to make me tell where the horse was." "Oh, Alessandro," sobbed Ramona, "what shall we do?" Then, in another second, gathering her courage, she exclaimed, "Alessandro, I know what I will do. I will stay in the graveyard. No one will come there. Shall I not be safest there?" "Holy Virgin! Would my Majel stay there?" exclaimed Alessandro. "Why not?" she said. "It is not the dead that will harm us. They would all help us, if they could. I have no fear. I will wait there while you go; and if you do not come in an hour, I will come to Mr. Hartsel's after you. If there are men of the Senora's there, they will know me. They will not dare to touch me. They will know that Felipe would punish them. I will not be afraid; and if they are ordered to take Baba, they can have him. We can walk when the pony is tired." Her confidence was contagious. "My wood dove has in her breast the heart of the lion," said Alessandro, fondly. "We will do as she says. She is wise;" and he turned their horses' heads in the direction of the graveyard. It was surrounded by a low adobe wall, with one small gate of wooden paling. As they reached it, Alessandro exclaimed, "The thieves have taken the gate!" "What could they have wanted with that?" said Ramona. "To burn," he said doggedly. "It was wood, but it was very little. They might have left the grave safe from wild beasts and cattle." As they entered the enclosure, a dark figure rose from one of the graves. Ramona started. "Fear nothing," whispered Alessandro. "It must be one of our people. I am glad. Now you will not be alone. It is Carmena, I am sure. That was the corner where they buried Jose. I will speak to her." And leaving Ramona at the gate, he went slowly on, saying in a low voice, in the Luiseno language, "Carmena, is that you? Have no fear. It is I, Alessandro." It was Carmena. The poor creature, nearly crazed with grief, was spending her days by her baby's grave in Pachanga, and her nights by her husband's in Temecula. She dared not come to Temecula by day, for the Americans were there, and she feared them. After a short talk with her, Alessandro returned, leading her along. Bringing her to Ramona's side, he laid her feverish hand in Ramona's, and said, "Majella, I have told her all. She cannot speak a word of Spanish, but she is very glad, she says, that you have come with me, and she will stay close by your side till I come back." Ramona's tender heart ached with desire to comfort the girl, but all she could do was to press her hand in silence. Even in the darkness she could see the hollow, mournful eyes and the wasted cheek. Words are less needful to sorrow than to joy. Carmena felt in every fibre how Ramona was pitying her. Presently she made a gentle motion, as if to draw her from the saddle. Ramona bent down and looked inquiringly into her face. Again she drew her gently with one hand, and with the other pointed to the corner from which she had come. Ramona understood. "She wants to show me her husband's grave," she thought. "She does not like to be away from it. I will go with her." Dismounting, and taking Baba's bridle over her arm, she bowed her head assentingly, and still keeping firm hold of Carmena's hand, followed her. The graves were thick and irregularly placed, each mound marked by a small wooden cross. Carmena led with the swift step of one who knew each inch of the way by heart. More than once Ramona stumbled and nearly fell, and Baba was impatient and restive at the strange inequalities under his feet. When they reached the corner, Ramona saw the fresh piled earth of the new grave. Uttering a wailing cry, Carmena, drawing Ramona to the edge of it, pointing down with her right hand, then laid both hands on her heart, and gazed at Ramona piteously. Ramona burst into weeping, and again clasping Carmena's hand, laid it on her own breast to show her sympathy. Carmena did not weep. She was long past that; and she felt for the moment lifted out of herself by the sweet, sudden sympathy of this stranger, this girl like herself, yet so different, so wonderful, so beautiful, Carmena was sure she must be. Had the saints sent her from heaven to Alessandro? What did it mean? Carmena's bosom was heaving with the things she longed to say and to ask; but all she could do was to press Ramona's hand again and again, and occasionally lay her soft cheek upon it. "Now, was it not the saints that put it into my head to come to the graveyard?" thought Ramona. "What a comfort to this poor heart broken thing to see Alessandro! And she keeps me from all fear. Holy Virgin, but I had died of terror here all alone! Not that the dead would harm me, but simply from the vast, silent plain, and the gloom." Soon Carmena made signs to Ramona that they would return to the gate. Considerate and thoughtful, she remembered that Alessandro would expect to find them there. But it was a long and weary watch they had, waiting for Alessandro to come. After leaving them, and tethering his pony, he had struck off at a quick run for Hartsel's, which was perhaps an eighth of a mile from the graveyard. His own old home lay a little to the right. As he drew near, he saw a light in its windows. He stopped as if shot. "A light in our house!" he exclaimed, and he clenched his hands. "Those cursed robbers have gone into it to live already." His blood seemed turning to fire. Ramona would not have recognized the face of her Alessandro now. It was full of implacable vengeance. Involuntarily he felt for his knife. It was gone. His gun he had left inside the graveyard, leaning against the wall. Ah, in the graveyard! Yes, and there also was Ramona waiting for him. Thoughts of vengeance fled. The world held now but one work, one hope, one passion for him. But he would at least see who were these dwellers in his father's house. A fierce desire to see their faces burned within him. Why should he thus torture himself? Why, indeed? But he must. He would see the new home life already begun on the grave of his. Stealthily creeping under the window from which the light shone, he listened. He heard children's voices, a woman's voice, at intervals the voice of a man, gruff and surly. Various household sounds also. It was evidently the supper hour. Cautiously raising himself till his eyes were on a level with the lowest panes in the window, he looked in. A table was set in the middle of the floor, and there were sitting at it a man, woman, and two children. The youngest, little more than a baby, sat in its high chair, drumming with a spoon on the table, impatient for its supper. The room was in great confusion, beds made on the floor, open boxes half unpacked, saddles and harness thrown down in the corners. Evidently these were newcomers into the house. The window was open by an inch. It had warped, and would not shut down. Bitterly Alessandro recollected how he had put off from day to day the planing of that window to make it shut tight. Now, thanks to the crack, he could hear all that was said. The woman looked weary and worn. Her face was a sensitive one, and her voice kindly; but the man had the countenance of a brute, of a human brute. Why do we malign the so called brute creation, making their names a unit of comparison for base traits which never one of them possessed? "It seems as if I never should get to rights in this world," said the woman. Alessandro understood enough English to gather the meaning of what she said. He listened eagerly. "When will the next wagon get here?" "I don't know," growled her husband. "There's been a slide in that cursed canon, and blocked the road. They won't be here for several days yet. Hain't you got stuff enough round now? If you'd cleared up what's here now, then 'twould be time enough to grumble because you hadn't got everything." "But, John," she replied, "I can't clear up till the bureau comes, to put the things away in, and the bedstead. I can't seem to do anything." "You can grumble, I take notice," he answered. "That's about all you women are good for, anyhow. There was a first rate rawhide bedstead in here. If Rothsaker hadn't been such a fool's to let those dogs of Indians carry off all their truck, we might have had that." The woman looked at him reproachfully, but did not speak for a moment. Then her cheeks flushed, and seeming unable to repress the speech, she exclaimed: "Well, I'm thankful enough he did let the poor things take their furniture. I'd never have slept a wink in that bedstead, I know, if it had a been left here. It's bad enough to take their houses this way." "Oh, you shut up your head for a blamed fool, will you?" cried the man. He was half drunk, his worst and most dangerous state. She glanced at him half timorously, half indignantly, and turning to the children, began feeding the baby. At that second the other child looked up, and catching sight of the outline of Alessandro's head, cried out, "There's a man there, there at the window!" Alessandro threw himself flat on the ground, and held his breath. Had he imperilled all, brought danger on himself and Ramona, by yielding to this mad impulse to look once more inside the walls of his home? With a fearful oath, the half drunken man exclaimed, "One of those damned Indians, I expect. I've seen several hangin' round to day. We'll have to shoot 2 or 3 of 'em yet, before we're rid of 'em." And he took his gun down from the pegs above the fireplace, and went to the door with it in his hand. "Oh, don't fire, Father, don't!" cried the woman. "They'll come and murder us all in our sleep, if you do. Don't fire!" And she pulled him back by the sleeve. Shaking her off, with another oath, he stepped across the threshold, and stood listening, and peering into the darkness. Alessandro's heart beat like a hammer in his breast. Except for the thought of Ramona, he would have sprung on the man, seized his gun, and killed him. "I don't believe it was anybody, after all, Father," persisted the woman. "Bud's always seein' things. I don't believe there was anybody there. Come in. Supper's gettin' all cold." "Well, I'll just fire, to let 'em know there's powder and shot round here," said the fiend. "If it hits any of 'em roamin' round, he won't know what hurt him." And levelling his gun at random, with his drunken, unsteady hand, he fired. The bullet whistled away harmlessly into the empty darkness. Hearkening a few moments, and hearing no cry, he hiccuped, "Missed him that time," and went into his supper. Alessandro did not dare to stir for a long time. How he cursed his own folly in having brought himself into this plight! What needless pain of waiting he was inflicting on the faithful one, watching for him in that desolate and fearful place of graves! At last he ventured, sliding along on his belly a few inches at a time, till, several rods from the house, he dared at last to spring to his feet and bound away at full speed for Hartsel's. Hartsel's was one of those mongrel establishments to be seen nowhere except in Southern California. Half shop, half farm, half tavern, it gathered up to itself all the threads of the life of the whole region. Indians, ranchmen, travelers of all sorts, traded at Hartsel's, drank at Hartsel's, slept at Hartsel's. It was the only place of its kind within a radius of 20 miles, and it was the least bad place of its kind within a much wider radius. Hartsel was by no means a bad fellow when he was sober, but as that condition was not so frequent as it should have been, he sometimes came near being a very bad fellow indeed. At such times everybody was afraid of him, wife, children, travelers, ranchmen, and all. It was only a question of time and occasion, they said, Hartsel's killing somebody sooner or later, and it looked as if the time were drawing near fast. But out of his cups, Hartsel was kindly and fairly truthful; entertaining, too, to a degree which held many a wayfarer chained to his chair till small hours of the morning, listening to his landlord's talk. How he had drifted from Alsace to San Diego County, he could hardly have told in minute detail himself, There had been so many stages and phases of the strange journey; but he had come to his last halt now. Here in this Temecula he would lay his bones. He liked the country. He liked the wild life; and, for a wonder, he liked the Indians. Many a good word he spoke for them to travelers who believed no good of the race, and evidently listened with polite incredulity when he would say, as he often did, "I've never lost $1 off these Indians yet. They do all their trading with me. There's some of 'em, I trust, as high as $100. If they can't pay this year, they'll pay next; and if they die, their relations will pay their debts for them, a little at a time, till they've got it all paid off. They'll pay in wheat, or bring a steer, maybe, or baskets or mats the women make; but they'll pay. They're honester 'n the general run of Mexicans about paying; I mean Mexicans that are as poor as they are." Hartsel's dwelling house was a long, low adobe building, with still lower flanking additions, in which were bedrooms for travelers, the kitchen, and storerooms. The shop was a separate building, of rough planks, a story and a half high, the loft of which was one great dormitory, well provided with beds on the floor, but with no other article of bedroom furniture. They who slept in this loft had no fastidious standards of personal luxury. These two buildings, with some half dozen outhouses of one sort and another, stood in an enclosure surrounded by a low white picket fence, which gave to the place a certain homelike look, spite of the neglected condition of the ground, which was bare sand, or sparsely tufted with weeds and wild grass. A few plants, parched and straggling, stood in pots and tin cans around the door of the dwelling house. One hardly knew whether they made the place look less desolate or more so; but they were token of a woman's hand, and of a nature which craved something more than the unredeemed wilderness around her afforded. A dull and lurid light streamed out from the wide open door of the store. Alessandro drew cautiously near. The place was full of men, and he heard loud laughing and talking. He dared not go in. Stealing around to the rear, he leaped the fence, and went to the other house and opened the kitchen door. Here he was not afraid. Mrs. Hartsel had never any but Indian servants in her employ. The kitchen was lighted only by one dim candle. On the stove were sputtering and hissing all the pots and frying pans it would hold. Much cooking was evidently going on for the men who were noisily rollicking in the other house. Seating himself by the fire, Alessandro waited. In a few moments Mrs. Hartsel came hurrying back to her work. It was no uncommon experience to find an Indian quietly sitting by her fire. In the dim light she did not recognize Alessandro, but mistook him, as he sat bowed over, his head in his hands, for old Ramon, who was a sort of recognized hanger on of the place, earning his living there by odd jobs of fetching and carrying, and anything else he could do. "Run, Ramon," she said, "and bring me more wood. This cottonwood is so dry it burns out like rotten punk. I'm off my feet to night, with all these men to cook for." Then, turning to the table, she began cutting her bread, and did not see how tall and unlike Ramon was the man who silently rose and went out to do her bidding. When, a few moments later, Alessandro re entered, bringing a huge armful of wood, which it would have cost poor old Ramon 3 journeys at least to bring, and throwing it down on the hearth, said, "Will that be enough, Mrs. Hartsel?" She gave a scream of surprise, and dropped her knife. "Why, who," she began; then, seeing his face, her own lighting up with pleasure, she continued, "Alessandro, is it you? Why, I took you in the dark for old Ramon. I thought you were in Pachanga." In Pachanga? Then as yet no one had come from the Senora Moreno's to Hartsel's in search of him and the Senorita Ramona. Alessandro's heart felt almost light in his bosom. From the one immediate danger he had dreaded, they were safe; but no trace of emotion showed on his face, and he did not raise his eyes as he replied, "I have been in Pachanga. My father is dead. I have buried him there." "Oh, Alessandro, did he die?" cried the kindly woman, coming closer to Alessandro and laying her hand on his shoulder. "I heard he was sick." She paused. She did not know what to say. She had suffered so at the time of the ejectment of the Indians, that it had made her ill. For 2 days she had kept her doors shut and her windows close curtained, that she need not see the terrible sights. She was not a woman of many words. She was a Mexican, but there were those who said that some Indian blood ran in her veins. This was not improbable, and it seemed more than ever probable now, as she stood still by Alessandro's side, her hand on his shoulder, her eyes fixed in distress on his face. How he had altered! How well she recollected his lithe figure, his alert motion, his superb bearing, his handsome face, when she last saw him in the spring. "You were away all summer, Alessandro?" she said at last, turning back to her work. "Yes," he said, "at the Senora Moreno's." "So I heard," she said. "That is a fine, great place, is it not? Is her son grown a fine man? He was a lad when I saw him. He went through here with a drove of sheep once." "Ay, he is a man now," said Alessandro, and buried his face in his hands again. "Poor fellow, I don't wonder he does not want to speak," thought Mrs. Hartsel. "I'll just let him alone;" and she spoke no more for some moments. Alessandro sat still by the fire. A strange apathy seemed to have seized him. At last he said wearily, "I must be going now. I wanted to see Mr. Hartsel a minute, but he seems to be busy in the store." "Yes," she said, "a lot of San Francisco men. They belong to the company that's coming in here in the valley. They've been here 2 days. Oh, Alessandro," she continued, bethinking herself, "Jim's got your violin here. Jose brought it." "Yes, I know it," answered Alessandro. "Jose told me; and that was one thing I stopped for." "I'll run and get it!" she exclaimed. "No," said Alessandro, in a slow, husky voice, "I do not want it. I thought Mr. Hartsel might buy it. I want some money. It was not mine; it was my father's. It is a great deal better than mine. My father said it would bring a great deal of money. It is very old." "Indeed it is," she replied. "One of those men in there was looking at it last night. He was astonished at it, and he would not believe Jim when he told him about its having come from the Mission." "Does he play? Will he buy it?" cried Alessandro. "I don't know. I'll call Jim," she said; and running out, she looked in at the other door, saying, "Jim! Jim!" Alas, Jim was in no condition to reply. At her first glance in his face, her countenance hardened into an expression of disgust and defiance. Returning to the kitchen, she said scornfully, disdaining all disguises, "Jim's drunk. No use your talking to him to night. Wait till morning." "Till morning!" A groan escaped from Alessandro in spite of himself. "I can't!" he cried. "I must go on to night." "Why? What for?" exclaimed Mrs. Hartsel, much astonished. For one brief second Alessandro revolved in his mind the idea of confiding everything to her. Only for a second, however. No, the fewer knew his secret and Ramona's, the better. "I must be in San Diego to morrow," he said. "Got work there?" she said. "Yes, that is, in San Pasquale," he said; "and I ought to have been there 3 days ago." Mrs. Hartsel mused. "Jim can't do anything to night," she said; "that's certain. You might see the man yourself, and ask him if he'd buy it." Alessandro shook his head. An invincible repugnance withheld him. He could not face one of these Americans who were "coming in" to his valley. Mrs. Hartsel understood. "I'll tell you, Alessandro," said the kindly woman. "I'll give you what money you need to night, and then, if you say so, Jim'll sell the violin to morrow, if the man wants it, and you can pay me back out of that. And when you're along this way again, you can have the rest. Jim'll make as good a trade for you as he can. He's a real good friend to all of you, Alessandro, when he's himself." "I know it, Mrs. Hartsell. I trust Mr. Hartsell more than any other man in this country," said Alessandro. "He's about the only white man I do trust." Mrs. Hartsel was fumbling in a deep pocket in her under petticoat. Gold piece after gold piece she drew out. "Humph! Got more'n I thought I had," she said. "I've kept all that's been paid in here to day, for I knew Jim'd be drunk before night." Alessandro's eyes fastened on the gold. How he longed for an abundance of those little shining pieces for his Majella! He sighed as Mrs. Hartsel counted them out on the table. 1, 2, 3, 4 bright $5 pieces. "That is as much as I dare take," said Alessandro, when she put down the fourth. "Will you trust me for so much?" he added sadly. "You know I have nothing left now. Mrs. Hartsel, I am only a beggar, till I get some work to do." The tears came into Mrs. Hartsel's eyes. "It's a shame," she said, "a shame, Alessandro. Jim and I haven't thought of anything else since it happened. Jim says they'll never prosper, never. Trust you? Yes, indeed. Jim and I'd trust you or your father the last days of our lives." "I'm glad he is dead," said Alessandro, as he knotted the gold into his handkerchief and put it into his bosom. "But he was murdered, Mrs. Hartsel, murdered, just as much as if they had fired a bullet into him." "That's true!" she exclaimed vehemently. "I say so, too; and so was Jose. That's just what I said at the time, that bullets would not be half so inhuman." The words had barely left her lips when the door from the dining room burst open, and a dozen men, headed by the drunken Jim, came stumbling, laughing, reeling into the kitchen. "Where's supper? Give us our supper! What are you about with your Indian here? I'll teach you how to cook ham," stammered Jim, making a lurch towards the stove. The men behind him caught him and saved him. Eyeing the group with scorn, Mrs. Hartsel, who had not a cowardly nerve in her body, said: "Gentlemen, if you will take your seats at the table, I will bring in your supper immediately. It is all ready." One or two of the soberer ones, shamed by her tone, led the rest back into the dining room, where, seating themselves, they began to pound the table and swing the chairs, swearing and singing ribald songs. "Get off as quick as you can, Alessandro," whispered Mrs. Hartsel as she passed by him, standing like a statue, his eyes full of hatred and contempt, fixed on the tipsy group. "You'd better go. There's no knowing what they'll do next." "Are you not afraid?" he said in a low tone. "No," she said. "I'm used to it. I can always manage Jim; and Ramon's round somewhere, he and the bull pups. If worse comes to worse, I can call the dogs. These San Francisco fellows are always the worst to get drunk. But you'd better get out of the way." "And these are the men that have stolen our lands, and killed my father and Jose and Carmena's baby," thought Alessandro, as he ran swiftly back towards the graveyard. "And Father Salvierderra says, 'God is good.' It must be the saints no longer pray to him for us." But Alessandro's heart was too full of other thoughts now to dwell long on past wrongs, however bitter. The present called him too loudly. Putting his hand in his bosom, and feeling the soft knotted handkerchief, he thought, $20! It is not much, but it will buy food for many days for my Majella and for Baba. CHAPTer 17. Chapter 18 of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 18. Except for the reassuring help of Carmena's presence by her side, Ramona would never have had courage to remain during this long hour in the graveyard. As it was, she twice resolved to bear the suspense no longer, and made a movement to go. The chance of Alessandro's encountering at Hartsel's the men sent in pursuit of him and of Baba loomed in her thoughts into a more and more frightful danger each moment she reflected upon it. It was a most unfortunate suggestion for Alessandro to have made. Her excited fancy went on and on, picturing the possible scenes which might be going on almost within a stone's throw of where she was sitting, helpless, in the midnight darkness. Alessandro seized, tied, treated as a thief, and she, Ramona, not there to vindicate him, to terrify the men into letting him go. She could not bear it. She would ride boldly to Hartsel's door. But when she made a motion as if she would go, and said in the soft Spanish, of which Carmena knew no word, but which yet somehow conveyed Ramona's meaning, "I must go. It is too long. I cannot wait here," Carmena had clasped her hand tighter, and said, in the San Luiseno tongue, of which Ramona knew no word, but which yet somehow conveyed Carmena's meaning, "Oh, beloved lady, you must not go. Waiting is the only safe thing. Alessandro said to wait here. He will come." The word Alessandro was plain. Yes, Alessandro had said wait. Carmena was right. She would obey, but it was a fearful ordeal. It was strange how Ramona, who felt herself preternaturally brave, afraid of nothing so long as Alessandro was by her side, became timorous and wretched the instant he was lost to her sight. When she first heard his steps coming, she quivered with terror lest they might not be his. The next second she knew, and with a glad cry, "Alessandro! Alessandro!" she bounded to him, dropping Baba's reins. Sighing gently, Carmena picked up the reins and stood still, holding the horse, while the lovers clasped each other with breathless words. "How she loves Alessandro!" thought the widowed Carmena. "Will they leave him alive to stay with her? It is better not to love." But there was no bitter envy in her mind for the two who were thus blessed, while she went desolate. All of Pablo's people had great affection for Alessandro. They had looked forward to his being over them in his father's place. They knew his goodness, and were proud of his superiority to themselves. "Majella, you tremble," said Alessandro, as he threw his arms around her. "You have feared; yet you were not alone." He glanced at Carmena's motionless figure standing by Baba. "No, not alone, dear Alessandro, but it was so long," replied Ramona, "and I feared the men had taken you, as you feared. Was there any one there?" "No, no one has heard anything. All was well. They thought I had just come from Pachanga," he answered. "Except for Carmena, I should have ridden after you half an hour ago," continued Ramona; "but she told me to wait." "She told you!" repeated Alessandro. "How did you understand her speech?" "I do not know. Was it not a strange thing?" replied Ramona. "She spoke in your tongue, but I thought I understood her. Ask her if she did not say that I must not go, that it was safer to wait, that you had so said, and you would soon come." Alessandro repeated the words to Carmena. "Did you say that?" he asked. "Yes," answered Carmena. "You see, then, she has understood the Luiseno words," he said delightedly. "She is one of us." "Yes," said Carmena, gravely, "she is one of us." Then, taking Ramona's hand in both of her own for farewell, she repeated, in a tone as of dire prophecy, "One of us, Alessandro, one of us." And as she gazed after their retreating forms, almost immediately swallowed and lost in the darkness, she repeated the words again to herself, "One of us, one of us. Sorrow came to me. She rides to meet it." And she crept back to her husband's grave, and threw herself down to watch till the dawn. The road which Alessandro would naturally have taken would carry them directly by Hartsel's again; but wishing to avoid all risk of meeting or being seen by any of the men on the place, he struck well out to the north, to make a wide circuit around it. This brought them past the place where Antonio's house had stood. Here Alessandro halted, and putting his hand on Baba's rein, walked the horses close to the pile of ruined walls. "This was Antonio's house, Majella," he whispered. "I wish every house in the valley had been pulled down like this. Old Juana was right. The Americans are living in my father's house, Majella," he went on, his whisper growing thick with rage. "That was what kept me so long. I was looking in at the window at them eating their supper. I thought I should go mad, Majella. If I had had my gun, I would have shot them all dead." An almost inarticulate gasp was Ramona's first reply to this. "Living in your house!" she said. "You saw them?" "Yes," he said. "The man and his wife and 2 little children; and the man came out with his gun on the doorstep, and fired it. They thought they heard something moving, and it might be an Indian; so he fired. That was what kept me so long." Just at this moment Baba tripped over some small object on the ground. A few steps farther, and he tripped again. "There is something caught round his foot, Alessandro," said Ramona. "It keeps moving." Alessandro jumped off his horse, and kneeling down, exclaimed, "It's a stake, and the lariat fastened to it." "Holy Virgin! What?" The rest of his ejaculation was inaudible. The next Ramona knew, he had run swiftly on, a rod or two. Baba had followed, and Capitan, and the pony; and there stood a splendid black horse, as big as Baba, and Alessandro talking under his breath to him, and clapping both his hands over the horse's nose, to stop him, as often he began whinnying. And it seemed hardly a second more before he had his saddle off the poor little Indian pony, and striking it sharply on its sides, had turned it free, had saddled the black horse, and leaping on his back, said, with almost a sob in his voice, "My Majella, it is Benito, my own Benito! Now the saints indeed have helped us. Oh, the ass, the idiot, to stake out Benito, with such a stake as that! A jack rabbit had pulled it up. Now, my Majella, we will gallop, faster, faster. I will not breathe easy till we are out of this cursed valley. When we are once in the Santa Margarita canon, I know a trail they will never find." Like the wind galloped Benito, Alessandro half lying on his back, stroking his forehead, whispering to him, the horse snorting with joy. Which were gladder of the two, horse or man, could not be said. And neck by neck with Benito came Baba. How the ground flew away under their feet! This was companionship indeed, worthy of Baba's best powers. Not in all the California herds could be found 2 superber horses than Benito and Baba. A wild, almost reckless joy took possession of Alessandro. Ramona was half terrified as she heard him still talking, talking to Benito. For an hour they did not draw rein. Both Benito and Alessandro knew every inch of the ground. Then, just as they had descended into the deepest part of the canon, Alessandro suddenly reined sharply to the left, and began climbing the precipitous wall. "Can you follow, dearest Majella?" he cried. "Do you suppose Benito can do anything that Baba cannot?" she retorted, pressing on closely. But Baba did not like it. Except for the stimulus of Benito ahead, he would have given Ramona trouble. "There is only a little rough like this, dear," called Alessandro, as he leaped a fallen tree, and halted to see how Baba took it. "Good!" he cried, as Baba jumped it like a deer. "Good, Majella! We have got the 2 best horses in the country. You'll see they are alike when daylight comes. I have often wondered they were so much alike. They would go together splendidly." After a few rods of this steep climbing, they came out on the top of the canon's south wall, in a dense oak forest, comparatively free from underbrush. "Now," said Alessandro, "I can go from here to San Diego by paths that no white man knows. We will be near there before daylight." Already the keen salt air of the ocean smote their faces. Ramona drank it in with delight. "I taste salt in the air, Alessandro," she cried. "Yes, it is the sea," he said. "This canon leads straight to the sea. I wish we could go by the shore, Majella. It is beautiful there. When it is still, the waves come as gently to the land as if they were in play, and you can ride along with your horse's feet in the water, and the green cliffs almost over your head, and the air off the water is like wine in one's head." "Cannot we go there?" she said longingly. "Would it not be safe?" "I dare not," he answered regretfully. "Not now, Majella; for on the shore way, at all times, there are people coming and going." "Some other time, Alessandro, we can come, after we are married, and there is no danger?" she asked. "Yes, Majella," he replied; but as he spoke the words, he thought, "Will a time ever come when there will be no danger?" The shore of the Pacific Ocean, for many miles north of San Diego, is a succession of rounding promontories, walling the mouths of canons, down many of which small streams make to the sea. These canons are green and rich at bottom, and filled with trees, chiefly oak. Beginning as little more than rifts in the ground, they deepen and widen, till, at their mouths, they have a beautiful crescent of shining beach, from an eighth to a quarter of a mile long. The one which Alessandro hoped to reach before morning was not a dozen miles from the old town of San Diego, and commanded a fine view of the outer harbor. When he was last in it, he had found it a nearly impenetrable thicket of young oak trees. Here he believed they could hide safely all day, and after nightfall ride into San Diego, be married at the priest's house, and push on to San Pasquale that same night. "All day in that canon Majella can look at the sea," he thought. "But I will not tell her now, for it may be the trees have been cut down, and we cannot be so close to the shore." It was near sunrise when they reached the place. The trees had not been cut down. Their tops, seen from above, looked like a solid bed of moss filling in the canon bottom. The sky and the sea were both red. As Ramona looked down into this soft green pathway, it seemed, leading out to the wide and sparkling sea, she thought Alessandro had brought her into a fairy land. "What a beautiful world!" she cried; and riding up so close to Benito that she could lay her hand on Alessandro's, she said solemnly, "Do you not think we ought to be very happy, Alessandro, in such a beautiful world as this? Do you think we might sing our sunrise hymn here?" Alessandro glanced around. They were alone on the breezy open. It was not yet full dawn. Great masses of crimson vapor were floating upward from the hills behind San Diego. The light was still burning in the lighthouse on the promontory walling the inner harbor, but in a few moments more it would be day. "No, Majella, not here," he said. "We must not stay. As soon as the sun rises, a man or a horse may be seen on this upper coast line as far as eye can reach. We must be among the trees with all the speed we can make." It was like a house, with a high, thick roof of oak tree tops, the shelter they found. No sun penetrated it. A tiny trickle of water still remained, and some grass along its rims was still green, spite of the long drought. A scanty meal for Baba and Benito, but they ate it with relish in each other's company. "They like each other, those two," said Ramona, laughing as she watched them. "They will be friends." "Ay," said Alessandro, also smiling. "Horses are friends like men, and can hate each other like men too. Benito would never see Antonio's mare, the little yellow one, that he did not let fly his heels at her, and she was as afraid, at sight of him, as a cat is at a dog. Many a time I have laughed to see it." "Know you the priest at San Diego?" asked Ramona. "Not well," replied Alessandro. "He came seldom to Temecula when I was there; but he is a friend of Indians. I know he came with the men from San Diego at the time when there was fighting, and the whites were in great terror; and they said, except for Father Gaspara's words, there would not have been a white man left alive in Pala. My father had sent all his people away before that fight began. He knew it was coming, but he would have nothing to do with it. He said the Indians were all crazy. It was no use. They would only be killed themselves. That is the worst thing, my Majella. The stupid Indians fight and kill, and then what can we do? The white men think we are all the same. Father Gaspara has never been to Pala, I heard, since that time. There goes there now the San Juan Capistrano priest. He is a bad man. He takes money from the starving poor." "A priest!" ejaculated Ramona, horror stricken. "Ay, a priest," replied Alessandro. "They are not all good, not like Father Salvierderra." "Oh, if we could but have gone to Father Salvierderra!" exclaimed Ramona, involuntarily. Alessandro looked distressed. "It would have been much more danger, Majella," he said; "and I had no knowledge of work I could do there." His look made Ramona remorseful at once. How cruel to lay one featherweight of additional burden on this loving man! "Oh, this is much better, really," she said. "I did not mean what I said. It is only because I have always loved Father Salvierderra so. And the Senora will tell him what is not true. Could we not send him a letter, Alessandro?" "There is a Santa Inez Indian I know," replied Alessandro, "who comes down with nets to sell sometimes to Temecula. I know not if he goes to San Diego. If I could get speech with him, he would go up from Santa Inez to Santa Barbara for me, I am sure; for once he lay in my father's house, sick for many weeks, and I nursed him; and since then he is always begging me to take a net from him, whenever he comes. It is not 2 days from Santa Inez to Santa Barbara." "I wish it were the olden time now, Alessandro," sighed Ramona, "when the men like Father Salvierderra had all the country. Then there would be work for all at the Missions. The Senora says the Missions were like palaces, and that there were thousands of Indians in every one of them, thousands and thousands, all working so happy and peaceful." "The Senora does not know all that happened at the Missions," replied Alessandro. "My father says that at some of them were dreadful things, when bad men had power; never any such things at San Luis Rey. Father Peyri was like a father to all his Indians. My father says that they would all of them lie down in a fire for him, if he had commanded it. And when he went away to leave the country, when his heart was broken, and the Mission all ruined, he had to fly by night, Majella, just as you and I have done; for if the Indians had known it, they would have risen up to keep him. There was a ship here in San Diego harbor to sail for Mexico, and the Father made up his mind to go in it; and it was over this same road we have come, my Majella, that he rode, and by night. And my father was the only one he trusted to know it. My father came with him. They took the swiftest horses, and they rode all night; and my father carried in front of him, on the horse, a box of the sacred things of the altar, very heavy. And many a time my father has told me the story, how they got to San Diego at daybreak, and the Father was rowed out to the ship in a little boat, and not much more than on board was he, my father standing like one dead on the shore, watching, he loved him so, when lo! he heard a great crying and shouting and trampling of horses' feet, and there came galloping down to the water's edge 300 of the Indians from San Luis Rey, who had found out that the Father had gone to San Diego to take ship, and they had ridden all night on his track to fetch him back. And when my father pointed to the ship, and told them he was already on board, they set up a cry fit to bring the very sky down, and some of them flung themselves into the sea, and swam out to the ship, and cried and begged to be taken on board and go with him. And Father Peyri stood on the deck, blessing them and saying farewell, with the tears running on his face. And one of the Indians, how they never knew, made shift to climb up on the chains and ropes, and got into the ship itself, and they let him stay, and he sailed away with the Father. And my father said he was all his life sorry that he himself had not thought to do the same thing; but he was like one dumb and deaf and with no head, he was so unhappy at the Father's going. "Was it here, in this very harbor?" asked Ramona, in breathless interest, pointing out towards the blue water, of which they could see a broad belt framed by their leafy foreground arch of oak tops. "Ay, just here he sailed, as that ship goes now," he exclaimed, as a white sailed schooner sailed swiftly by, going out to sea. "But the ship lay at first inside the bar. You cannot see the inside harbor from here. It is the most beautiful water I have ever seen, Majella. The two high lands come out like two arms to hold it and keep it safe, as if they loved it." "But, Alessandro," continued Ramona, "were there really bad men at the other Missions? Surely not the Franciscan Fathers?" "Perhaps not the Fathers themselves, but the men under them. It was too much power, Majella. When my father has told me how it was, it has seemed to me I should not have liked to be as he was. It is not right that one man should have so much power. There was one at the San Gabriel Mission. He was an Indian. He had been set over the rest; and when a whole band of them ran away one time, and went back into the mountains, he went after them, and he brought back a piece of each man's ear. The pieces were strung on a string; and he laughed, and said that was to know them by again, by their clipped ears. An old woman, a Gabrieleno, who came over to Temecula, told me she saw that. She lived at the Mission herself. The Indians did not all want to come to the Missions. Some of them preferred to stay in the woods, and live as they always had lived. And I think they had a right to do that, if they preferred, Majella. It was stupid of them to stay and be like beasts, and not know anything; but do you not think they had the right?" "It is the command to preach the gospel to every creature," replied the pious Ramona. "That is what Father Salvierderra said was the reason the Franciscans came here. I think they ought to have made the Indians listen. But that was dreadful about the ears, Alessandro. Do you believe it?" "The old woman laughed when she told it," he answered. "She said it was a joke; so I think it was true. I know I would have killed the man who tried to crop my ears that way." "Did you ever tell that to Father Salvierderra?" asked Ramona. "No, Majella. It would not be polite," said Alessandro. "Well, I don't believe it," replied Ramona, in a relieved tone. "I don't believe any Franciscan ever could have permitted such things." The great red light in the lighthouse tower had again blazed out, and had been some time burning before Alessandro thought it prudent to resume their journey. The road on which they must go into old San Diego, where Father Gaspara lived, was the public road from San Diego to San Luis Rey, and they were almost sure to meet travellers on it. But their fleet horses bore them so well that it was not late when they reached the town. Father Gaspara's house was at the end of a long, low adobe building, which had served no mean purpose in the old Presidio days, but was now fallen into decay, and all its rooms, except those occupied by the Father, had been long uninhabited. On the opposite side of the way, in a neglected, weedy open, stood his chapel, a poverty stricken little place, its walls imperfectly whitewashed, decorated by a few coarse pictures and by broken sconces of looking glass, rescued in their dilapidated condition from the Mission buildings, now gone utterly to ruin. In these had been put handle holders of common tin, in which a few cheap candles dimly lighted the room. Everything about it was in unison with the atmosphere of the place, the most profoundly melancholy in all Southern California. Here was the spot where that grand old Franciscan, Padre Junipero Serra, began his work, full of the devout and ardent purpose to reclaim the wilderness and its peoples to his country and his Church. On this very beach he went up and down for those first terrible weeks, nursing the sick, praying with the dying, and burying the dead, from the pestilence stricken Mexican ships lying in the harbor. Here he baptized his first Indian converts, and founded his first Mission; and the only traces now remaining of his heroic labors and hard won successes were a pile of crumbling ruins, A few old olive trees and palms. In less than another century even these would be gone, returned into the keeping of that mother, the earth, who puts no headstones at the sacredest of her graves. Father Gaspara had been for many years at San Diego. Although not a Franciscan, having indeed no especial love for the order, he had been from the first deeply impressed by the holy associations of the place. He had a nature at once fiery and poetic. There were but three things he could have been: a soldier, a poet, or a priest. Circumstances had made him a priest; and the fire and the poetry which would have wielded the sword or kindled the verse, had he found himself set either to fight or to sing, had all gathered into added force in his priestly vocation. The look of a soldier he had never quite lost, neither the look nor the tread; and his flashing dark eyes, heavy black hair and beard, and quick elastic step, seemed sometimes strangely out of harmony with his priest's gown; and it was the sensitive soul of the poet in him which had made him withdraw within himself more and more, year after year, as he found himself comparatively powerless to do anything for the hundreds of Indians that he would fain have seen gathered once more, as of old, into the keeping of the Church. He had made frequent visits to them in their shifting refuges, following up family after family, band after band that he knew. He had written bootless letter after letter to the Government officials of one sort and another at Washington. He had made equally bootless efforts to win some justice, some protection for them, from officials nearer home. He had endeavored to stir the Church itself to greater efficiency in their behalf. Finally, weary, disheartened, and indignant with that intense, suppressed indignation which the poetic temperament alone can feel, he had ceased, had said, "It is of no use. I will speak no word. I am done. I can bear no more." And settling down into the routine of his parochial duties to the little Mexican and Irish congregation of his charge in San Diego, he had abandoned all effort to do more for the Indians than visit their chief settlements once or twice a year, to administer the sacraments. When fresh outrages were brought to his notice, he paced his room, plucked fiercely at his black beard, with ejaculations, it is to be feared, savoring more of the camp than the altar; but he made no effort to do anything. Lighting his pipe, he would sit down on the old bench in his tile paved veranda, and smoke by the hour, gazing out on the placid water of the deserted harbor, brooding, ever brooding, over the wrongs he could not redress. A few paces off from his door stood the just begun walls of a fine brick church, which it would have been the dream and pride of his heart to see builded and full of worshipers. This, too, had failed. With San Diego's repeatedly vanishing hopes and dreams of prosperity, had gone this hope and dream of Father Gaspara's. It looked now as if it would be indeed a waste of money to build a costly church on this site. Sentiment, however sacred and loving towards the dead, must yield to the demands of the living. To build a church on the ground where Father Junipero first trod and labored would be a work to which no Catholic could be indifferent; but there were other and more pressing claims to be met first. This was right. Yet the sight of these silent walls, only a few feet high, was a sore one to Father Gaspara, a daily cross, which he did not find grow lighter as he paced up and down his veranda, year in and year out, in the balmy winter and cool summer of that magic climate. "Majella, the chapel is lighted! But that is good!" exclaimed Alessandro, as they rode into the silent plaza. "Father Gaspara must be there;" and jumping off his horse, he peered in at the uncurtained window. "A marriage, Majella, a marriage!" he cried, hastily returning. "This, too, is good fortune. We need not to wait long." When the sacristan whispered to Father Gaspara that an Indian couple had just come in, wishing to be married, the Father frowned. His supper was waiting. He had been out all day, over at the old Mission olive orchard, where he had not found things to his mind. The Indian man and his wife whom he hired to take care of the few acres the Church yet owned there, had been neglecting the Church lands and trees, to look after their own. The Father was vexed, tired, and hungry, and the expression with which he regarded Alessandro and Ramona as they came towards him was one of the least prepossessing of which his dark face was capable. Ramona, who had never knelt to any priest save the gentle Father Salvierderra, and who had supposed that all priests must look, at least, friendly, was shocked at the sight of the impatient visage confronting her. But as his first glance fell on Ramona, Father Gaspara's expression changed. "What is all this?" he thought; and as quick as he thought it, he exclaimed, in a severe tone, looking at Ramona, "Woman, are you an Indian?" "Yes, Father," answered Ramona, gently. "My mother was an Indian." "Ah, half breed," thought Father Gaspara. "It is strange how sometimes one of the types will conquer, and sometimes another. But this is no common creature." And it was with a look of new interest and sympathy on his face that he proceeded with the ceremony. The other couple, a middle aged Irishman with his more than middle aged bride, standing quietly by, and looking on with a vague sort of wonder in their ugly, impassive faces, as if it struck them oddly that Indians should marry. The book of the marriage records was kept in Father Gaspara's own rooms, locked up and hidden even from his old housekeeper. He had had bitter reason to take this precaution. It had been for more than one man's interest to cut leaves out of this old record, which dated back to 1769, and had many pages written full in the hand of Father Junipero himself. As they came out of the chapel, Father Gaspara leading the way, the Irish couple shambling along shamefacedly apart from each other, Alessandro, still holding Ramona's hand in his, said, "Will you ride, dear? It is but a step." "No, thanks, dear Alessandro. I would rather walk," she replied; and Alessandro slipping the bridles of the two horses over his left arm, they walked on. Father Gaspara heard the question and answer, and was still more puzzled. "He speaks as a gentleman speaks to a lady," he mused. "What does it mean? Who are they?" Father Gaspara was a well born man, and in his home in Spain had been used to associations far superior to any which he had known in his California life. A gentle courtesy of tone and speech, such as that with which Alessandro had addressed Ramona, was not often heard in his parish. When they entered his house, he again regarded them both attentively. Ramona wore on her head the usual black shawl of the Mexican women. There was nothing distinctive, to the Father's eye, in her figure or face. In the dim light of the one candle, Father Gaspara allowed himself no luxuries, the exquisite coloring of her skin and the deep blue of her eyes were not to be seen. Alessandro's tall figure and dignified bearing were not uncommon. The Father had seen many as fine looking Indian men. But his voice was remarkable, and he spoke better Spanish than was wont to be heard from Indians. "Where are you from?" said the Father, as he held his pen poised in hand, ready to write their names in the old rawhide bound book. "Temecula, Father," replied Alessandro. Father Gaspara dropped his pen. "The village the Americans drove out the other day?" he cried. "Yes, Father." Father Gaspara sprang from his chair, took refuge from his excitement, as usual, in pacing the floor. "Go, go! I'm done with you. It's all over," he said fiercely to the Irish bride and groom, who had given him their names and their fee, but were still hanging about irresolute, not knowing if all were ended or not. "A burning shame! The most dastardly thing I have seen yet in this land forsaken of God!" cried the Father. "I saw the particulars of it in the San Diego paper yesterday." Then coming to a halt in front of Alessandro, he exclaimed, The paper said that the Indians were compelled to pay all the costs of the suit; that the sheriff took their cattle to do it. Was that true?" "Yes, Father," replied Alessandro. The Father strode up and down again, plucking at his beard. "What are you going to do?" he said. "Where have you all gone? There were 200 in your village the last time I was there." "Some have gone over into Pachanga," replied Alessandro; "some to San Pasquale, and the rest to San Bernardino." "Body of Jesus, man, but you take it with philosophy!" stormed Father Gaspara. Alessandro did not understand the word philosophy, but he knew what the Father meant. "Yes, Father," he said doggedly. "It is now 21 days ago. I was not so at first. There is nothing to be done." Ramona held tight to Alessandro's hand. She was afraid of this fierce, black bearded priest, who dashed back and forth, pouring out angry invectives. "The United States Government will suffer for it," he continued. "It is a government of thieves and robbers. God will punish them. You will see, they will be visited with a curse in their borders. Their sons and their daughters shall be desolate. But why do I prate in these vain words? My son, tell me your names again;" and he seated himself once more at the table where the ancient marriage record lay open. After writing Alessandro's name, he turned to Ramona. "And the woman's?" he said. Alessandro looked at Ramona. In the chapel he had said simply, "Majella." What name should he give more? Without a second's hesitation, Ramona answered, "Majella. Majella Pfehl is my name." She pronounced the word Pfehl slowly. It was new to her. She had never seen it written. As it lingered on her lips, the Father, to whom also it was a new word, misunderstood it, took it to be in 2 syllables, and so wrote it. The last step was taken in the disappearance of Ramona. How should any one, searching in after years, find any trace of Ramona Ortegna in the woman married under the name of Majella Fayeel? "No, no. Put up your money, son," said Father Gaspara, as Alessandro began to undo the knots of the handkerchief in which his gold was tied. "Put up your money. I'll take no money from a Temecula Indian. I would the Church had money to give you. Where are you going now?" "To San Pasquale, Father." "Ah, San Pasquale! The head man there has the old Pueblo paper," said Father Gaspara. "He was showing it to me the other day. That will, it may be, save you there; but do not trust to it, son. Buy yourself a piece of land, as the white man buys his. Trust to nothing." Alessandro looked anxiously in the Father's face. "How is that, Father?" he said. "I do not know." "Well, their rules be thick as the crabs here on the beach," replied Father Gaspara; "and faith they appear to me to be backwards of motion also, like the crabs. But the lawyers understand. When you have picked out your land, and have the money, come to me, and I will go with you, and see that you are not cheated in the buying, so far as I can tell. But I myself am at my wits' end with their devices. Farewell, son. Farewell, daughter," he said, rising from his chair. Hunger was again getting the better of sympathy in Father Gaspara, and as he sat down to his long deferred supper, the Indian couple faded from his mind. But after supper was over, as he sat smoking his pipe on the veranda, they returned again, and lingered in his thoughts. Lingered strangely, it seemed to him. He could not shake off the impression that there was something unusual about the woman. "I shall hear of them again some day," he thought. And he thought rightly. CHAPter XIX. Of Ramona. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ramona, by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 19. After leaving Father Gaspara's door, Alessandro and Ramona rode slowly through the now deserted plaza, and turned northward on the river road, leaving the old Presidio walls on their right. The river was low, and they forded it without difficulty. "I have seen this river so high that there was no fording it for many days," said Alessandro; "but that was in spring." "Then it is well we came not at that time," said Ramona. "All the times have fallen out well for us, Alessandro, the dark nights, and the streams low. But look, as I say it, there comes the moon;" and she pointed to the fine thread like arc of the new moon, just visible in the sky. "Not big enough to do us any harm, however," she added. "But, dear Alessandro, do you not think we are safe now?" "I know not, Majella, if ever we may be safe; but I hope so. I have been all day thinking I had gone foolish last night when I told Mrs. Hartsel that I was on my way to San Pasquale. But if men should come there asking for us, she would understand, I think, and keep a still tongue. She would keep harm from us if she could." Their way from San Diego to San Pasquale lay at first along a high mesa, or table land, covered with low shrub growths. After some 10 or 12 miles of this, they descended among winding ridges into a narrow valley, the Poway valley. It was here that the Mexicans made one of their few abortive efforts to repel the American forces. "Here were some Americans killed in a fight with the Mexicans, Majella," said Alessandro. "I myself have a dozen bullets which I picked up in the ground about here. Many a time I have looked at them, and thought that if there should come another war against the Americans, I would fire them again, if I could. Does Senor Felipe think there is any likelihood that his people will rise against them any more? If they would, they would have all the Indians to help them now. It would be a mercy if they might be driven out of the land, Majella." "Yes," sighed Majella, "but there is no hope. I have heard the Senora speak of it with Felipe. There is no hope. They have power and great riches," she said. "Money is all that they think of. To get money they will commit any crime, even murder. Every day there comes the news of their murdering each other for gold. Mexicans kill each other only for hate, Alessandro; for hate or in anger, never for gold." "Indians also," replied Alessandro. "Never one Indian killed another yet for money. It is for vengeance always. For money! Bah, Majella, they are dogs." Rarely did Alessandro speak with such vehemence; but this last outrage on his people had kindled in his veins a fire of scorn and hatred which would never die out. Trust in an American was henceforth to him impossible. The name was a synonym for fraud and cruelty. "They cannot all be so bad, I think, Alessandro," said Ramona. "There must be some that are honest. Do you not think so?" "Where are they, then," he cried fiercely, "the ones who are good? Among my people there are always some that are bad, but they are in disgrace. My father punished them. The whole people punished them. If there are Americans who are good, who will not cheat and kill, why do they not send after these robbers and punish them? And how is it that they make laws which cheat? It was the American law which took Temecula away from us and gave it to those men. The law was on the side of the thieves. No, Majella, it is a people that steals. That is their name, a people that steals, and that kills for money. Is not that a good name for a great people to bear, when they are like the sands in the sea, they are so many?" "That is what the Senora says," answered Ramona. "She says they are all thieves; that she knows not each day but that on the next will come more of them, with new laws, to take away more of her land. She had once more than twice what she has now, Alessandro." "Yes," he replied, "I know it. My father has told me. He was with Father Peyri at the place when General Moreno was alive. Then all was his to the sea, all that land we rode over the second night, Majella." "Yes," she said, "all to the sea. That is what the Senora is ever saying. To the sea." "Oh, the beautiful sea! Can we behold it from San Pasquale, Alessandro?" "No, my Majella, it is too far. San Pasquale is in the valley. It has hills all around it, like walls. But it is good. Majella will love it, and I will build a house, Majella. All the people will help me. That is the way with our people. In 2 days it will be done. But it will be a poor place for my Majella," he said sadly. Alessandro's heart was ill at ease. Truly a strange bride's journey was this. But Ramona felt no fear. "No place can be so poor that I do not choose it, if you are there, rather than the most beautiful place in the world where you are not, Alessandro," she said. "But my Majella loves things that are beautiful," said Alessandro. "She has lived like a queen." "Oh, Alessandro," merrily laughed Ramona, "how little you know of the way queens live! Nothing was fine at the Senora Moreno's, only comfortable. And any house that you will build, I can make as comfortable as that was. It is nothing but trouble to have one so large as the Senora's. Margarita used to be tired to death, sweeping all those rooms in which nobody lived except the blessed old San Luis Rey saints. Alessandro, if we could have had just one statue, either Saint Francis or the Madonna, to bring back to our house! That is what I would like better than all other things in the world. It is beautiful to sleep with the Madonna close to your bed. She speaks often to you in dreams." Alessandro fixed serious, questioning eyes on Ramona as she uttered these words. When she spoke like this, he felt indeed as if a being of some other sphere had come to dwell by his side. "I cannot find how to feel towards the saints as you do, my Majella," he said. "I am afraid of them. It must be because they love you, and do not love us. That is what I believe, Majella. I believe they are displeased with us, and no longer make mention of us in heaven. That is what the Fathers taught that the saints were ever doing, praying to God for us, and to the Virgin and Jesus. It is not possible, you see, that they could have been praying for us, and yet such things have happened as happened in Temecula. I do not know how it is my people have displeased them." "I think Father Salvierderra would say that it is a sin to be afraid of the saints, Alessandro," replied Ramona, earnestly. "He has often told me that it was a sin to be unhappy, and that withheld me many times from being wretched because the Senora would not love me. And Alessandro," she went on, growing more and more fervent in tone, "even if nothing but misfortune comes to people, that does not prove that the saints do not love them; for when the saints were on earth themselves, look what they suffered. Martyrs they were, almost all of them. Look at what holy Saint Catherine endured, and the blessed Saint Agnes. It is not by what happens to us here in this world that we can tell if the saints love us, or if we will see the Blessed Virgin." "How can we tell, then?" he asked. "By what we feel in our hearts, Alessandro," she replied. "Just as I knew all the time, when you did not come, I knew that you loved me. I knew that in my heart; and I shall always know it, no matter what happens. If you are dead, I shall know that you love me; and you will know that I love you the same." "Yes," said Alessandro, reflectively, "that is true. But, Majella, it is not possible to have the same thoughts about a saint as about a person that one has seen, and heard the voice, and touched the hand." "No, not quite," said Ramona, "not quite about a saint. But one can for the Blessed Virgin, Alessandro. I am sure of that. Her statue, in my room at the Senora's, has been always my mother. Ever since I was little, I have told her all I did. It was she helped me to plan what I should bring away with us. She reminded me of many things I had forgotten, except for her." "Did you hear her speak?" said Alessandro, awe stricken. "Not exactly in words, but just the same as in words," replied Ramona, confidently. "You see, when you sleep in the room with her, it is very different from what it is if you only see her in a chapel. Oh, I could never be very unhappy with her in my room." "I would almost go and steal it for you, Majella," cried Alessandro, with sacrilegious warmth. "Holy Virgin!" cried Ramona, "never speak such a word. You would be struck dead if you laid your hand on her. I fear even the thought was a sin." "There was a small figure of her in the wall of our house," said Alessandro. "It was from San Luis Rey. I do not know what became of it. if it were left behind, or if they took it with my father's things to Pachanga. I did not see it there. When I go again, I will look." "Again!" cried Ramona. "What say you? You go again to Pachanga? You will not leave me, Alessandro?" At the bare mention of Alessandro's leaving her, Ramona's courage always vanished. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, she was transformed from the dauntless, confident, sunny woman, who bore him up, as it were, on wings of hope and faith, to a timid, shrinking, despondent child, crying out in alarm, and clinging to the hand. "After a time, dear Majella, when you are wonted to the place, I must go, to fetch the wagon and the few things that were ours. There is the rawhide bed, which was Father Peyri's, and he gave to my father. Majella will like to lie on that. My father believed it had great virtue." "Like that you made for Felipe?" she asked. "Yes, but it is not so large. In those days the cattle were not so large as they are now. This is not so broad as Senor Felipe's. There are chairs, too, from the Mission, 3 of them, one almost as fine as those on your veranda at home. They were given to my father. And music books, beautiful parchment books. Oh, I hope those are not lost, Majella. If Jose had lived, he would have looked after it all. But in the confusion, all the things belonging to the village were thrown into wagons together, and no one knew where anything was. But all the people knew my father's chairs, and the books of the music. If the Americans did not steal them, everything will be safe. My people do not steal. There was never but one thief in our village, and my father had him so whipped, he ran away and never came back. I heard he was living in San Jacinto, and was a thief yet, spite of all that whipping he had. I think if it is in the blood to be a thief, not even whipping will take it out, Majella." "Like the Americans," she said, half laughing, but with tears in the voice. "Whipping would not cure them." It wanted yet more than an hour of dawn when they reached the crest of the hill from which they looked down on the San Pasquale valley. 2 such crests and valleys they had passed. This was the broadest of the 3 valleys, and the hills walling it were softer and rounder of contour than any they had yet seen. To the east and northeast lay ranges of high mountains, their tops lost in the clouds. The whole sky was overcast and gray. "If it were spring, this would mean rain," said Alessandro; "but it cannot rain, I think, now." "No," laughed Ramona, "not till we get our house done. Will it be of adobe, Alessandro?" "Dearest Majella, not yet. At first it must be of the tule. They are very comfortable while it is warm, and before winter I will build one of adobe." "2 houses! Wasteful Alessandro! If the tule house is good, I shall not let you, Alessandro, build another." Ramona's mirthful moments bewildered Alessandro. To his slower temperament and saddened nature they seemed preternatural, as if she were all of a sudden changed into a bird, or some gay creature outside the pale of human life, outside and above it. "You speak as the birds sing, my Majella," he said slowly. "It is well to name you Majel. Only the wood dove has not joy in her voice as you have. She says only that she loves and waits." "I say that too, Alessandro," replied Ramona, reaching out both her arms towards him. The horses were walking slowly, and very close side by side. Baba and Benito were now such friends they liked to pace closely side by side; and Baba and Benito were by no means without instinctive recognitions of the sympathy between their riders. Already Benito knew Ramona's voice, and answered it with pleasure; and Baba had long ago learned to stop when his mistress laid her hand on Alessandro's shoulder. He stopped now, and it was long minutes before he had the signal to go on again. "Majella, Majella!" cried Alessandro, as, grasping both her hands in his, he held them to his cheeks, to his neck, to his mouth. If the saints would ask Alessandro to be a martyr for Majella's sake, like those she was telling of, then she would know if Alessandro loved her. But what can Alessandro do now? What, oh what? Majella gives all, Alessandro gives nothing." And he bowed his forehead on her hands, before he put them back gently on Baba's neck. Tears filled Ramona's eyes. How should she win this saddened man, this distrusting lover, to the joy which was his desert? "Alessandro can do one thing," she said, insensibly falling into his mode of speaking. "One thing for his Majella. Never, never say that he has nothing to give her. When he says that, he makes Majella a liar; for she has said that he is all the world to her, he himself all the world which she desires. Is Majella a liar?" But it was, even now, with an ecstasy only half joy, the other half anguish, that Alessandro replied: "Majella cannot lie. Majella is like the saints. Alessandro is hers." When they rode down into the valley, the whole village was astir. The vintage time had nearly passed. Everywhere were to be seen large, flat baskets of grapes drying in the sun. Old women and children were turning these, or pounding acorns in the deep stone bowls. Others were beating the yucca stalks, and putting them to soak in water. The oldest women were sitting on the ground, weaving baskets. There were not many men in the village now. 2 large bands were away at work, one at the autumn sheep shearing, and one working on a large irrigating ditch at San Bernardino. In different directions from the village, slow moving herds of goats or of cattle could be seen, being driven to pasture on the hills. Some men were ploughing; several groups were at work building houses of bundles of the tule reeds. "These are some of the Temecula people," said Alessandro. "They are building themselves new houses here. See those piles of bundles, darker colored than the rest? Those are their old roofs they brought from Temecula. There comes Ysidro!" he cried joyfully, as a man, well mounted, who had been riding from point to point in the village, came galloping towards them. As soon as Ysidro recognized Alessandro, he flung himself from his horse. Alessandro did the same, and both running swiftly towards each other till they met, they embraced silently. Ramona, riding up, held out her hand, saying as she did so, "Ysidro?" Pleased, yet surprised, at this confident and assured greeting, Ysidro saluted her, and turning to Alessandro, said in their own tongue, "Who is this woman whom you bring, that has heard my name?" "My wife," answered Alessandro in the same tongue. "We were married last night by Father Gaspara. She comes from the house of the Senora Moreno. We will live in San Pasquale, if you have land for me, as you have said." What astonishment Ysidro felt, he showed none. Only a grave and courteous welcome was in his face and in his words, as he said, "It is well. There is room. You are welcome." But when he heard the soft Spanish syllables in which Ramona spoke to Alessandro, and Alessandro, translating her words to him, said, "Majel speaks only in the Spanish tongue, but she will learn ours," a look of disquiet passed over his countenance. His heart feared for Alessandro, and he said, "Is she then not Indian? Whence got she the name of Majel?" A look of swift intelligence from Alessandro reassured him. "Indian on the mother's side," said Alessandro, "and she belongs in heart to our people. She is alone, save for me. She is one blessed of the Virgin, Ysidro. She will help us. The name Majel I have given her, for she is like the wood dove; and she is glad to lay her old name down, forever, to bear this new name in our tongue." And this was Ramona's introduction to the Indian village. This, and her smile. Perhaps the smile did most. Even the little children were not afraid of her. The women, though shy in the beginning at sight of her noble bearing, and her clothes of a kind and quality they associated only with superiors, soon felt her friendliness, and, what was more, saw by her every word, tone, look, that she was Alessandro's. If Alessandro's, theirs. She was one of them. Ramona would have been profoundly impressed and touched could she have heard them speaking among themselves about her, wondering how it had come about that she, so beautiful, and nurtured in the Moreno house, of which they all knew, should be Alessandro's loving wife. It must be, they thought in their simplicity, that the saints had sent it as an omen of good to the Indian people. Toward night they came, bringing in a hand barrow the most aged woman in the village, to look at her. She wished to see the beautiful stranger before the sun went down, they said, because she was now so old she believed each night that before morning her time would come to die. They also wished to hear the old woman's verdict on her. When Alessandro saw them coming, he understood, and made haste to explain it to Ramona. While he was yet speaking, the procession arrived, and the aged woman in her strange litter was placed silently on the ground in front of Ramona, who was sitting under Ysidro's great fig tree. Those who had borne her withdrew, and seated themselves a few paces off. Alessandro spoke first. In a few words he told the old woman of Ramona's birth, of their marriage, and of her new name of adoption. Then he said, "Take her hand, dear Majella, if you feel no fear." There was something scarcely human in the shrivelled arm and hand outstretched in greeting, but Ramona took it in hers with tender reverence. "Say to her for me, Alessandro," she said, "that I bow down to her great age with reverence, and that I hope, if it is the will of God that I live on the earth so long as she has, I may be worthy of such reverence as these people all feel for her." Alessandro turned a grateful look on Ramona as he translated this speech, so in unison with Indian modes of thought and feeling. A murmur of pleasure rose from the group of women sitting by. The aged woman made no reply. Her eyes still studied Ramona's face, and still she held her hand. "Tell her," continued Ramona, "that I ask if there is anything I can do for her. Say I will be her daughter, if she will let me." "It must be the Virgin herself that is teaching Majella what to say," thought Alessandro, as he repeated this in the San Luiseno tongue. Again the women murmured with pleasure, but the old woman spoke not. "And say that you will be her son," added Ramona. Alessandro said it. It was perhaps for this that the old woman had waited. Lifting up her arm, like a sibyl, she said, "It is well. I am your mother. The winds of the valley shall love you, and the grass shall dance when you come. The daughter looks on her mother's face each day. I will go." And making a sign to her bearers, she was lifted and carried to her house. The scene affected Ramona deeply. The simplest acts of these people seemed to her marvellously profound in their meanings. She was not herself sufficiently educated or versed in life to know why she was so moved, to know that such utterances, such symbolisms as these among primitive peoples, are thus impressive because they are truly and grandly dramatic. But she was none the less stirred by them because she could not analyze or explain them. "I will go and see her every day," she said. "She shall be like my mother, whom I never saw." "We must both go each day," said Alessandro. "What we have said is a solemn promise among my people. It would not be possible to break it." Ysidro's home was in the centre of the village, on a slightly rising ground. It was a picturesque group of 4 small houses, 3 of tule reeds, and 1 of adobe, the latter a comfortable little house of 2 rooms, with a floor and a shingled roof, both luxuries in San Pasquale. The great fig tree, whose luxuriance and size were noted far and near throughout the country, stood halfway down the slope, but its boughs shaded all 3 of the tule houses. On one of its lower branches was fastened a dovecote, ingeniously made of willow wands, plastered with adobe, and containing so many rooms that the whole tree seemed sometimes aflutter with doves and dovelings. Here and there, between the houses, were huge baskets, larger than barrels, woven of twigs, as the eagle weaves its nest, only tighter and thicker. These were the outdoor granaries. In these were kept acorns, barley, wheat, and corn. Ramona thought them, as well she might, the prettiest things she ever saw. "Are they hard to make?" she asked. "Can you make them, Alessandro? I shall want many." "All you want, my Majella," replied Alessandro. "We will go together to get the twigs. I can, I dare say, buy some in the village. It is only 2 days to make a large one." "No, do not buy one," she exclaimed. "I wish everything in our house to be made by ourselves." In which, again, Ramona was unconsciously striking one of the key notes of pleasure in the primitive harmonies of existence. The tule house which stood nearest to the dovecote was, by a lucky chance, now empty, Ysidro's brother Ramon, who had occupied it, having gone with his wife and baby to San Bernardino for the winter to work. This house Ysidro was but too happy to give to Alessandro till his own should be done. It was a tiny place, though it was really 2 houses joined together by a roofed passageway. In this passageway the tidy Juana, Ramon's wife, kept her few pots and pans, and a small stove. It looked to Ramona like a baby house. Timidly Alessandro said, "Can Majella live in this small place for a time? It will not be very long. There are adobes already made." Her countenance cleared as Ramona replied gleefully, "I think it will be very comfortable. I shall feel as if we were all doves together in the dovecote." "Majel!" exclaimed Alessandro; and that was all he said. Only a few rods off stood the little chapel. In front of it swung on a cross bar from 2 slanting posts an old bronze bell which had once belonged to the San Diego Mission. When Ramona read the date, 1790, on its side, and heard that it was from the San Diego Mission church it had come, she felt a sense of protection in its presence. "Think, Alessandro," she said, "this bell, no doubt, has rung many times for the mass, for the holy Father Junipero himself. It is a blessing to the village. I want to live where I can see it all the time. It will be like a saint's statue in the house." With every allusion that Ramona made to the saints' statues, Alessandro's desire to procure one for her deepened. He said nothing, but he revolved it in his mind continually. He had once gone with his shearers to San Fernando, and there he had seen in a room of the old Mission buildings a dozen statues of saints huddled in dusty confusion. The San Fernando church was in crumbled ruins, and such of the church properties as were left there were in the keeping of a Mexican not over careful, and not in the least devout. It would not trouble him to part with a saint or 2, Alessandro thought, and no irreverence to the saint either. On the contrary, the greatest of reverence, since the statue was to be taken from a place where no one cared for it, and brought into one where it would be tenderly cherished and worshipped every day. If only San Fernando were not so far away, and the wooden saint so heavy! However, it should come about yet. Majella should have a saint. Nor distance nor difficulty should keep Alessandro from procuring for his Majel the few things that lay within his power. But he held his peace about it. It would be a sweeter gift if she did not know it beforehand. He pleased himself as subtly and secretly as if he had come of civilized generations, thinking how her eyes would dilate if she waked up some morning and saw the saint by her bedside, and how sure she would be to think at first it was a miracle, his dear devout Majella, who, with all her superior knowledge, was yet more credulous than he. All her education had not taught her to think, as he, untaught, had learned, in his solitude with nature. Before Alessandro had been 2 days in San Pasquale, he had heard a piece of good fortune which almost passed his belief, and which startled him for once out of his usual impassive demeanor. "You know that I have a herd of cattle of your father's, and near 100 sheep," said Ysidro. "Holy Virgin!" cried Alessandro. "You do not mean that! How is that? They told me all our stock was taken by the Americans." "Yes, so it was, all that was in Temecula," replied Ysidro. "But in the spring your father sent down to know if I would take a herd for him up into the mountains, with ours, as he feared the Temecula pasture would fall short, and the people there, who could not leave, must have their cattle near home. So he sent a herd over, I think near 50 head, and many of the cows have calved. And he sent also a little flock of sheep, 100, Ramon said. He herded them with ours all summer, and he left a man up there with them. They will be down next week. It is time they were sheared." Before he had finished speaking, Alessandro had vanished, bounding like a deer. Ysidro stared after him; but seeing him enter the doorway of the little tule hut, he understood, and a sad smile passed over his face. He was not yet persuaded that this marriage of Alessandro's would turn out a blessing. "What are a handful of sheep to her?" he thought. Breathless, panting, Alessandro burst into Ramona's presence. "Majella, my Majella! There are cattle and sheep!" he cried. "The saints be praised! We are not like the beggars, as I said." "I told you that God would give us food, dear Alessandro," replied Ramona, gently. "You do not wonder? You do not ask?" he cried, astonished at her calm. "Does Majella think that a sheep or a steer can come down from the skies?" "Nay, not as our eyes would see," she answered; "but the holy ones who live in the skies can do anything they like on the earth. Whence came these cattle, and how are they ours?" When he told her, her face grew solemn. "Do you remember that night in the willows," she said, "when I was like one dying, because you would not bring me with you? You had no faith that there would be food. And I told you then that the saints never forsook those who loved them, and that God would give food. And even at that moment, when you did not know it, there were your cattle and your sheep feeding in the mountains, in the keeping of God. Will my Alessandro believe after this?" And she threw her arms around his neck and kissed him. "It is true," said Alessandro. "I will believe after this that the saints love my Majella." But as he walked at a slower pace back to Ysidro, he said to himself, "Majella did not see Temecula. What would she have said about the saints if she had seen that, and seen the people dying for want of food? It is only for her that the saints pray. They are displeased with my people." End of chapter 19.